and subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
And you're not an American because originally you were slaves and you didn't even have value in terms of the political system. Then they were given like 3/8 of the value, right? Of
3/5.
3/5. Thank you. Just kidding, but it was like 3/5, and you go down, and it's like then amendments were made, and there was adjustments that gave you citizenship and the right to vote, but it didn't make you an American. It just gave you American citizenship. It gave you legal right, and that's why it doesn't take a genius to notice that black people and white people in America look, act, behave fundamentally different, both individually and collectively. Now, that's not to say that black people aren't valuable in the eyes of God. It's not to say that white people are better than black people, even if they are. No, I'm kidding.
All right, I'm here. What's up? What's up? I am in the building. It's up. It's up. It's up. What's going on, man? It's Tariq, and we're ready to do that late night tap in as we always do. Glad to have you guys tuning in. Before I get started, let me know if you guys can hear me correctly. Let me just make sure my sound is good. If my sound is good, can everybody give me a nice thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen? If you guys can hear me pretty good, let me get that thumbs up. If we can get that thing popping, that'd be great. There you go. Thank you so much, guys. And before we get
From.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead. What you?
Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, and also, yeah, I'm gonna get into that stuff. Yeah, I think it's deeper than that. Yeah, because some of these, I am in the building. It's up. It's up. It's up. What's going on, man? It's Tariq, and we're ready to do that late night tap in as we always do. Glad to have you guys tuning in. Before I get started, let me know if you guys can hear me correctly. Let me just make sure my sound is good. If my sound is good, can everybody give me a nice thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen? If you guys can hear me pretty good, let me get that thumbs up. If we can get that thing popping, that'd be great. There you go. Thank you so much, guys. And before we get started, let's pour some verbal libations to some of the regulars that's in here. We got King Daniel, we got Marak, we got Moss, we got Silent, we got Abdul, we got Sweets, we got Ani, we got Rhonda, we got Sexy D, we got the Black Receipt, Arian, Lawazi, we got Sir Mike, we got KK, we got Juicy. What's up, Juicy? We got Hoodoo, the Tethernator, and Solon in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of stuff going on. Now, a lot of people have been talking about some of the stuff surrounding microphone check. I'm going to address some of that on Sunday. I wait for Sunday to address some of that stuff. It's a lot of stuff going on with some of the microphone check stuff. It's, yeah, I'm gonna just wait to address that on Sunday. But nevertheless, we're gonna get calls in early. But before we do, I do want to address. What's up, Arthur? Brother Arthur down there, Grinds TV down there. I want to address something that we saw this suspected alt-right dude, that Elijah Schaffer guy. Elijah Schaffer, he's suspected to be clicked in with the alt-right. Elijah Schaffer, he spews a lot of anti-black stuff. He tries to pawn himself off as some kind of journalist, but he said something that sparked a lot of discussions, talking about the Americanness of black people. He was on some kind of podcast and he said something to the effect, he said, well, black people, we're not Americans because originally we were slaves, and that there were amendments made and there were adjustments that gave us citizenship and the right to vote, but it didn't make us Americans. It gave us American citizenship. So you got to watch these little janky narratives that these alt-life people try to come up with, because Elijah himself, his family, they're like German immigrants from what I understand. They came over in the early 20th century. So it's very ironic that you got some new booty trying to tell us what our status really is. But listen, we foundational Black Americans, family, I want y'all to understand, and some of the alt-lights, the Mayo masses who's listening, just so you understand this too. We are foundational Black Americans. We're the only true Americans. We embody everything that America is. I mean, we are literally the foundation of the United States. We built much of America's wealth and the infrastructure through centuries of unpaid labor. Yeah, that labor, no matter how you try to remix it, it was the lifeblood of the economic rise of the U.S. You can't deny that. You understand? Also, with birthright citizenship in the 14th Amendment, it was ratified in 1868. That guarantees citizenship to all persons born and naturalized in the United States. So yes, that makes us constitutionally Black American, and that makes us American, and every other group who's born on American soil. So the Constitution itself defines citizenship, not just arbitrary opinions of suspected white supremacists. Also, foundational Black Americans, we fought in every single war in this country, every single one. And I'm talking about from the Revolutionary War, which we helped win that, to present day conflict, sacrificing our lives for this soil. So yeah, that level of patriotism, it can't be dismissed. And Memorial Day was created by us giving honor and praise to fallen soldiers. We started doing that after the Civil War. We created Memorial Day. We are the damn culture. We have cultural ownership and influence on this land. We shaped American culture, ladies and gentlemen, from the music to the fashion to the food to the language to the sports. All of it is distinctively from foundational Black Americans, reflecting our deep cultural ownership to American identity. Ladies and gentlemen, when you think of American culture, you're talking about foundational Black American culture. I really want to drive that point home. The culture that's likable, because the white supremacists, they got a culture of oppression, deprivation, and violence. That's their culture. But the great things in this country, culture-wise, that's us. It's foundational Black Americans. And also another thing, man, um, and I really want us to emphasize the indigenousness of our lineage. See, that's the thing that we're going to have to really, really emphasize. This whole thing that we all came over in a comparable way to immigrants. We have to understand that there were Black people here first. Black people who are already on this land. People like to say, well, the only real Americans are the Native Americans. Well, that would be some of the Black Aboriginals who were here. See, that's the thing people don't really want to get too deep into. We got to really drive that home. There were Black indigenous people on this land. There have been Black people on this land all along. Yeah? In fact, y'all go look at the movie American Maroon that I did. We talked about how even the name America, that came from a Black tribe out there in the Honduras area over there in Central America, the Amarisque tribe. And some of them are still there. They got these Black Aboriginal people over there in Central America. These were people who were not brought over during slavery. These were the Aboriginal people who were always there. You see, they say that the word America came from Amerigo Vespucci. No, 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 no. because his name was Albert Alberigo. His name wasn't even Amerigo. His name was Albert. It's a deep thing with Vespucci. That's another thing too. He wasn't royalty, so why would they name continents after a dude who wasn't royalty and give it his first name? See, there's a lot of little weird stuff going on with that Vespucci story. See, a lot of um, the explorers, when they came over, yeah, they would give them, things would be named after their last name. They would give them, they would name territories after their last name. That was customary. So there's places like Balboa. Balboa was the explorer's last name. Ponce de Leon. You got Ponce de Leon Street in Atlanta, or as they say, Ponce de Leon. But Vespucci, they named this place Amerigo. Why would they name non-royalty a continent or two continents after a person who's non-royalty and give it his first name? That's not customary of European society. So that suggests that the name was already here. It's real deep stuff. We have to do something deep on that one day. But we got to understand that our existence has been here. We have a constitutional relationship with this country. Um, Even with the whole 3/5 compromise, it legally recognized Black people within the framework of the US Constitution. So we were already a part of the populace here from day one. And also, we influenced American democracy. You see, we have always been that moral compass to make people acknowledge and act on the policies that they put together as far as citizenship. We had to force these people to do the right thing morally when it came to administering the constitutional rights of people and giving people their human beingness. We always have to force these white supremacists to get some damn act right, you see. So the reason why European immigrants were able to come over here and eat, that was because of foundational Black Americans making a way for their asses too. You understand? Because see, for citizenship, we had to put some blood and some sweat in the game. All they had to do is just hop off of a damn boat. They didn't put no blood equity in the game. You understand what I'm saying? We're the only true Americans, ladies and gentlemen. We're the only ones who really, really, really had to put some blood equity in this damn game and really suffer for people to come over and live the American dream. All of that is built off of us. So I take grave offense to people like the Schaefers, these immigrants from these slums of Europe who come over here talking crazy, coming over here getting brand new. You understand? Let me get some calls in here. Let's talk to the family. Let me get y'all in here, y'all racial. We got our Greek brother. This is a Greek immigrant, my brother Suntan. Real good guy, by the way. Suntan, what's up, man? What's on your mind? Suntan, hop in, sir. Suntan, where you at, brother? While we're waiting on Suntan, we'll get Mama T in the building.
Hi, Tariq.
Hey,
How you
dear, how are you?
doing?
I'm good.
I'm
How are you?
doing well. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. I've been, I'm kind of new to, social media. I don't really go on social media, but I know I've been over on TikTok and I've been seeing a lot of videos of a lot of Africans making videos about FBAs, and they are basically trying to tell us that we're African and that we're not from here. And it's so irritating that it's like every day they're in these spaces, trying to convince us that we are all from Africa. And
Yeah,
I just wanted to know your opinion on that.
yeah. Thank you, beloved. Yeah, that's a thing because we have delineated and we're not denigrating nobody. Family, yeah, and the sister's right. TikTok is just flooded with these folks just trying to tell us that we're America don't like you niggas. We're really African. Listen, we're not generic Africans. We are not generic Africans, ladies and gentlemen. No disrespect to anybody. We are foundational Black Americans. We had an ethnogenesis. We have a very, very unique lineage that was cultivated here, ladies and gentlemen. And the thing is, a lot of them want to Africanize us because people have been tethering off of our accomplishments. And now that we've delineated, they're going to have to stand on their own, and they got to take all of the wins and losses on the chin. Meaning, a lot of these people, and y'all got to understand the reason why people are so hell-bent on Africanizing us, because if they come over and do something janky, it can get dumped on us. See, people have been using us as their cultural trash bin. I always point this out. Whenever they do something constructive, they go out of their way to they'll delineate their asses off. The moment they get a win under their belt, they can't wait to run away from us and not let us get credit. This is why I'm saying don't go for that weird divisive shit. Let them get a win. Let somebody get a PhD. Let somebody win an award. Let somebody win some type of sports championship. Boy, they'll whip out a damn Ghanaian flag. They'll whip out a Ugandan flag. They'll whip them flags out so damn fast and tell us to get the back. Get back, nigga. This is Kenya. Now, if one of them rob a liquor store, hey, we black people do so much crime. No, no, no. That nigga forehead in the mugshot don't look familiar. I think that's one of you. That ain't us. You niggas are divisive. You damn right. I'm dividing from criminality. You damn right. I see. It's keep the same energy time. FBA family, we ain't obligated to be people's trash bins. I want us to stop being ashamed to acknowledge and recognize our damn lineage. I really wish we get off that. This is why this whole shit is going on with the whole microphone check and some of the folks on some bullshit. This self-deprecating thing where we're not supposed to recognize our lineage. We're supposed to sit up here and give props to everybody else. And if we create something and if we do something, everybody has to share it. Yet they delineate from us and nobody bats an eye. Damn all that, man. Damn all that. It's okay. Foundational Black Americans, it's okay to gatekeep your culture, ladies and gentlemen. Khalif, I haven't forgot about you, my brother. I'm going to get you on in a second. But family, listen, there's reasons why we acknowledge our lineage. And it's very important as foundational Black Americans to acknowledge our unique lineage. Because, see, we have to, one, preserve our cultural identity and heritage. You understand? Man, we fought through some shit, man. We went through some stuff that other folks didn't go through. You understand? So yeah, us being able to survive what we went through as a unique ethnic group, I'm popping my collar to that. Yeah. And protecting our lineage, that ensures that those traditions and the music and the art and cultural expressions developed by us is preserved for future generations so that they can get strength from that, like we do now. I get strength from what our families did, from what our ancestors did. When you tap into it and read and learn about what they did, man, that makes you stick your head up and stick your chest out and say, oh, hey, my family did this, I can do that too. So our children need to know this stuff, and that's fine. Let's get off this guilt shit where we're supposed to be some generic Africans. No, and no disrespect to Africa. But we ain't no generic Africans. We went through some real shit over here that we survived. That should be recognized. Also, man, we have to respect our lineage so that we can protect our lineage and our culture from appropriation and exploitation. That's a major problem because what happens is we open the door for everybody. They're not going to have the same respect for our culture as we do. That's why we're on these Africans bumpers now down in Atlanta for putting up some disrespectful goddamn flyer of Rosa Parks twerking on damn Dr. King. They always do that little sucker shit. They do that little sucker shit almost every year trying to be slick. That's what I'm talking about. We gotta stand on that business. You understand? We can't go to other people's cultures. We can't go to the Caribbean or Africa and find whatever icon they have and put twerking flyers of their icons. They'll stone us out that shit. They wouldn't let us do it, and we're not going to let them do it. So we have to protect our culture. We have to protect our lineage so that we won't be exploited. And we have to maintain historical accuracy for the legacy. We got to be very accurate about things that happen, not let people rewrite history, just like they tried to do with hip hop. Also, what they try to do with the civil rights movement. Everybody's always trying to remix what happened in the civil rights movement. You always got somebody hollering about such and such march with Dr. King and all that bullshit. See, we have to protect that legacy. So it's very, very important. And when we protect our legacy and stand on lineage business, that gives us solidarity, that strengthens our community mindset, and that keeps us on code, and that empowers us. That's why we get so much. Notice we've gotten a lot of shit done within the last few years just by standing on lineage business. Why y'all think so many people are shook, ladies and gentlemen? Why y'all think tethers and white supremacists are online whining every day about foundational Black Americans? You got whole whining hashtags whining about us. People are just butthurt because we moving needles around this bitch. We getting folks up out the paint. We getting politicians up out the paint. We getting naysayers out the paint. We getting our reparations conversation forced into the public lexicon. We forced these people to talk about this on a national level simply by standing on lineage business. We never had this kind of momentum with reparations. You understand? For years, we talk about reparations back like 20, 30 years ago. Some people come and shout us down, and then the energy dissipates. You know why? Because they would have tethers who had melanated skin who would hop up and say, well, we don't need no reparations. We need to leave these white people alone. And then that just messes the whole energy up. And then everybody's bickering and going back and forth with the tethers, not knowing it's a tether. Now we recognize. So when they try to pull that tether shit, we start talking about reparations, and some wide forehead tether hops up. Hey, we need to leave these white people alone. Now we're like, wait a minute. Where the hell are you from? Hey, who are you, dude? Who are your people? Uh, um, what's your name, nigga? Um, um, Erivo. Who is Erivo? Where are you from? Nigeria, nigga. Okay, get your ass out of here. See, we started getting people about the paint by asking questions. So yeah, those tactics don't work no more because we're checking everybody's paperwork, which is we should have been doing that. But everybody's paperwork is getting checked. So when we see somebody talking weird, we see what it is. We say, okay, somebody sent this cat. So out the paint you go. That's why standing on lineage business is important. Don't let nobody shame you. Don't let nobody talk that divisive shit. Don't let nobody throw no hissy fit and throw you off your square. Standing on lineage business is where it's at. We got to keep that up. Brother Caliph, my New York brother, hop in, sir.
Hey, Tariq, what's going on? Peace, love, and reparations to the family. Let me just start off by saying that, I commend you for everything that you do for the lineage and everything like that. You
Yes,
know what I'm
sir.
saying?
Sir.
What you do is great. You're a great person. What you do for us, I can't even put it in words. But now I want to just talk about real quick, if I get off topic, a little bit. Seems to me that everybody's backtracking now.
Yeah,
They got in the movie, and now they want to backtrack, and it just seems funny to me. Then you
yeah,
got dudes talking about they didn't see the movie, they never saw it, but you in it, which
yeah,
I think is, see, and the thing is that you got to understand about these dudes. They love the camera, you know what I mean? When it's a camera around, everybody wants to be, you know what I mean? Everybody love the camera, you
yeah,
know what I mean? But now you want to backtrack because, and I got to tell you something, there's a history that you might not have understood with the Fat Joe Cat, right?
mm.
His sister, if you give me a minute, I can explain a little something.
The
His
floor is
sister, may she rest in peace, right? And his sister Lisa, may she rest in peace. She was affiliated back in the days with Flash And I don't know if you're familiar with Little Debbie, and Little Terry. Yeah, they started that little somebody say ho thing. You know what I
Right,
mean? They
right.
was running around the party saying somebody say ho, and then Cowboy took it, and then he started using that as a party anthem, and that's where that whole somebody say ho came from. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But they started that. They
Mm-hmm.
used to babysit Fat Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Flash used to deal with his sister Lisa in some capacity or another. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they have a history with Fat Joe.
Yeah.
You know? So this is where a lot of this backtracking is coming from. You know what I mean? They had that history with him. They don't want to mess up their history with him. You know what I mean?
Mm, yeah.
So that's where a lot of that's coming from. But
Oh
go
yeah.
ahead, what you
Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, and also, yeah, I'm gonna get into that stuff. Yeah, I think it's deeper than that. Yeah, because some of these dudes out here caping for Fat Joe now. But yeah, uh, a lot of these dudes got the cape on for Latinos anyway, because a lot of the Latinos are the promoters and they are at these radio stations and they hold these hip hop conventions. So much of the audiences are Latino. So a lot of guys got to kind of backtrack and cop pleas for that Latino audience too. Suntan.
Oh yeah, thank you, Tariq. There was a problem with the mic for a second. Hey, I wanted to touch upon it, and I hope it doesn't sound too overly spiritual, but you mentioned back in that your FBA community needs to gatekeep your culture more from others because it seems like people, and I'm gonna use the word steal with quotes, from your community, and you don't benefit from it other than the other communities, music, sports, and whatnot.
Hmm.
And what I found, if I can use my Greek ancestry as an example, when the people are spiritual, and like you mentioned, the Majora spirit of African Americans, FBA, um, you can't profit from, you try, but you can't profit from your own treasures, your own goods. Just like somebody, that old thing, if you're a psychic, you can't predict the lotto. You know what I mean? You can tell other people the lotto numbers, but you could never pick it for yourself. And when Greeks were pagan, we were selfish. We didn't tell people anything. We had all these innovations, and we kept it to ourselves. And then when we became spiritual with Christianity, suddenly we're creating an alphabet for our enemies. Oh, you barbarians need an alphabet? We'll make you an alphabet. Here, come, we'll teach you our lessons. And then it bites us in the ass as well. It turned on us. The people that we were helping would also, like, attack us and, betray us, etc.
Yeah.
So, so you are correct. I think African Americans have a great spirituality. You guys don't understand how Africans are perceived. I keep saying African American, but that's just the mind warp that the society has done since the '80s. When I mean FBA, um,
Right.
um, uh, the Martin Luther King era of FBA history had a profound effect on the rest of the world, more than you here can understand. And there's even movies made in Ireland where Northern Ireland, where they're talking about freeing themselves from oppression from the British, where Martin Luther King is the example.
Oh yeah.
uh, so um, that I just wanted to throw that out there. There's a lot of negativity happening, and it's Martin Luther King's holiday coming up on this Monday.
Just want to clear it up. Thank you. Very good stuff. But yeah, we've been the template, not just for here, globally. People watch us and they get their cues. We are not only the moral compass here in America, we're the moral compass of the world. People around the world watch us and watch for our cues to see how we get down. They've done this historically, they do it all the time. Ezra.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm FBA all day, touching in from the Atlanta base, but I don't know if you heard, we got a little drama down here in the ATL.
What's happening down there?
Seems that these tethers put our beloved Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott on a picture. Rosa Parks, excuse me, on the flyer, as we all know,
Right.
showing them in a very disrespectful. I was so heated, sir. I ain't gonna lie, I was pissed off when I found out about it. I was pissed off, especially when I heard that it's Ethiopians. It was an Ethiopian restaurant that's involved, because I already know, sir. I already told you I used to live in Ethiopia. I'm actually a post Pan-Africanist. I'm more like a realist now. I'm an FBA. But
Yeah.
what I was pissed off about was the fact that they did it and they had the gall to do it, and they think that they ain't gonna get no backlash. So you know what I did, sir? Tonight I listened to Wani and Professor Allen's space tonight, and man, they really got me heated when I was listening to what the hell these Ethiopians was calling in saying. But the thing about it was, what got me the most is how non-caring and disrespectful they are when they call into Wani's space. They still don't care. But the thing, what I did was I left on a Jumbotron this establishment's number. It's 404-343-2130. That's the name to this restaurant. That's only 30 minutes. I was about to pull up myself. I called them tonight. Guess what happened, sir? This guy named, he said his name is Tahim Abdul. That's his name, Tahim Abdul. He said, hey, man, I'm the manager. He had a strong accent. Like, he sounded Caribbean or Nigerian, actually. And he's like, look, man, we're not even Ethiopian, man. We're not even Ethiopian. I was like, okay, man, so where y'all from? Hello? And he was like, we're not from Atlanta. He didn't want to tell me where he was from. He just wanted to say he was not from Atlanta, but you could tell he was a tether. But make a long story short, I'm gonna land my plane. People, from now on, don't let these tethers and these establishments disrespect our icons, not like that anymore. From now on, it's pull-up time. I was gonna go myself, to be honest with you. I don't care if nobody was. I was gonna get arrested by myself in that establishment. But this guy, he sounded very apologetic. But the thing was, he did not take accountability. He kept saying, we don't know. We had some promoters. We had no responsibility. What happened, man? We don't know. So if you guys want to call, you know what he said? Call up. He said, call me and I will explain everything. So that's the number I gave you guys. You can call them yourself. They opened at 3 o'clock. They technically still open right now in Atlanta. Just to let y'all know that we on the lookout for any disrespect for tethers, and we're going to put our foot on your necks. And before you know it, we're going to be showing up at your establishment. So beware. FBA all day.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, I know they were kind of denying something, they from what I understand, they were like, we don't know who did the flyer. There was some independent promoters. We don't know. They were acting like they didn't know. So everybody like to play dumb when they get called out for something. Makai, what's up, Makai? Makai, unmute your microphone. All right. While we're waiting on Makai, let's get Dr. Omega. Oh, that's Makai. What's up, Makai?
Oh, wow. I'm actually on. Hello, Tariq.
What's going on with you, man?
Nothing much. Big respect to you. Been listening for some years. Big FBA energy. Also African American, though. My grandmother, she's from South Carolina, Walter Barrow.
Oh, cool.
And my father's side, he's actually from Ethiopia. So I have a little bit of both worlds, if you will.
Cool.
Well, look, I think I have a single question for you, I guess, since this is my first, I hope, of many times speaking with you.
Yes.
My first major question.
Go ahead.
Do you think that there's actually any value in actually starting that Black Party? Or do you think that because the last one major voice to actually speak of the Black Party was P. Diddy himself, Lord? So, yeah, I guess that would be my question for you. Keep it simple, and I can keep it pushing. I know how you can get a little fast over here.
Yeah, thank you so much. But yeah, we can do a Black Party. Yeah, a Black political party, a party with a Black agenda. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's feasible. Yeah, there's always a good idea to have a party with a Black agenda. We need Black political parties. We really got to get a Black think tank going. We need to get the Black version of the ADL. Because the NAACP was supposed to be that, but that was white established. It was established by whites. So it's not going to advocate the way it needs to really advocate for the community, for our empowerment. So as far as a party, political party, absolutely.
From New York Times best-selling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices for Black Americans today, Nasheed exposes the tactics used to manipulate, subjugate, and control Black communities. In this powerful read, Tariq Nasheed equips you with the knowledge to resist injustice and reclaim your narrative. Don't miss out on the book that's redefining the game. Foundational Black American Race Baiter, available now at officialfba.com. Get your copy today.
The point is, we have to understand history and tie it all in. Let's get category progressive. Let's get you in, man. Let's turn your microphone on, category progressive.
Hey, what's up, brother Tariq?
What's up, man? What's your name, sir?
My name, Omar.
Omar. Now, Omar, where are you from? I see you in our room, in our rooms. Where you?
Yeah, so I'm from East Africa, man. I'm both Nilo-Saharan and I'm also Cushitic. My mother's side is Borana from Eastern Kenya, and my dad's side is Nilo-Saharan, so from West Sudan.
Okay, all right. So from Sudan and Kenya.
Yeah.
Now, who's that in your profile picture? Because that ain't
That's
you.
me.
I know
That's me, man. That's me.
I ain't never seen the motherfucker from Sudan swole like that.
Well, swelling up is just like going to the gym, bro. But I used to be skinny,
Okay, you must eat giraffe meat or something to get that fucking strong from your area. But go ahead. What's on your mind?
I don't eat giraffe meat, but I could if I needed to. So
No doubt.
everything you say about African Americans are true, man. Like I know a lot of things, including, the lady who invented the GPS and all those things, And most of the time I wish, like, I was just talking to another Black American, and he shared some information about these inventors. And I'm like, these are the kind of content you need to be flooding the Twitter with, not just these celebrities, that create stereotypes, So I agree with everything you say. I only have one disagreement with you on the issue of immigrants, So if you allow me, for instance, most FIBA people think that Africans who came here because FIBA fought for them to come here. This actually is not true. And if you give me a minute, I can explain.
Okay.
So in the 60s, during the height of Cold War under Jeff Kennedy, because of geopolitics, most countries were taking sides, either with the communists or with the capitalists, the West. Now, you are very informed, and I know you know this. If you didn't, I know you'll look it up and you can get back to me on this. But African diplomats who were in DC, and DC was just across the street from the South, which is Virginia. Most Africans during segregation, the diplomats were being really mistreated. They were not allowed to stay in some hotels. They were not allowed to eat in restaurants, use public bathrooms. And this word got out about African diplomats being mistreated. So the Russians started using this as a political ploy. They started saying, like, well, you see, these people in the West, the capitalist system, they're talking about human rights, but see how they treat diplomats in their country. So Russia was also fighting for African support during the geopolitical fight. So Jeff Kennedy had this, and he got really furious about this. It's like, all right, this is getting embarrassing. We need to find a way to solve this segregation thing, so diplomats from Africa can access any restaurant they want to go to. They can sleep in any hotel they want to stay in. So this kind of pushed up the integration of Black people, and especially Africans.
What? What? No, what? What?
Just listen, and if you disagree, actually, you can retort.
That don't make no sense, brother. That makes zero sense. That's something you make up, man.
No, you can look it up. But meanwhile, you can tell someone you have a cause or a friend. They can look it up while I'm speaking, and you can just give me a feedback. So just listen. Let me finish it. So when Jeff Kennedy saw that the diplomats were being treated that way, he's like, okay, we need to move forward with this integration thing, and that's how Jeff Kennedy started a program called the Airlift to bring African students to America. That was before civil rights was even passed. civil rights legislation was even passed, they started bringing African students to America, including Barack Obama's dad, way before civil rights legislation became a law in America. And this was because of...
Hold on. The civil rights, before it became a legislation, there was a movement. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
It didn't just happen overnight. There was a big
You're
movement.
right. You're right. But that's...
And nobody was focusing on what you're talking
No.
about, dude. Nobody. That wasn't a major thing, what you're talking about. A couple of diplomats, because that was being drowned out by the major civil rights movement that was going on in the streets of America. You had Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Medgar Evers, a lot of these people making a lot of noise over here.
Yes.
Wasn't nobody thinking about no damn diplomats, dude. Nobody was tripping on that.
You're right.
What are you talking about?
You're right. What I was saying is that for Africans to start coming here, it was more geopolitical ploy by the Kennedy administration than to do with anything to do with the civil rights. It was just like, oh, we're going to influence more African students to come here because they're going to be the future leader, because Africans were just starting to get independent. They're like, okay, let's go there, get some of these young Africans to come study American culture so they can align with us on the capitalism against the Russian communists. So it was a geopolitical fight. And that's where they started doing the L. If anybody, I know there's so many FIBA here, you can go look up the African...
Zero sense. Huh? Okay, listen to what you're saying, sir. That makes zero sense. So Kennedy said, we're going to show the Russians by bringing some Africans over here.
Yes.
And no, that don't make sense.
But look it up, brother. You can look up this while I'm speaking. Do you know the first black person to go in space was Cuban, and he was sent to space by the Russian?
Okay.
You know that, right? So
okay, what does that have to do with what you're talking about?
But that's what I'm saying. It was a geopolitical fight where US was trying to fight over support around the globe, and Russians were trying to do the same. So what the United States did, started airlifting a lot of young Africans to come study in America, to adopt, they were trying to spread the American culture. So they started bringing students to come here, like, okay, we're going to bring these African students to study here, then they're going to go back to their countries.
We're talking, look, dude, they brought like 5 or 10. It wasn't even that many.
Oh, no, there were many. Look it up. There were many.
They weren't breaking, brother. The only people they would let over here were students. They would let students over here, but they weren't letting people over here in large numbers before that immigration bill, sir. They were not, and you know that.
But what I was trying to say to pass across is this: the starting of the flow of students. Before that, there was nothing like that. But this all started. It was due to geopolitical fight between. No, it was, brother. It was.
It wasn't. It was not, sir. You're trying to make up some type of alternative history.
I'm not making it up. I can't make it up if it's there.
You're making up a history that didn't exist.
You're saying that
they didn't start letting people immigrate over here for no geopolitical reasons. They did it because of the pressure on the streets that foundational Black Americans were making. You understand? You're saying that Black people had no bearing on that. The hell we didn't. Black people had the international press with cameras over here seeing what was going on. Nobody knew about no handful of students, dude. Stop it. Really?
Bro,
you know what you're saying is bullshit.
No, it's true though, but you can...
Nobody knew about no handful of students. It wasn't moving. They weren't moving the needle nowhere and talking about it was some geopolitical thing, so we're going to let a bunch of them come over here. And for what?
In politics, every move is geopolitical. Every move, no matter how small you think it is, it makes a big impact.
What was... Okay.
It's more just like...
what was the... Okay, stop, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So in your words, what was the purpose of JFK letting those students over? What was that going to show Russia?
Well, that's what I was trying to explain to you. Like, it was during when Africans were getting independence. Do you know this?
Okay, no. Answer the question and stop babbling, brother. What was he supposed to prove to Russia by letting those African students over? What was he going to prove?
What he was trying to do is influence African governance towards the West, away from Russia, by trying to educate young Africans here so they can be more adapted to a Western culture than Eastern culture. It's simple, man.
What?
It was a ideological war. You know, you get people, you train them on your culture.
You
and you
haven't
try
thought this out that well, brother. You haven't thought this out well at all. You haven't thought your bullshit out very well, brother. And you know this don't make no sense. Sir, just say foundational Black Americans helped us out.
That's not.
You couldn't even get your bullshit together.
No,
You're
that's.
just saying anything, sir.
But
this
that's not. Look, I can give
this
you.
don't make sense, and you know it doesn't make
Look,
sense.
okay, I can give you guys a lot of credit in so many things you did for yourself. You guys have done a
I
lot.
just asked you
Mhm.
what was if this was some type of Machiavellian move, what was the point of it? And you said some shit about advancing African
Yes,
Western culture. What does that
yeah.
mean? What does
But
that mean?
what do you think they do with things like.
How is that going to punish Russia?
Okay, but it's about winning. How do you think China and Russia are winning these other countries? They don't like bring people in mass, but what you do, China even right now is bringing a lot of African to go study Confucian University in China because they're trying to spread China Orientalism culture, Chinese culture back in Africa. So they pick a lot of students and they give them scholarship to go study in China. That happens even right now. They don't do it because they like Africans. They do it because they want to influence African culture, and they want their culture to be to be integrated into African culture. So they bring a lot of African students. You know this. They bring them to China. They give them scholarship. They go to this Confucian University, whatever it is, and then they hope that if you go back, you're educated in their culture and you work in the government, you can tilt favor towards Chinese favoritism. Everything is just about favoritism. Like, people become friends in geopolitics.
So
Not
you're
because.
saying
Yeah?
JFK wanted to influence African culture by bringing over a handful of students here
JFK
and
want
educating them.
JF.
So for what? Educate
But
them so they can go back to Africa and influence? You haven't thought this out, but go ahead.
yeah, no. I think it's so simple. Like what I'm saying is JFK during Cold War, the deep of Cold War, wanted Western culture, capitalism, influence in Africa. So they picked African students to come study here and show them the good of the West. So when they go back to Africa, they can be favorite. They can have softer heart towards Western culture over Eastern culture. You know how the world was divided back then. You can study history; it's all there. So these things happens, man. You go, you take someone,
Dude,
and
no.
okay. I mean, if you disagree, it's fine. I'm just telling you.
And you know that's the most asinine justification to try to deny foundational Black Americans out here in these streets making all of that noise, pushing for the immigration bill. It was foundational Black Americans pushing for that immigration bill off the momentum of the civil rights movement, because they didn't after the bill was passed, all non-white groups started coming over. You
Yeah,
understand?
but the bill was mostly targeting Chinese Exclusion Act. It has nothing to do with Africans. There's nowhere in that clause that mentioned even African or other people around the world. It's just like it was against Chinese Inclusion Act. These things are here, even here in San Francisco,
No,
where I am.
they fought because there was a racial quota. There was a racial quota in the Civil Rights Act. You understand? The Civil Rights Act had a racial quota. And Black people said, no, there should not. If we're going to get civil rights for us, let's also remove the racial quota in the immigration so that non-white people can come over here too. We don't need no discrimination, no anti-Black racism, no discrimination in jobs, in immigration, or anything. We wanted to fight to eliminate racial everything. Take
That's
all the
true.
racial shit off the plate. That's what
That's
we
true.
fought for, sir. Okay, let's be
That
very clear.
that's
Okay,
true.
right.
And that one was caused by the Chinese Exclusion Act. What I was trying to tell you that before even that became a thing, African students were coming here under JFK Kennedy instruction of
in
the
very
African airlift.
small numbers. They were very small numbers, just
No,
like
it wasn't small. It was a large number. That's how Barack Obama became American and
it
became
wasn't large numbers, sir. It was not large numbers. They were not letting African people over here in large numbers, sir. They simply
But
were not.
and even past that, even now, the population of Africans immigrants in the US, which is less than 1.5 million, make 0.001% of African population. And it's the way US dish out their visas, they have a number of visas a year that they dish out. And Africa gets the least number of visas that to come to United States. You know that, right?
But I understand, but you keep saying that they let over a large number of African people during Jim Crow, and that's just not true. Where were they living?
But the number is relative. What I'm saying is,
where were they living,
bro?
All of these African people, where were they living?
Well, listen to me. What I'm saying is this.
What I'm saying is, if it was a lot of them, where were they living? Because at the time it was rigid segregation, and you could not live anywhere near no white people.
Yeah,
where were they? And black people, we don't remember no damn African people living among us.
No, they were living in colleges.
They never seen no damn African people. So where were they living?
They were living in colleges because it was funded by the U.S. government. So here's the thing.
Which ones?
The number
HBCUs. Right?
No, there was Yale University. Barack Obama's dad went to Harvard, man. So they were already in these public universities that you're talking about. It was, So anyway, because
it wasn't a lot of them at no damn Harvard and Yale. Now in the 60s, before the 1960s and 50s, it wasn't a lot of damn Africans.
I can name for you at least 5 students who were airlifted from Kenya that went to Harvard, including Barack Obama's dad. So that one is just a fact.
In the 50s and 60s?
When they got here in the 60s.
Name them. Who was
Barack Obama's dad was in Harvard, no?
In the early 50s and 60s?
No, I said in the 60s. This was during after JF Kennedy became president. So it must be in the 60s. So where did Barack Obama?
I would like to know who they were.
Where did Barack Obama's dad go to school?
I think he did go to one of those Ivy League schools, but it wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot, though. It wasn't a lot.
Okay,
because W.B. Du Bois, I think he went to Harvard and Yale too, years before. So yeah, there were some black people going to Yale at one. But
so we the contention here is that the number, right? You think that it's not a large number, it's a handful, and I think that the number is large based on what I think is large. Okay, but
it wasn't a lot though. So you're trying to conflate a small handful of people. It wasn't a lot.
Okay, let's say
it couldn't have been a lot because I understand the socio-political climate at the time, and they simply it could not have been a lot of them. It had to be like a handful.
So let's say it wasn't a lot. Let's go with your number. Okay, it wasn't a lot. It was a handful. But what I'm trying to say, that was the breaking of the ceiling that allowed Africans.
Not the breaking of the ceiling, sir. That was not the breaking of the ceiling. No, you're trying to pin the, I guess, the Immigration Act on that instead of the black people in large numbers who were in the streets by the thousands, really putting in work. You're trying to negate that was seen all around the world. Black people in the media, the international press, in the streets, all around the world. You're trying to negate that, to say that a handful of African students really broke the ceiling, and that's some bullshit. That's bullshit, sir.
So
all right. Thank you so much. Because you're gonna repeat the same thing, and I don't want to hear the same thing. That's just bullshit. All right. And he's just gonna try to remix his bullshit. That's bullshit. That just no. What's up, Tia? My sister in here. Everybody say what's up to my sister Tia up in here. Everybody say hi to my sister. Now, family, that's the problem. See, the fact that we're reminding people that the Immigration Act was because of foundational Black Americans fighting. So now people want to try to remix history to negate that fact. Uh-oh. Can y'all hear me? Wait, somebody said they can't hear me. If you can hear me, raise your hand. If y'all can hear me, raise your hand. Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me? Raise your hand. Okay, everybody else, raise your hand. If y'all can hear me, raise your hand. Okay, I need some hands raised. Everybody raise your hand if you can hear me. Okay. All right. My sister says she can hear me. Tia, my sister has a janky phone. Tia, I'm going to have to buy you a phone, dear. She's like, brother, I cannot hear you. She texted me, said, I can't hear you. Tia, it is your raggedy phone. My sister got a janky Obama phone. All right. Everybody can hear me, Tia. We're good to go. All right. Let me get another person here. Let's get Freckles in here. I think Freckles might be Middle Eastern. Let's get Freckles in here. Miss Freckles, turn your microphone on, ma'am. Hello? Hello, Freckles. And I'm waiting on you to turn your microphone on. Now my sister's texting me saying it was her phone. There you go. All right, Freckles, get on. And while we're waiting on Freckles, we'll do Lunac. Lunac, while we're waiting on Freckles, we'll get Lunac in here. Lunac, hop on in. Turn your microphone on, Mr. Lunac. All right, Mr. Lunac, turn that microphone on, sir.
Oh, shoot. I was just raising my hand. What's up, Tariq?
Versus someone that comes here from Bermuda or Jamaica or wherever they may they may come from that is black.
That's right.
And the purpose of that is what? Because you on the surface it would be like, hey, everybody here that's black gets treated a certain way. Why are you making that delineation?
That is an excellent point. You know why? Because you see, those people coming in from Jamaica or coming in from Africa, they have not been treated like black folk in this country. That's the first thing. And secondly, historically, they haven't had those historical experiences. They come in here voluntarily. When they come in here, they bring some cultural aspects from Africa. They can go back anytime they want. But the black people in this country have been exceptional people. Nobody's been mistreated, maltreated like them. Black folk are exceptional. They're the only people that came here forcefully, one. Two, they're the only people that denied their humanity. Three, they were the only people denied a right to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Four, they were the only people denied the right to participate in government. Five, they were the only people denied the right to vote. Six, they were the only people denied the right to have an education. Seven, they were the only people denied the right to have a business. Eight, they were the only people that participated in every war that this country has had since its founding, but whose mother country has never been against this country. All those immigrants come from countries where they fought America, and they came in. And the seven, that they are the oldest and most patriotic people in the country. Not the Confederates in the South. They're not the most patriotic people waving the Confederate flag. The most patriotic people in this country are black people, native blacks, because you see 99% of all those blacks have been direct descendants of slaves. They've been here before 99% of all the other people ever arrived in this country. They are special people. And because they are special people, they need to be recognized, appreciated, and reparated for what they've done in this country and building this country. They're the ones that built the bridges, the roads, cut the timber, the trees, and cleared the land, raised the tobacco, cotton, indigo. They're the people that fought to raise in every war to protect this country. The people coming from Africa or coming from Jamaica didn't. They came here voluntarily. And the most important point on this is if you lump them with black folk, then you give the dominant white society a justification to say we don't owe black folk anything. Mm-hmm. Because you see, the blackness black people's blackness is more than just color. It is their heritage, it's their history, it's their code of conduct, and more importantly, it is their badge of honor, and it symbolizes the indebtedness that this country has to them. This country does not have an indebtedness to people coming from Africa. They don't have an indebtedness to people coming in from the Bahamas. If you lump black folk in there, you deprive black folk of the benefit, the debt that's owed them. Don't do that.
Raymond Winbush is the author of this book, Should America Pay? Slavery and the Raging Debate on Reparations. Good morning. Welcome to the Washington Journal program.
Morning, Steve.
Should we pay?
Yes. Reparations are as American as apple pie, and there's a history of reparations to several groups in this country. The most recent, which we all know about, it was in 1988 under President Ronald Reagan, where this country paid $1.2 billion to the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. So it's a consistent thread throughout American history and by international law as well.
Let me put one figure on the table. This is on page 313 of the book, in a series of conversations you did with people supporting and opposing the idea for education reparations, a budget of $128 billion.
Actually, those figures are small. We've got Richard America of Georgetown University, an economist, has said that the entire wealth in terms of unpaid labor by African Americans in this country is somewhere between $5 to $10 trillion. Another study that was done in Africa just a few years ago computed the entire cost of enslavement, extraction from Africa, minerals, everything, the entire colonialism, enslavement at $777 trillion. So we're not talking about small numbers here at all.
Shelby Steele, who's included in the book that you edited, says, quote, today, 70% of all black children are born out of wedlock. 68% of all violent crime is committed by blacks, most often against other blacks. 60% of black fourth graders cannot read at grade level, and so on. When you fight for a reparational uplift, you have to fit yourself into a victim-focused protest identity that is once angry and needy. You have to locate real transformative power in white society and then manipulate white guilt by seducing it with neediness and threatening it with anger. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Steele and opponents of reparations do is oftentimes fail to connect historical dots, how things that were lead to things that are. And I think with regards to the impact, we want to feel as a country that somehow enslavement has no contemporary impact on African Americans. In fact, it does. And so when we talk about crime rates, when we talk about out of wedlock births and so forth, we don't connect those dots. The other thing I think is that many conservatives have co-opted the use of the term victim. You can be a victim of a tornado and rebuild. Rosa Parks was a victim in Montgomery in the 1950s, but she did something about it. So I think that the idea of victimhood is something that we need to reconsider, and we try to do that in the book.
If you support the idea for reparations for descendants of American slaves, 202-585-3880. And if you support the idea of reparations for those African Americans, 202-585-3881. Our email address is journal@cspan.org. The numbers will stay on the bottom of the screen. John Van Dyke is asking the question, who should provide reparations for the descendants of American slaves?
Right, it's an excellent question. And those who would provide it are those who live in the country right now. One of the biggest oppositions I've heard about reparations as a scholar is that people will say, well, my grandparents didn't own slaves. I had nothing to do with slavery. Or I came over here, my parents came over here at Ellis Island a few 50, 60 years ago. The fact of the matter is that I had nothing to do with the incarceration of Japanese Americans, as I said earlier, but I had to pay part of my 1988 tax dollars for what this country had done to them. The country owed the Japanese Americans an apology, and they gave the apology along with compensatory measures.
Again, those who oppose the idea of reparations should call the number 202-585-3881. How do you track, though, who would qualify for these benefits?
It's not as hard as people think. One of the things that Congressman John Conyers has called for is a study, and he's been calling for this study since 1989. Preceding any reparations payment are national studies and sometimes international studies about who should be compensated and so forth. So Congressman Conyers' bill, H.R. 40, is something that groups like NCOBRA, myself and others are lobbying for so that a study can be done. But given modern technology, it simply is not as difficult as people might think who should get reparations payments.
Who contributed to this book?
Several people. We had over 20 authors, Deidria Farmer-Pellman, Ya Santua Nzinga, a variety of teachers, educators, scholars, lawyers, and so forth.
Brandywine, Maryland, good morning for Ray Winbush.
Morning. I wanted to make a couple of quick points. I think the idea of, I called on the support line, and I support the idea of some sort of recognition of the continuum of oppression and what the gentleman said earlier about what was affecting what is. But most importantly, I think the country needs to recognize that this is still a country where being white is an advantage. It always has been. That advantage is unearned. It has nothing to do with merit, hard work, or anything else. It has nothing to do with qualifications, which is always an issue where discussions of affirmative action take place. And that something has to be done about that.
Thank you, caller. And let me read you this email from a viewer in Alabama, Michael Miller, who says, isn't affirmative reparation actions enough for these American Africans? We've lowered qualification standards so they get preferences in college. Possessing darker colored skin gets them hired despite inferior aptitude. What else could they ask for?
Well, you know, it's like I heard a person the other day said that, you know, the United States recognizes it should do something, affirmative action being one of those things. It's ironic that two of the most vocal opponents against affirmative action during this past week, Clarence Thomas on his birthday last week opposed affirmative action, and George Bush, who was a legacy admit at Yale University when he went to school many, many years ago. Affirmative action has been cast as a racial issue, and in fact it's an issue simply saying extend the net further. And so there's a little bit of disingenuous about people who say that haven't these people gotten enough, because again I think Americans in general and white Americans in particular simply don't understand the history and their own connections both directly and indirectly to enslavement.
Good morning to Waterloo, Indiana.
Good morning. If by reparation you mean money payout, I'm very much opposed, because this will just aggravate the whole divide. However, I do think equal treatment for equal talents is a different story. And before you come up with any kind of conclusion, I think we're all going to have to get busy and do a bunch of family histories to confirm whether we were or were not. I have some ancestors who came from Europe. I have other ancestors who lived in the South who didn't own slaves and moved away because of it. I have other ancestors from New England. So we all have to be able to substantiate, other than just holding out our hand and saying, me too. This might become very fashionable to be able to claim a black ancestor. It means you're going to get some money. So I think the whole situation needs to be analyzed very thoroughly.
Well, I agree with you, and I think that's why Congressman Kanye's H.R. 40 bill is so important in terms of doing a study on enslavement. But again, I think that one of the things you said, it may not be true, is that, you know, we have no responsibility connected to enslavement. Again, I repeat the example. I have indigenous people in this country, Cherokees, Choctaws, and others have gotten reparations, and in the form that they have gotten both in group and individual, I as an American taxpayer had to pay for that.
Next call is Cleveland, Ohio. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I want to thank Mr. Wimbush for his research and his determination in keeping this issue at the fore. I think the word Christian has been co-opted. The Christian coalition, these people call themselves Christian, but they want to pick and choose the rights and the wrongs and use them for themselves to justify what they want. As far even as this war on terrorism, we have been, as African Americans, plagued by the Klan for 200 years. And then we went to Jim Crow and separate and unequal, and people don't know the history of the country. Oklahoma, back in the 1920s, the government, the whites in power, bombed the black areas as a show of white supremacy.
Well, I think what you said, especially your last point about Tulsa, Oklahoma, is very important. Even now as we speak, there are two major lawsuits taking place about reparations. One is being litigated by Charles Ogletree of Harvard University for the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre that occurred in 1921. And the other one is taking place in federal court in Chicago, where Deidre Farmer Pellman, Conrad Will, and the National Black United Front are suing some 30-something odd corporations for their complicity in enslavement of African Americans.
Our guest is a native of Cleveland. He currently lives in Baltimore. Ray Winbush earned his doctorate and master's from the University of Chicago. He is currently a teacher at Morgan State University. This email from Bedford, Texas says, I'm a Caucasian who favors reparations for the descendants of slaves. The U.S. government does have a duty to pay reparations if for no other reason than they played a part in the slave industry via the constitutional provision, Property Clause, which was a concession to the South to end the Civil War, which allowed slave owners to keep their slaves. And one point that this viewer brings up is the slave diet, which was notoriously poor and affected generations in terms of certain illnesses.
Absolutely, and one of the things that we include in the book, Steve, is a discussion about the health consequences of enslavement. We know for a fact that American gynecology was founded on the experimentation towards African women and who were enslaved in this country, and those operations were performed without sterilization or anything else of that kind. I think that what we do in America, Michael Eric Dyson, the educator, says that when it comes to slavery, we may well be called the United States of amnesia. We don't want to remember slavery. We want to remember the Alamo. We want to remember the Maine and other things like that, but we don't want to remember slavery. We want to talk about it. And I think reparations will also be a healing for this country in terms of getting blacks and whites talking more logically and truthfully about enslavement in this country.
Lawton, Oklahoma.
Yes, if we're ever going to achieve true racial equality in America, we're going to have to eliminate all of these laws that favor or discriminate against anybody because of their race. Now, the black race is favored at the present time by a number of laws, as is the Indians, and we need to eliminate all these laws that favor or discriminate because of race. Now, as far as slavery goes, it was a terrible institution, but most of the blacks who live in America today indirectly benefited from slavery by being brought to America and not left in Africa, where many of them would have starved to death, as many of them are still doing.
Well, this is not as amazing as some of your listeners might believe, that people actually have said to me, well, isn't it good that we were enslaved since we were brought from a continent that was undergoing poverty? And again, it shows the lack of understanding of African history and African American history. The fact of the matter is that civilizations such as Timbuktu, Songhai, and Ghana were flourishing beyond that of Europe during the Middle Ages, and that people want to forget about that and somehow jump to the incredible conclusion somehow slavery was good for African Americans. Again, I think that this is mostly based on an ignorance of American history as well as African history, which we all need to deal with.
Where is your family from?
My mother is from Kentucky. She was great-granddaughter of a slave owner in Kentucky. My father was relatives are from Pennsylvania with roots in Virginia.
This email from a viewer who said, I'd be for reparations if the Supreme Court did not just say it's legal to discriminate against white people.
Well, it's amazing those who are opposing, quote, discrimination against white people somehow have gotten religion about the racial past of this country. The fact of the matter is that, as Clayton and Bird have said in their book, American Health Dilemma, only about 11% of the time that African Americans have spent in this country have been, quote, free. The vast majority of this country's history has been based on overt discrimination and violence towards black folk. I mean, that's just a historical fact. And I think that now what we're trying to, believe is that somehow, as one of the callers said earlier, that there's a meritocracy here, that people get what they want because of hard work. In fact, that simply is not true. Discrimination still reigns in this country relative to African Americans, and it's something that's part of the very culture of this country.
Harper Collins is the publisher of the book Should America Pay? Our guest is Ray Winbush, who is the editor of this 325-page book, and we'll get a call from New York City. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Winbush.
Good morning.
I would like to say thank you, first of all, for your very articulate discussion. And I would like to say as well, as an African American, I lived in Switzerland for 10 years, and I found it very interesting how Europeans, in particular, were more educated about the issues of the Africans in America and the issues within America as far as slavery are concerned, and where African people actually come from with reference to the Americas and the different parts of the world.
Why do you think that is, caller?
I believe it's because it's like he said, America wants to have a collective amnesia, and we have not been properly educated in this country about slavery, about how Africans arrived in America, and what actually transpired after that. We pretended that we just came from slavery, our history books, as far as we were taught in Texas, where I grew up, there was probably 2 paragraphs about it, and that was the end of history as far as black Americans knew. We were never articulate about it. We were never informed. We had no defense. So we're at the mercy of people like the gentleman who called 2 calls ago and said that he feels that blacks got a better deal coming from Africa and being drowned on ships and treated in the most dehumanizing manner.
We'll
but
get a
we can
response.
obsess about the Israel question and what happened to the Jews with the German Holocaust.
No, I agree with the caller 100%. I think that, again, I was a member of a delegation that went to the World Conference Against Racism a couple of years ago in South Africa, and groups like December 12th out of New York and other groups, it was amazing to see Europeans talking about African history and African American history better than most Americans could and did. And I think that it's perhaps educational systems. We want to talk about the dumbing of America, but I'm really, as an educator, appalled at the lack of knowledge that we have about our own country, and particularly the history of African people in this country.
Along those lines, this is an email from Robert who says, Mr. Winbush, I am an African-American man and have been doing my family history. What I found in the archives of this country confirmed that my ancestors were slaves in North Carolina. I think that doing family research is a great way to find out who should receive reparations. Still, some people find it hard to let us find our ancestors by denying us access to records.
I couldn't agree with the caller more. One of the things that has just thrilled me as I've gone across this country with the book is to see African Americans who have collected incredible data, put it together, synthesize it, and can present an articulate story about their cases. There's many people who have written me, we have, and others, and that research is what's going to get reparations for African Americans in this country, and I believe that it's going to happen within 5 to 10 years as well.
Our guest has his own website, which is linked through cspan.org. It's RaymondWinbush.com. Next is a call from Romeo, Michigan. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Am I coming through all right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that this thing could have many threads. Let me mention a few of them. I think there was a gentleman sitting where you are who wrote a book on C-SPAN. I think it was prior to the 2000 election. He's sitting right where you are. Didn't he write a book? He was mentioning remunerations and Conyers. Do you remember the gentleman?
We have talked about this in the past.
It may have been Randall Robinson.
Anyway, I think that prior to the 2000 election, this has 1,000 threads. You know, as a World War II veteran, why couldn't men were killed and injured sue the Jews for money for saving them in World War II? Or we could go back and do our history and find many instances. But a monetary remuneration, I wouldn't be in favor of. But if you could specify excellent education for black youth, I'm all for it.
If I understand the question, I think, again, that we need to really understand how reparations are a part of international law and a part of the law in this country with regards to certain groups. In fact, after you do the research and do the study, you will actually probably ask the question, why haven't Africans in America actually gotten reparations? Because so many other groups have, and not only, again, in this country, but around the world. One of the callers mentioned after World War II, the Nuremberg trials looked at, and many people that were Jewish and part of the Holocaust received reparations. There are lawsuits currently being prosecuted in South Africa for the evils of apartheid. And this is going to happen in this country right now. It's really a global movement that is very well articulated and very well legislated, as well as very well litigated.
Let me go back to your earlier point about those Japanese Americans who were interred in California and elsewhere during the height of World War II. It's been almost 140 years since the end of the Civil War. How do you administer something like this? How do you determine who gets what? Where does the process begin? Well,
it's the exact same way that we have broken treaties in this country with indigenous groups, the Choctaws, the Sioux, Cherokees, that go back even before the end of slavery. Some of these broken treaties go back as much as 200 years. But the administration is what has occurred with those groups, and the same thing can occur with Africans in America.
But specifically then, how do you determine who gets what?
Well, that's again, I keep referring to Congressman Kanye's bill, and that's why it's so important. He has said that we should set up a commission that would be funded by not that much money, about $8 or $9 million, that would study the impact of enslavement, as well as who gets the money, as well as the theory about whether or not it should go to groups of people, individuals, or both. And I really believe that it's going to go for like funds as well as individuals. It depends on the study, and it's almost premature to ask the question unless we have funded a study like that. And this is one of the things we try to do in this book, is try to advance the discussion on who gets the money.
I'm not sure if you can put this in terms of numbers, but how many slaves did we bring into this country?
Oh my God, the late historian John Henry Clark says we must begin the count at 30 million. One of my former professors, John Hope Franklin, said it's at least 40 million people. I estimate, in terms of extraction out of Africa, somewhere between 40 and 50. At the time of the emancipation, there were approximately 3.5 million Africans in this country at that time, and that was 200 years. So the estimates are very, very difficult. The best guesstimate is somewhere between, in this country alone, somewhere between 10 and 15 million people.
And how many African Americans today in the U.S., approximately?
Probably 85% of Africans in America today had ancestors who were enslaved.
Stover, Missouri, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
My question to Mr. Winbush, do you and your group plan to go after the other slave trading countries, namely the Brits, the Dutch,
yes,
the Spaniards, the Portuguese, those countries that was really involved in the slave trade and helped bring the slaves to this country?
Absolutely. In fact, there was a meeting just about a month and a half ago in Amsterdam, and there are lawsuits that are pending now that are going to be prosecuted in the next 2 years against England, France, Portugal, Germany for Southwest Africa, known as Namibia. So these suits are all over the world, literally, at this point. So to answer your question is absolutely.
Boston, good morning.
Good morning. I have a question for the Mr. Winbush. Everything you're saying, I agree with you. I'm not racist or anything, but white folks seem to forget that we black folks paved the way in this country. We practically built this country up from the cotton fields to the railways. And if I know you probably visited Boston before, Boston has a history of African Americans, migrating from the South.
Yeah.
But my thing is that I know a little bit of history of Lincoln when he, was the one that helped free the slaves. But I'm kind of nervous, but my thing is that where is our 40 acres and a mule Lincoln promised us?
Well, it's interesting. Very quick response to that is that between January of 1865 and April of 1865, which was the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, some 400,000 acres of land were actually distributed to some 40,000 freedmen. Of course, with the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, his successor, Andrew Johnson, took all of that land that had been distributed by Sherman and others and gave it back to the plantation owners that actually owned the slaves that they were supposed to be giving the land to. So again, I think part of this is us really trying to read and understand history. And I think that most people would be very surprised at the linkages that even now exist with regards to the enrichment of insurance companies. One of the things I've learned is how Africans in this country, almost every major railroad in this country, and they are being sued right now in Chicago federal court, were built by Africans, literally what they call convict labor as well as slave labor for little or nothing. It was not all Africans worked on plantations, but plantation owners actually lent their slaves to railroad companies so that they could be built.
2 emails. There is no raging debate on reparations in this country. It will never happen. This country has no responsibility to hand out money to black people. What you should be doing is working on cutting the rate of black children born out of wedlock, cutting down on crime of black people, seeing that black children have a father and a mother in a home, and seeing that every black child gets a good education. That from a viewer in Arizona, and also this from Laura Marriott, who says, please ask Mr. Winbush if he really believes handing money to some blacks will end the out-of-wedlock births, STD high rates, sexually transmitted diseases, especially for HIV AIDS, which blacks account for 50% of all cases, and other black-on-black crimes.
Well, I'm really struck by the fact when people write letters like that and say things like that. What's amazing is how we could go to Northern Ireland right now and talk about Catholics and how they are just irresponsible people. Or if it would be like going to Kosovo right now, or for that matter, something even more relevant, Iraq right now, said these people are just lazy, they don't know how to run their country, they have out-of-wedlock births, and look at their economy, it's all in shatters. Not understanding history. And I'm not a historian, but I know for a fact that anybody who reads a good book on black history in this country will understand why the conditions in the African American community are the way they are now. But most people simply have not done that. I, as an African American, have had to read about George Washington throwing dollars across the Delaware River, or how Lincoln freed the slaves supposedly. But I was not required to know who Marcus Garvey was. I was not required to learn who Martin Delaney was. And most white Americans don't have to read anything about African and American history, and I think that's something that does them a disservice.
Last call from Garberville, California. Good morning.
Yes, sir, Mr. Wimbush. I guess I would support reparations, except for the idea that two points. The gentleman earlier mentioned other slave trading nations, most of them European, but the truth is there was also Africans involved with the slave trade, and there was Africans that had slaves themselves. It wasn't only white people. And another point that's a really major one is, what about, it wasn't like you said, supposedly Lincoln that freed the thousands of them, including my ancestors who died, who didn't own slaves at all.
Yeah, the best answer I could give to that, and it's the truth lies, of course there were Africans who owned slaves. There were indigenous people who scouted for Custer at Little Bighorn. I recently saw the film The Pianist, in which Jews, as we know, helped place people in the Warsaw Ghetto, and we know that there were some Japanese Americans who helped process their own fellow countrymen during their incarceration during World War II. But certainly we wouldn't blame Jews for the Holocaust, we wouldn't blame the slaughter of Indians on Sioux, and we certainly wouldn't blame Japanese for their incarceration. So why should we blame Africans for their own enslavement? The fact of the matter is that European chattel slavery was going to happen with or without the cooperation of a tiny minority of Africans on the continent. And so I think this is a straw man when we raise arguments such as that.
What happens next?
What happens next is that there's going to be a series of lawsuits that are going to be taking place at the government as well as the corporate level. I hope to see Congressman Kanye's bill, H.R. 40, pass, and I think that you're going to continue to see the movement grow even bigger than it is right today.
Dr. Winbush is the editor of this publication, Should America Pay? Slavery and the Raging Debate on Reparations, a series of articles on the issue published by HarperCollins. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Steve.
Subscribe, Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Let's get Gabriel. Oh, let's see what they do. Gabriel the Democrat. Gabriel, what?
Why'd you say
Let's hear what the talking points are. Okay, let's hear.
Not everything comes out my mouth is always talking points to read.
Gabriel, everything is Democrat, everything, and it's okay. It's okay. I like to hear what the Democrats have to say. So what are the saying now about Trump? What are they saying? What's the new scare tactics?
What's the new scare tactic? You've been defending Trump lately in his first 10 days. What's up with that?
I ain't got none of his policies. I ain't got no problem with him.
You have no problem with him?
I ain't got no with them policy. I'm a policy person. Your personality, man. Them policy. Dude,
overturning the executive order that LBJ passed in the 60s. You don't have a problem with that?
Overturn. That was some stuff, man. That was being utilized for a lot of non-black people. We weren't benefiting from some of that stuff, and
A lot of black people for decades benefited from that policy.
yeah, but yeah, that was being used by a bunch of non-black people, a minority coalition. So that wasn't really working for us. Yeah, we've been gutted out of that.
No, I'm saying, of course, like that executive order benefited other people than black people, but you can't just, got to be honest, black people did benefit from that specific policy.
Yeah, but then it got co-opted, and then it became useless to us because it became co-opted by all these other groups, and then we still became marginalized while these people ate off something that was intended for us. So that's the problem.
And you know that's not Trump's reasoning at all.
Okay, what's his reasoning?
I mean, when Trump takes away, or when they do like this whole DEI scare tactic, is always the example they always put up. If you like watch right wing media on Fox News, they always put up, oh, like Charlie Kirk, oh, a black pilot got that job because he wasn't qualified, or a black person got this opportunity because they weren't qualified. That's their premise for taking away, so overturning like the executive order or like just DEI in general.
Hmm. But yeah, that's a lot of rhetoric, but we don't really benefit from that. So yeah, we know some of them use that DI and CRT for little code words for black, like woke and all of.
You saw what Trump? Did you see what Trump did today? He blamed like the tragic plane crash on Obama, Biden, and DEI. I don't even know what that even means.
Yeah, something. He just kind of pandering to the far right base. So yeah, that's whatever.
Are you comfortable with that?
I don't give a shit. I don't give I don't give a damn. They say little weird shit. What's the policies? I'm just looking at policies at this point. What are the
And then
some of these policies I'm feeling? Getting some of the these illegals out of here. I like that. Getting some of that
yeah, they're getting some out. They're getting some out.
sex change
Pretty interesting.
sex changes for kids, getting that out of here. I'm for that. I'm all for it.
I mean, the federal government is not. They can't really. They're not in the business in doing that. He doesn't have like the overarching authority for gender against gender transitions.
Yeah, but
But have the Democrats gone too far, like with the kids? And I would say that, but
yeah,
you know,
he done slowed some of that stuff down. Yeah, he done slowed some of that.
not really. It's more symbolic, but not really like a tangibly. He can't do that,
Um,
but it's more symbolic.
yeah, he can slow a lot of that stuff down. Like we have to acknowledge 47 and 50 different genders. He was like, no, there's only two genders.
We've never acknowledged 4750
You
genders. Come on,
know,
Tariq.
the Democrats got a gazillion damn genders.
That's a right wing tactic.
Oh,
Come on now.
oh, and I'm glad. And there's people now talking about their passports. It has to say male or female now. It's none of that.
That's always been. That's always been the case.
Yeah, but so a lot of these people, I think they're making them, their passport has to reflect what they were born
Uh,
at this point. Because I saw
okay.
some lady, or I don't know I don't know, was you like, I got to be a man on my passport now. I'm like, all right, well, shit. Let people.
And I got two other subjects to discuss with you. So about this topic recently has been birthright citizenship. Do you like agree with like the Trump administration on where he stands with birthright citizenship?
Yeah, I believe, and they've been saying this over and over again, that 14th Amendment was meant for us, foundational Black Americans, as they said, the children of slaves. That's who it was meant for. It was not meant for people to come over here and drop off anchor babies.
Did you see what the judge said when that executive order got challenged in court? She said the judge appointed by Ronald Reagan said in 4 years sitting on the bench, he hasn't seen something so blatantly unconstitutional
Like what?
of what Trump tried to do of getting rid of birthright citizenship.
Well, I think they're trying to, yeah, you can't get rid of it altogether. But
Yeah, you can't. I'm still protected, thank God.
right. But people coming over here with the just dropping off anchor babies and getting the illegals up out of here, yes, he can do that. He's getting them up out of here. And why are the Democrats trying to use these scare tactics? Because I've seen the Democrats try to pull this. Well, Trump is sending dog whistles about sending Black Americans to Cuba or Africa or some shit. So that's
You said Democrats been saying that.
yeah, they have.
I mean, I think there's a. I think there's two sides. I think there's two sides what you see on the Democrats. There's one side that that might play the scare tactic, but a lot of us is like a lot of Hispanics, man, they voted for that shit, man. They voted for
Right,
Donald Trump.
right.
So it's just like I have like, and then like when you have a lot of Hispanics saying they're calling on Black people to like, oh, help us out or stand for them of immigrants getting deported. I'm kind of not feeling that shit no more because you voted for that shit. Like you have Hispanics. I'm sorry for my language, but yeah, like Hispanics dancing, talk about Latinos for Trump during the election. Like, come on, them people voted for that. The Muslims voted for Trump in Michigan, so they reap what they sow. So, like, I'm still like for some like Haitian immigrants, I'm gonna feel bad. Of course, I'm gonna feel bad, but like the Hispanics, now they reap what they sow.
Now, how do you feel about that one Haitian guy? Well, they
Oh, come on,
oh
dude's paid that dude, bro.
no, why did your Haitian brother? He was in there in the back of the cop car, lips all ashy,
Come on.
yelling, talking.
He not real Haitian, man. Most of the Haitians you see come here legally anyway. But that man, he deserves to be deported. Uh, I don't
Right,
want
homie?
that. What embarrassments? I got white conservatives saying that's my cousin and shit. I don't want that.
Man,
Like, man.
they really
But
ran that story over and over again. I'm like, damn.
yeah, on Fox News, and I'm like, damn, I feel like they gave him a script because he said, "Thank you, Obama, thank you, Biden." Like Trump, I'm like, bro, that's the perfect script for them. But anyway, anyways, one more subject. So you said like you like the policies of Donald Trump, specifically regarding immigration, and that's fine.
Huh?
But in terms of like domestic policy, like what policies have you heard Trump said that you think that could help specifically Black Americans?
Yeah, we're getting there because he's only been in office for like a week or so. So
I mean, he had to camp. I mean, he campaigned for 2 years. So like what proposals? Because you're always on the Democrats' neck. Like you are always on the Democrats' neck when they talk about when they propose a policies not for specifically for Black people, but you don't keep that same energy when it comes to the Republican Party.
yeah, because the Democrats, man, we've given them overwhelming support, and we've been giving these people nothing but support for the last 60 years, and all they've done is spit in our damn faces and
I don't think you can characterize it as that.
give our money away. At least the Republicans are not giving our money away to
Wait, giving your money to who?
hell, you and other immigrants.
I'm an American citizen. I was born in this country.
Yeah, anchor baby, but they were
I'm not an anchor. No, my parents were citizens before I was born. That's not an anchor baby. Come on now.
on now. They got their anchor on. They got their
I'm just saying, but who's a Democrat? Who they're giving the money to?
yeah, man, come on. They were giving that money, giving all of that money to them illegals coming over here, housing them, feeding them, giving them medical care.
That's been going on for 30 years,
And,
man.
and
Both parties.
with
Both parties.
and enough of it. Hold on, let me get the Federalist in here. Hold on. The Federalist pirate, hop on. Let me see what he's talking about.
Sorry for cutting you off, but this is actually untrue. Illegal immigrants, or even legal immigrants of that matter, are not getting any free money from the government. Most of them aren't even eligible for welfare checks or EBT.
Yeah, they were giving them debit cards. Yes, they were. And they were getting EBT. Yes, they were. What are you talking about? Especially in New York.
Like, yeah, but they
New
were
York
getting
was,
gift cards. That's just like a select few, like a tiny
yeah.
percentage. If you're talking about the greater, like the big picture, most illegal immigrants are not getting any freebies from the government.
But some were, dude. They were housing.
And it's not a federal government
Yeah,
program
but
either.
they were, man, y'all, if y'all don't stop sitting here trying to minimize what was going on, these people were coming over here for a reason and they were staying somewhere. They were eating something. Somebody was subsidizing that. These people were being.
Immigrants been coming here for hundreds of
No,
years.
no. Y'all don't do that. Now they were over here being housed. Somebody was paying for that stuff. Y'all not gonna play that game. Y'all.
Do you admit that Joe Biden actually deported more people as a raw number and a percentage than Donald Trump did in his first term?
Hear all that? They were let.
And Obama did.
They were
Obama
let.
and Clinton
They
deported
were,
more than Donald Trump did too.
they were letting the floodgates open for these immigrants, dude, and giving them our resources. Y'all not gonna sit here and try to backpedal like we weren't giving them nothing. What immigrants? I don't see no immigrants. Y'all not gonna play dumb now. Um, um, we can't even get proper medical care now because
Wait, let's talk about that.
it's being
You s-
the immigrants coming over. They were about to give undocumented immigrants all types of housing, and some of them they were putting them on the police for. It was just all over the guy.
But Tariq, I hear that talking point. I'll be like, what specific program that was for Black Americans that was or cut or reorganized to illegal immigrants? Like what program?
There are no programs for foundational Black Americans, but you have programs for immigrant groups. You have DACA, and that's the DREAM program, the Dreamers using our verbiage from DACA.
That's not money.
Dude,
DACA's not money. DACA's just status.
that it's resources that with DACA.
That's not resources. It's just status. You can stay in this country and do what you want. That's what DACA is. It's not just, oh, we're taking this money, we're taking this money from Black Americans and reallocating to you. That's not what's going on. So what specific program that's for Black Americans, whether like whatever social safety net, SNAP
Let me
programs,
get,
welfare benefits, Social Security, Medicaid, that's being reallocated.
let me get Eclipse in here. Shit. Eclipse is raising his hand. Go ahead, Eclipse.
What's up, brother Tariq? Now, like Sister Vicky Diller broke down, your immigrants, I don't know if he is an immigrant or not, but the immigrants was getting benefits on the backs of our ancestors who fought for these benefits for our community. The thing is, this man is trying to speak so highly like they not getting stuff that's supposed to be for us, you see? But he's trying to talk all around what's really going
Just
on.
name the
Like,
specific
dog, we
program,
know.
and then you got me. Just name the specific program, and you got me.
DACA. You saying DACA?
DACA is not resources or money. It's status. That's all DACA is. It's kids who came here when they were like 1 years old. Their parents came here legally. Then they're grown up. They've been in this country all the time. And like, boom, you're a citizen, or you can stay. You have permanent residency. That's what DACA is. It's status.
And they got benefits from that status, sir.
What specific
Help,
benefits that they're getting that Americans are not
help
getting?
them.
They was getting tens of thousands of food stamps, bridge
Untrue.
cards, cash
Untrue.
assistance. No,
That's not
it
a
was all
DACA program.
this is the age of information. Do you not see this, man? Come on, let's keep it a buck.
Name
This
me
is
the
the age of
specific program.
information. Stop
Specific
trying
that
to
you
spin it right.
that
It's already been exposed.
you can't see.
It's
You're being
already been
vague. You're
exposed.
being vague, sir. I'm sorry.
It's not being vague, it's just the facts. It's already out here.
It's
Just
not a
because you
fact that
don't
you
want to
can't.
acknowledge it, just because you don't want to acknowledge it, don't makes it not true.
I asked the question. Name the specific program that that's supposed to be for Black Americans or any Americans that they're reallocating towards illegal immigrants or
You
DACA people,
know because what
and
happened?
you can't name one.
No, we're telling you all of these programs that they were getting. They were getting housing assistance, food stamp assistance. They were giving refugee cash assistance. They were getting
business loans,
state-funded college tuition and financial aid, resettlement benefits.
Wait. So if they let's say if they do get like state
Health care for children. Come on now, they were getting a whole bunch of shit. Don't act like they weren't getting nothing. There's a reason why they were running across the border. There was some goodies on the table for them. You're trying to reword it. Well, what were they getting that Black people couldn't get? The thing is, we have to wait in line and compete for these damn benefits. So by the time we go get some of these Section 8 housing vouchers, they're all gone because
Wait, what black American can't get FAFSA
we can't.
or get financial aid because of illegal immigrants?
I'm down here in Texas. They has taken over everything. You hear me? Like down here in Texas,
No, I'm just talking
Dallas,
about let's
the
talk about like a
period. This
specific.
period. This is the state. They have taken over everything. You can't get no assistance. I don't care with anything. Any Black woman can't get nothing.
You can't get shit as a Black person now.
No.
No.
Okay, let's talk about
Yeah.
no. Let's talk about specific programs. Let's talk like financial aid for college students.
You're not going to babble. I'm telling you from experience. We got the Hidden History Museum. There are earmarked funds for minority educational institutions. When we try to get something, the well is dry. And then we look and see who's getting all of these millions of dollars. It's all of these immigrant groups and LGBT and all of them. But a lot of these Hispanics, Arabs, Asians, all of these other groups get all of these resources that were supposed to be for minority, and we supposed to be the face of minority, yet we don't get shit. I'm telling you from experience, we're not just whistling Dixie, and we don't get nothing because
So HBCUs never
all
received
the
federal
groups
funding.
are prioritizing it. But speaking of HBCU, they're putting in a lot of these immigrants in the HBCUs. They're going up in there.
Black immigrants.
And Hispanic too. And
I mean, at a small scale, but like it's more majority black immigrants.
Hispanic too. And his
At a small scale, it's not a big percentage. I was at Spelman the other day.
let's get Aaliyah in here. Let's get Aaliyah. Let's get Aaliyah. All right. Let's get Aaliyah in the building. Aaliyah, what's up, beloved? Aaliyah?
Why she blocked me? Wow.
Oh no. Oh, because you are a Democrat shill and I blocked you like when you first came on from Tyreek. Like listening to you, like I hate you.
You don't even know me as a
Because you
person. I think
don't
we've
even know how dangerous you are to our community. Okay, so let me break it down. I used to do a lot of immigration, helping them get their citizenship and paperwork with Queen's Flip Mother. Queen's Flip Mother is Haitian for like 10 years. Queen's Flip Mother is Haitian. And we were working partners for years doing these government programs. When I used to write the documents up, when we submit our paperwork for Black programs as well, we have to submit like 100-page application. We get denied. When it comes to all of these immigrant programs, I'm telling you, Tyreek, you could just write a letter on a loose leaf paper and submit it to all of these NGOs, Democratic shield NGOs, especially in New York City. It's hundreds
name
of
the
billions
organization.
of dollars.
Yep.
Name the
Hundreds.
organization.
Terry Lee, the Christian Cultural Center, one of the biggest churches. Oprah come through there. All of the mayors come there. Bloomberg. The Christian Cultural Center is connected to everybody. Okay, yeah. And I used to write the
They do good
documents
work.
for them.
They do good work.
But when it come to getting Black youth programs, I couldn't get the money for the Black youth programs. I would connect it to Eric Adams, Senator Parker, all of the different senators. They know me by face. I was connected to Kenneth Thompson, the DA, all of the principals in throughout Brooklyn, and even in the white
I'm not
areas.
seeing the
We
connection.
couldn't
How's
get
that
money
immigrant
for none
show?
of the Black programs. But when it came to immigration programs, I could get Section 8 vouchers for Dominicans. I couldn't get no Section 8 vouchers for not effing one for a Black person, not effing one. But I could get 100. I got my girlfriend's Section 8 vouchers that's Dominican. Okay, their mothers, their family members. I got them Section 8 vouchers. But when it came to Black people, I couldn't get, and I didn't understand the shit. I felt like I'm responsible for this invasion that's taken over. And a lot of these people turned out to be gang members, gang bangers, killing our own people, killing. It's like I brought an invasion, Tyreek. It's bad.
Yeah.
Because like some of these people turned on us, some of them, they turned on us once they got their benefits and stuff like that. They basically told us to kiss their ass. They didn't even, a lot of them didn't even meet the requirements. We was doing like illegal shit, Tariq. I'm telling you, we were bringing illegal immigrants over with no paperwork, giving them, we could give them food stamp cards, we can give them cash cards, and we bypass Black Americans. My mom lived on Atlantic Avenue. She had is a homeless shelter over there. We couldn't give nothing to the Black people that was out there. So stop. You're dangerous, Gabrielle. That's why I blocked you. I hate listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
I mean, the governance of New York is a New York City problem, not an American problem as a whole. Second of,
Gabriel,
I'm failing to see the connection on how
you tether splaining right now.
I'm not tether splitting. I'm actually I'm putting it in context. My second point is,
You're not going to tell us we ain't seeing what we're seeing. We're seeing it firsthand. That sister sees it first.
No, I'm saying the problem. I'm not.
She's going through in New York. We're going through the same thing out here in LA. We try to get programs for the Black people here. We get the runaround. They don't give us a dime, but then all of the resources and funding goes to these damn immigrants like nothing. Actify Press, hop on, sir. Brother Actify, hop on.
Yeah, I had to double mute. Hey, Tariq. Hey, Gabriel. This is we just hit a press release just came out from Catholic Charities. They had $250 billion in grants from the Biden Harris administration. $250 billion in grants, and all of it went to supporting illegal migrants. All of it, buying cars, housing, walk around money, whatever the case may be. That's how it's done. It's
Cars.
shuffled through the nonprofit system.
I
That's
don't know
one
about
thing.
cars, but probably like
Yes, yes,
basic
yes, yes.
necessities,
Read
but
it.
not cars.
Just Gabriel, stop lying and Google.
I'm
All
not
right.
lying.
Yes, you are, Gabriel.
No,
Okay,
I'm
no. So
not.
let's get down to the bottom of this. Right. This was an actual ethnic cleansing campaign targeting the cities we live in. Right.
Let's not be
Let's
hyperbolic.
so let's be clear, right? So if we can't get anything and these new people are getting things, that means they're trying to flush us out of these cities that were targeted through Cities for Action and on the Offices of New Americans, right? We were being pushed out actively, and if we would have done another 4 years of Kamala, we would have been gone. And they were specifically targeting the cities with the cities where our powers, where our national power is, which is the cities were in swing states.
Mhm.
That's why we sat our asses down because we watched this happen in front of our faces.
Yep.
And you spit in our faces, and people gonna sit on their ass, and that's really what happened.
Hmm.
And that's all I got to read.
My man.
Sit on their ass. What do you mean by sit on?
Well, we didn't vote for Kamani. We didn't vote for your people. We let her crash and burn. We let her get embarrassed.
What do you mean by we? What do you mean by we? We as in
We
what?
the black grassroots. That's who. We.
I mean, who was the most loyal demographic?
Yeah.
Or who was the most successful demographic? Was who?
Well, shit. It don't matter. She didn't win.
No. But like the reasoning, but your reasoning why she lost is wrong.
What's the reasoning? Why do you think? Why?
I mean, what demographic did she suffer with in compared to 2020?
The
It
black
wasn't Black Americans, Tariq.
black grassroots. She lost.
But if she literally got the same percentage as Joe Biden did in 2020.
That woman got washed. You can sit here and try to explain all you want.
I'm not denying that she got washed, but you're saying because of Black Americans sat at home
Yes.
is the reason why she lost.
Who else?
How's that like? How can you even like? What data supports that?
Who else was responsible for Kamala and the Democrats getting washed? Who was responsible for that?
You think the number one reason was Black Americans staying home?
You tell me. Who do you think was responsible?
Well, let's look at the data. Look at the Hispanics.
Oh, don't.
Is it not? I mean, a Hispanic man voted 54% for Donald Trump. That's a huge that's a huge that's a huge change from 2020 from 2016. Look at the Obama numbers. Hillary Clinton won a Hispanic county. It's like 97% Hispanic. Hillary Clinton won that county by like 15 points, or like 75 to 25. Donald Trump won that county, Starr County in Texas. Donald Trump won that county.
The Hispanics many of them always vote right wing. They do that all the time. That's nothing new. They always vote right wing, especially down there in Florida. The Hispanics, they try to vote as white as they can vote. They always do that. Kamala lost because of a significant number.
No, that's not true because in 2020 they voted 67% voted for Joe Biden. In 2024 that percentage went down to 54%. That's a 13 point that's a 13 point difference.
But the thing
you didn't see that with Black Americans, Tariq.
You did see a huge drop. What are you talking about?
Where? What numbers support that?
April.
How many Black people stayed at home and didn't vote?
There was how many people stayed home? Period. There was a demographic drop across
we
the
talking about
board.
Black people though.
But that
Now
was
it's
not
starting to
unique.
get a little different.
That wasn't unique. That wasn't unique towards Black Americans. Though.
No. Listen, yes, it was. Yes, it was. Listen. When
Nothing
you take a
proved.
look.
What do you have to prove that?
Gabriel, when you look at the numbers, right? This is what happened. I think it was like 27%. I think it was like 7% of Black women, I want to say, and then was it 92% of Black women? I mean, so 8% of Black women. And I think 20% of Black men voted for Donald Trump. That is a huge drop off.
They did the same thing in 2020.
They did not. That's not true.
20% of Black men voted. 20% of Black men voted for Donald Trump in 2020.
That's not true. It's not true.
It is true.
That's not true.
Yes,
you
it
can
is.
Google this shit, Gabriel.
You can look at. You can go to Pew. You use Pew Research. You go to AP. Go to NBC. Like, come on.
Her numbers dropped. That's what they were complaining about. Her numbers dropped amongst Latino voters, black voters, every demographic, her numbers dropped compared to Biden's.
Her numbers were with Black Americans. Her numbers
Her numbers
comparison
dropped.
comparison to Biden's 2020s. Her numbers were the most similar between Black
No,
Americans
no,
than
no.
any other
Similar and dropping
demographic.
is, you know, that 8% is a big difference, right?
It didn't drop 8%. If it
It
dropped, it only dropped
dropped.
like 1 or 2%. Kanye,
Now you just lying. Now you just flat out lying.
according to who am I lying?
The
Pew.
numbers don't add up.
You could go on You could go on the exit polls at NBC. You could go on AP. You could go to Pew Research. I don't think Pew
What were they
Research
crying about
came
the
out
most
yet.
about the exit polls?
Hmm?
What were they crying about the most on the exit polls?
Why would they be crying about the exit
Remember
polls?
when Obama
The
came
election is
out, he was
over.
like, black man, he's
That's
not
not
feeling it.
that's not
You
exit
know why? Because
polls.
the internal polling showed them we wasn't supporting her. And then guess what? Not only did she lose a lot of the votes, a lot of people stayed at home too, because a lot of people was like, you know
That's
what? I
not.
was going to vote for her, but I'm not going to vote for her. I'm
You're
not going to
reading
vote
that
for
the wrong.
nobody.
You're reading
And
that
that,
so wrong. Obama should
okay,
have
you know
never
what?
been.
Let's
Obama
just,
was wrong.
let's simplify
Obama
this,
was wrong
Gabriel.
to talk about black men because
Gabriel, you there?
black
Can you
men
hear me?
wasn't the.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let's simplify this, right? When black people stay at home, who tends to win the race?
When black people stay at home, who tends to win the race?
Yes, sir.
How does that apply in this
No,
context?
I'm asking the question. Just answer the question.
It's non-pertinent to this conversation.
It's very pertinent to the question because if black people stay at home, Republicans tend to win. So a stay at home is a vote for who? That's what your people were saying.
We say that
Right.
across any demo. We say that for any demographic.
You said what now?
We say that for any demographic.
So I'm right then, right?
No, because it's not. It's not.
You just said I can say
It
it for any
doesn't apply. It
demographic, and
doesn't
you just
apply to
said
this
you don't know
conversation.
what
It
you're talking
doesn't
about.
apply to this conversation.
It definitely applies to this conversation because if black people who would have voted for Kamala didn't vote Kamala because they stayed at home, that is a vote for Trump by definition, correct?
The
That's yes or
demographics
no.
would drop across the board, though. It wasn't unique to Black
That's yes or
Americans.
no. We talking about black Americans, so we're not talking about everybody.
Okay, but like the phenomenon with Black Americans wasn't unique only to Black
But you do
Americans.
agree with me that if black people stay at home, right, the Republicans tend to win.
If they stay at home at a lower rate than other demographics, yeah, but they
If
didn't
they
have it in
stay
this
at home,
case.
period. Now you trying to switch it up.
No, I'm applying context to what you're saying because
No, 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 no,
it's
no,
not the
no,
same
no.
thing
The
across the board.
context is
I'm
them
sorry,
staying at
it
home
doesn't
and
compute in your
a
brain. I'm
vote.
sorry, it doesn't fit with your narrative. I know it doesn't, but
You're just wrong.
it's
Though. You
just
don't know what you're talking
facts.
about. I mean, even on the numbers, you're wrong. You're wrong on the numbers, and you're
How
wrong
am I
about
wrong
this.
on the numbers? If Joe
Even
Biden got 87,
the simple logic of what
if
you're
Joe
saying
Biden
is
got
so far off.
88% of the black vote in 2020 and Kamala got 87 to 86, where's the drop off? I mean, sorry,
Wait, how much
but
did
where's the
Biden
drop
get?
off?
How much did Biden
If
get?
he about got 87 to 88% in 2020 and Kamala got about
And she
86
gets
to 87.
83.
She didn't get 83.
What
Even
did she get?
she got about 86.
She did not.
Okay.
She got about 83. It's literally a huge meme floating around for black women, and there's like 92% voted. So if 92% voted for her, that means 8% voted for Trump. And she only got 80% of the black male vote. So my math might be on, but 20 plus 8 is 28, means 82%.
Mm-mm.
That combined with the people who stayed at home.
Trump got 20% in 2020 of black men. He got 21% of black men
He
in
did not get
2021.
20% of black men. He got like
Yes,
17 or something like that. It wasn't like 20%.
arguing on the
Either way it
margins.
go, but you do agree with me
Okay,
that
but
the
for the
point
sake
is
of
you understand
argument,
what I'm talking
let's say
about.
for the sake of argument, let's say we're off by like a couple points. Let's say we just disagree about that. So the drop off between her and black people, let's say about 1 to 2 points in my estimation, maybe 3 to 4 points in your estimation, or 5 in your estimation.
Get
But
5.
for his,
More like 8, but go ahead.
I don't know where you're getting 8% from, but okay, because you just said 17% for black
I
men,
can
but it's
count.
21, but it was 20% for
Yeah, combined
Donald
of the
Trump.
people
So
who
I don't know
stayed
how
at
that. I
home.
don't know how that's at 8. I don't know how that's at 8%. But
You know,
okay,
85, like I think it was 85 million people voted for Joe Biden or something like that. Kamala only got what, 75? So that's a 10 million
that's
drop.
total.
Who
That's
do you
not
think
black
stayed at
Americans.
home?
That's total. That's total.
No,
That's
no,
black
I'm
Americans.
saying, but you understand the idea of people staying at home is a
Yeah,
vote for voting for Trump, right?
that's
Because
what.
that's what they were saying.
That goes to my earlier point.
They
Every
go to
demographic
stutter.
was low across. Every demographic was low across the board. That goes to my earlier point.
Yeah, which includes Black Americans, which, when you look at the percentage points, means a whole lot more for a smaller
But that's
demographic.
not
The
unique.
demographic,
But
correct?
again, to my earlier point, that's not
So
unique to Black
5% is a
Americans.
huge jump, right?
Again, to
Thank you.
my
All
earlier
right,
point,
appreciate it, Tariq.
to my earlier
This
point,
nigga know what
it
you're talking
goes,
about.
no, he's just wrong because
No,
he's being
Gabriel,
dishonest, he's being wrong, and he doesn't acknowledge the.
Gabriel, you're tether splaining. Gabriel, it is a fact that most of the low turnout was happening in them swing states. And you tried to put it on the Hispanics, but in many of them swing states, not a lot of Hispanics. It's black. You understand?
I literally said the turnout was lower across every demographic. That phenomenon was not unique to Black
Oh,
Americans.
but them swing states, those
Again, in the swing states, it's not unique to Black Americans
and
either. Which I was explaining to Kanye.
those swing states are unique as far as black people because we are the swing states. Basically, the swing states means those highly populated urban areas. That's where they're talking about, those areas where we are highly
That's not, but the black areas didn't kill Kamala in Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Pennsylvania, Erie County, which is predominantly.
Politico. There's an article where Politico even admitted this. Turnout dropped in urban black neighborhoods, driving down Harris's vote totals. Go look at an article. Politico broke this down. Go Google this, guys. How Kamala Harris lost voters in the battleground's biggest cities. All right, so they know what it is. All of the pontificators, they've sat here and said what it is. It was the black vote that killed her and the lack thereof.
Tariq, okay, Tariq.
You
That's again, you muted me. You muted. Okay.
twist it as much as you want. It's been said, it's been talked about, it's been analyzed. The bottom line, Kamala lost because many black voters sat out and didn't vote for her little ass. That's why she lost.
You're ignoring all the swing. You're ignoring all the swing counties that are not majority African American, Black
Dude,
American. That she lost as what that she lost as
I know
well in these swing states, the suburban white county.
right, because most of the outside of those urban areas, they vote Republican. Like in Michigan, it's a swing state because all the black folks are basically in Detroit, damn near, and then the rest of it is a bunch of rednecks and Republicans. Yeah, it's like that in a lot of places. But that highly concentrated black population is very important and a significant.
But even if you get a highly concentrated, like even if she got a little bit higher black turnout, she still would have lost those swing states, especially in Pennsylvania,
No,
because she lost county. She lost a lot of suburban white counties like Erie County. That's not really suburban, but Erie County, Northampton County, Butts County. Those are not predominantly
right.
Republican because Joe
If
Biden.
all the black people would have came out in Detroit and Philly, if all the black people would have came out in real strong numbers, she would have got those states, but we didn't. That's why she didn't. Let's get
No,
Mika in the building.
Hey,
Hey, Mika, how are you, dear? Oh, what happened, Mika?
no, she got killed in the suburbs, but that's just in that kind of.
hi Tyreek.
Yeah.
I'm in Pittsburgh, PA, and I see a ton of set asides for these illegals. I'm in property management, and just to go back, like they are getting everything here. There are a ton of homeless blacks here. I'm seeing so many illegals here working in positions that I've seen black people working in. So as far as that, they're not getting anything. They are getting everything. They're getting the world handed to them in a handbasket.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Job training, the whole nine. Gabriel, you ain't gonna sit up here lying, man. Please.
I haven't lied once in this whole conversation, man.
What you do a lot of Democrat shillery. But anyway,
I, s- I never
all right.
said
That's
that.
I just can't hear no more Democrat shillery. Good Lord, good Lord, this guy. All right, let me get my brother the Maverick approach. Let me get Mav in here, and then I get the Federalist Pirate again. All right, Mav, what's up, brother?
What up? What up? What's going on,
I'm
brother?
good, man. How you been, fam?
Good, man. Good. Just got back in town, man. I just had to tap in real quick, give a boy some facts. Oh, I see he's not up here no more. But real quick, when it comes to the vote for for Trump and comparing this election to last election, Kamala got about 75 million votes. Now Joe Biden in 2020, he had about 81, 82 ish. So it's almost a 10 I would say, let's round it off to 7 to 8 million fall off.
Yeah.
But on the other side, Trump had 20% of the black vote. Now, that's a 13% increase of the black vote from last election. So I don't know what old boy's talking about. So how could it be that Trump is actually getting more black votes and there's a fall off at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
So how does that make sense?
From New York Times best-selling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices for Black Americans today, Nasheed exposes the tactics used to manipulate, subjugate, and control Black communities. In this powerful read, Tariq Nasheed equips you with the knowledge to resist injustice and reclaim your narrative. Don't miss out on the book that's redefining the game. Foundational Black American Race Baiter, available now at officialfba.com. Get your copy today.
You're sitting on the couch, Ashy. You're watching TV and your life is passing you by. Keep procrastinating over and over. Well, maybe I'll get my skin together next year or maybe next semester. No! Do it right now! It'll work with you after work, or you can use it before work. You can do whatever you need to do to use it. Go talk to somebody right now. They have to help you. You spend all day on the phone anyhow. Why don't you go to the website that's going to help you in your future? All you got to do is pick up the phone and go to www.ashkicking.com. Why are you making it complicated? It's easy.
Shop Ash Kicking online at www.ashkickin.com.
Order your copy of Black Supremacy now, available on Amazon.com. Written by Dr. William Dion James, a New York City educator and martial arts instructor. Copies are selling fast. Also, do not forget to add on Instagram, Dr. Will James.
From the culture of the American South, where roots hold stories, comes a natural deodorant inspired by generations of wisdom. Introducing Root Work, the all-natural foundational Black American-based deodorant infused with the magic of High John the Conqueror root. Our unique blend enriched with this legendary root offers 24-hour protection, rooted in the power of nature. Embrace this deodorant that celebrates culture, history, and your well-being. Unlock the magic of Root Work today. Experience the pure essence of nature. Visit rootworkstyle.com and make the switch to a healthier cultural choice.
Come on. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. What's going on, guys? Welcome to a brand new episode of Tariq Radio. I am your gracious host. My name is Tariq Nasheed. Glad to have everybody tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to chop up some great game as we always do. Now, while we're waiting on everybody to come on in the room, because we're going to have a great conversation today, I need you guys to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that, and then we're going to do a quick commercial break. And when we come back from the quick commercial break, we're going to chop up some heavy game for this week. So get your popcorn. Everybody get ready. Stay tuned right here on Tariq Radio. Don't move a muscle.
Listen up, squares. You need to get the legendary book on game, The Art of Mackin, by author Tariq King Flex Nasheed. Available on Amazon right now. Can you dig it? This book has been a bestseller for 20 years, Jack. and the New York Times called it a classic. That means it's out of sight. So this book ain't for no lames who ain't trying to learn the game. Jive turkeys. So if you're ready to stop slacking in your macking, get the Art of Macking book on Amazon and Barnes & Noble right now, sucker. Rated PG. That stands for plenty of game, jive chumps.
Greetings, kings and queens. I want to invite you over to my new online store, Reparations Now. Come check out all the awesome things we have. Hoodies, t-shirts, accessories, and more. If you're down with reparations and you want to get your cash and some respect, represent for the kings and queens. We have something over here for everybody. Right now, we have free shipping on all products, so visit reparationsnow.shop. Again, that's reparationsnow.shop.
Check out the brand new novel Low-Hanging Fruit by author Tyrus McKnight. Everything seems to be going wrong for 24-year-old Trenton Moore. Everyone close to him is either leaving or dying, but then he meets a 19-year-old Jessica Mars, who's a student who also does exotic dancing to pay her school fees. Can these star-crossed lovers find true love and happiness? Find out by reading the novel Low-Hanging Fruit, available right now at Amazon.com.
Family, are you tired of going from site to site looking for children's books? Go to drbirdybooks.com, where we already have over 100 children's ebooks. 100 children's ebooks? That's going to cost a few $100s. No, our ebooks start as low as $3.47 for a pack of 10 unique children's books. That's DRBIRDYBOOKS.com. Dr. Birdie Books.
Bro, stop playing and start spraying. Leave an op on the ground where you stand. At all costs, yeah, make sure you protect it. Old goon juice, the formula been tested. You can defend yourself. If you find that you need a little help, gotta stay ready. Ain't no love in the street. Pepper spray straight to the face, make them get weak. Get it at oldgoonjuice.com. If they thinking you slipping, then tell them to come get them some. If you packing this, you won't be lacking. A shot to the eye and them problems you having. Maximal strip, hit them haters on ground, so you can feel free when you out in the town. Old goon juice, and don't forget a shirt, man. You gotta stay ready, that evil on alert. Yeah.
Okay. You are now tuned into the legendary OG. Tariq Nasheed.
I want to apologize to all my friends
on Tariq Radio.
Where is Tariq getting all this cash?
All right, I'm Tariq and I'm here. I am here, ladies and gentlemen. It is me, Tariq Nasheed. Glad to have y'all tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. We are here, we are back, ready to chop up that good game like we always do. Glad to have everybody in here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, we got a lot to talk about today. A lot of stuff we got to chop up game about. Again, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like and hit that subscribe button, family. I saw somebody in the comment section asking about the root work orders. All of the root work orders have been sent out. We just got off the holiday vacation. A lot of the staff was out for a couple of weeks for the holidays, so there were some backed up orders. But this week, everybody's root work orders were sent out. I will ask this, though. Family, when you make root work orders, because we get thousands and thousands of orders, there's this thing, people, for some reason, they forget to put their apartment numbers in the orders. I don't know why people do that. Because our mailing system, the way we ship everything out, if your mailing is not complete, that's going to delay your stuff. We're literally not able to send it out if we don't have a complete address. And our systems won't even let us print out the shipping packages if the addresses are not verified. So family, please, when you make orders, please put your apartment complex number in. because a lot of you live in apartments, and for some reason people don't put their apartment numbers. And I know sometimes people just do stuff real fast, but it's a lot of people who do that. There's a lot of people, especially if you live in the projects. If you live in apartment 1300B, if you live in a very big high-rise apartment, you got to put that in there. You got to put that in there because somebody's going to steal your package. Even if it's delivered, somebody's going to steal that package. And there's going to be a crackhead walking around smelling fresh with your deodorant on because you didn't put your housing project apartment number in there. All right? So please put your apartment number in there so there are no delays. Yes, the carriers will, I'm telling y'all, we get a lot of that, man, and that slows up a lot of stuff, boy. We get a lot of returns because people didn't put in the right address, and it slows a whole bunch of stuff down. And some of these addresses, some of y'all staying in halfway houses, we deliver this stuff to all types of people. And I think there are a lot of white people buying it too, because we're sending a lot of orders to trailer parks in middle America, and I know there are not a lot of black people there. So there are a lot of trailer parks we're sending stuff to. And that's not to disparage anybody. I'm just saying a lot of people from all walks of life are getting the root work. Yeah. So yes, there's a lavender scented crackhead running around with your deodorant on because you didn't want to put your apartment complex number on there. So please be sure to put your apartment complex number because that just messes up the carrier information. But yeah, we got everything out. We got everybody's orders out. So you guys, if you want more deodorant, you want more children's books, just go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com to get the children's book and go to rootworkstyle.com. We have 6 luxurious scents for you. We have coconut butter, pure vanilla, citrus charm, Biloxi blueberry, mango mojo, and lucky lavender. All right. Some phenomenal scents that you want to go get and smell good for the season, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. So look, we got a lot of people in the room. I might pop on camera. We get about 4,000 people. I'll pop on camera. When we get to 4,000 people, we got a little over 2,000. I'm going to pop on camera when we get 4,000 people. A lot of stuff we got to talk about in New York City. Where are my New York people? The New York family. Where you at, New York family? Shout out to the family in New York, man. And the Chicago family too, and some of these other cities. Right now, there's this there's a flood of immigrants being allowed into the United States. The key word is allowed. They're being allowed and brought here. They're making it seem like they're slipping through the cracks. No, you have all of these people who are deliberately being allowed here, ladies and gentlemen. And the purpose of them being allowed here is to really displace and undermine us. And this thing takes its toll on us in so many different ways. We see what's happening in Chicago. We see down in Texas, places like that, where they're getting over the border and some of the right-wing officials there are shipping these migrants out to so-called democratic cities and states or whatever. But all of these people, they're kind of in on the whole thing. They're all in on it. So let's put everything in context, first of all, why we're seeing such an influx of these immigrants being allowed to flood the zone right now. And there's images and pictures of just large caravans of people coming across the border, coming over here. All right. Let me play a clip from Dr. Claude Anderson. This was, I think, probably a couple of decades ago. Dr. Claude Anderson spoke in this clip. And this clip has been circulating around because Dr. Claude Anderson has been telling the truth and speaking truth to power about this immigration situation. So let's first put this thing in the right context. All right. Let me expand this real quick. Now listen to this. This is our brother, Dr. Claude Anderson, talking about the purpose of this immigration wave. And this was decades ago when he said this. Hold on.
You mentioned that blacks will be pretty much a permanent underclass in America by the year 2015. Why the year 2015? 2015 because what I've concluded from analysis is that there's going to be a converging of social factors nationally and internationally that's going to place blacks in a permanent status of underclassship. And we anticipate by that point in time, based on all the research that's coming to us, that the next generation of whites are going to be more anti-black than they've been since the civil rights movement. 2, we anticipate by the same token about 86 million Hispanics coming into the United States and about 41 million Asians by that point in time, which is going to kick black folk out of being the minority in the society down to a minority. We've been number 2 in the society for 400 years as a group. We're going to become number 4. And if we have not gotten anything after being number 2 for 400 years, you guess what's going to happen when we become number 4. Because at that point in time, all the new groups coming into America, they're coming in higher than we are because this country operates off of a preferential acceptance program, which means that groups are coming in based on skin color. They're going from the lightest down to the darkest. Light, yellow, brown, black. And that's what our immigration laws are based on. And black folk would not be able to penetrate through those groups to get to the white society when that happens, because those groups owe us nothing. They don't understand our problems and they're competitive with us, and we don't begin to be a little more aggressive about being in a competitive posture to eat our lunches.
There you go. Man, Dr. Claude Anderson said it best right here. He spoke truth to power. These folks are being allowed over here, basically as buffers. They're being used as buffers against us. Okay? They're buffers. Their purpose is to compete and basically undermine our progress. See, the way the racial hierarchy is that we, black people, are always supposed to be at the bottom. The white supremacists at the top, and all of these other groups are in the middle, and they have no problem playing second fiddle. They have no problem being in the middle because they've been at the bottom in their homelands. They have no problem. Being in the middle is a come up to them here, okay? Being in the middle, that's good enough. That's a come up. You dig? So they're not going to have any type of camaraderie with us. When they get here, see, the Democrats and people like that, they portray this image that they are fellow minorities and that we're going to have some kind of inherent camaraderie with them. And that's not true. They're coming in to specifically compete against us, not with the dominant white society, but to compete against us. That's why when these people get a stronghold here, when they get stable here, where does their vitriol go? Their vitriol is towards us, foundational Black Americans. We see how they act in these clubhouse rooms and Twitter spaces. We see how they talk about us. They don't talk about white mommy, white daddy. Their vitriolic hatred and contempt is for us, you see? And we're sitting around here on some kumbaya minority coalition, not even being competitive with these folks. See, that's why the foundational Black American movement is taking such root right now, because now we get it. Our brother Claude Anderson has been trying to tell us for decades. I've been helping to push that brother's message. Now we're starting to get it. That this is a competitive relationship. We can't sit here talking about a non-existent minority coalition when people are coming over to undermine us, to work against us. That's the reality. See, we, as foundational Black Americans, we have to get more on code with each other so that we can be competitive, so that we can allocate the resources that we're supposed to get, accumulate the resources that we're supposed to get, and protect ourselves economically. You see? Now, in New York, and now we're seeing the toll of resettlement, because in Chicago, the brothers and sisters in Chicago are complaining because they're being displaced with these illegal immigrants coming over here, flooding black neighborhoods, using community centers where the black kids are basically thrown out to house these people. Now, the same thing is going on up in New York. Let me play this news story. This is happening in New York right now. All right, where am I? All right, let me play this news story coming out of New York, and this is what's going on in Brooklyn. Your boy, Eric Adams, basically had to displace the high school students there temporarily so they could house these migrants coming in. They're staying in the school gym. Hold on.
In New York City, and now joining me here live on Live Now from Fox in New York is Fox News' Nate Boyd with the latest here on this big talker.
Yeah, a lot of parents are really upset with what's happening with their children, and specifically coming off the COVID learning experience. And we've seen the negative effects with the test scores, and a lot of parents are concerned that their children are being left behind. But I'll start with the newest information, and that is that students will be back in person in school at James Madison High School in Brooklyn tomorrow, but that's not the case today. They're learning remotely, although a lot of parents say that they believe their kids are just on TikTok. A lot of parents have said that teachers aren't even showing up for these online classes. So they say that remote learning is just a euphemism for no learning at all. And you mentioned this is all happening because the city is out of space to put illegal migrants who crossed our southern border. Take a look at this video. Nearly 2,000 of them were staying at a nearby tent facility, but they had to be moved because of strong winds and rain that brought some security risk at that tent facility. So they moved in last night. The school notified the parents of the 3,600 students that go to James Madison High School here in Brooklyn. Take a look at this statement from the city. They wrote, quote, "The health and safety of migrants in our care is always a top priority, which is why we are currently overseeing the relocation of 1,900 guests from the Humanitarian Emergency Response and Relief Center."
Guest? Wow. Guest? Okay.
At Floyd Bennett Field.
Okay, so you guys get the picture. So yeah, they're the top priority. Okay? They are the top priority, not your children. Where are my New Yorkers? Now in New York, the children in New York, they basically get kicked out of school. In New York, the children who are citizens, they get kicked out of school because of these illegal immigrants coming over and having to be housed in the gym. So you can't send your kids to school. You know how much of an inconvenience that is? Your kid now has to stay home. Just imagine if you're a parent. You can't afford to take off work. If you can't afford to take off work, do you understand how inconvenient that is? You understand when your kid is at home, somebody has to be home with that kid. And usually, if you're a working class family, you don't have time to take off your job and miss out on money and paying your bills so that you can stay home because your kid can't go to school and you don't have anybody to watch your kid. Because people choose to hop over here and not take care of their homeland. So we got to foot the bill and we have to be inconvenienced because of other people not having it together in their home. We shouldn't be obligated to bear the brunt of that. That ain't cool at all. That's not cool. No, that ain't cool. How about y'all just stay back home and just make it pop back home? We don't want to be inconvenienced. So you see, this is taking a toll on people. This takes a heavy toll on people. It takes a toll on your resources. The zone is flooded. You got these people coming into the schools and they're staying in the gyms and staying in these neighborhoods. You don't know who they are. You don't know what they did back home. Remember, they're not vetting these people. They're not really vetting people like that. A lot of these people are coming across the border with janky backgrounds back home. That family, we've seen stories of what these folks are doing when they get here. Up in Ohio, one of these illegal immigrants sexually assaulted a woman just like a couple of weeks ago. These people are doing all types of weird stuff when they get here. We don't know who they are. We don't know what their background is and what they're escaping from. You see? And the thing is, people come over here, we have to be inconvenienced whether we like it or not. Our resources has to be drained. And in a couple of years, these same people will be telling foundational Black Americans, why don't you niggas pull yourself up by your bootstraps? I came here with $2. They come over here trying to tell us what we need to damn do after we've been inconvenienced by them coming here, getting stabilized. Yeah, they empty the jails in those countries. Understand this. Remember the movie Scarface was about that, about the Mariel boat lift where Castro was kind of sticking it to the U.S. He emptied the jail and the insane asylums and then started putting a bunch of these people on boats to flood Miami. Remember? And in Miami, remember in the 80s, it was insane. You know, the cocaine cowboys, go look at that movie. They were wreaking havoc in Miami. These immigrants. You see? So these folks come over, they get job training, they get all the resources that are supposed to go to us. When we're up here talking about reparations, and they're sitting here talking about what they can't do, they're doing everything we're asking for these illegal immigrants. And that's for the purpose of them being buffer classes against us. You see? That's why, family, we have to stay on our square. We have to stay on our square, and we have to say, we're not going to go for that. We're not going to vote for that. See, we got to get off of this whole thing where, man, they ain't going to give us nothing. Well, if you think and talk like that, they're not going to give you anything. We got 4K in here. All right, let me see how many we got. Okay, we do have 4K in here. All right, let me get on camera. I said it.
Racism is the most powerful system on.
Yeah. All right, what's going on? I'm in here. Got some lint on my damn shirt. All right, what's up, man? I'm in here. I'm on camera now. All right, what's going on? All right, so we're in here. We are in here, ladies and gentlemen. But like I said, these folks are coming over here, and we have to say enough is enough. We have to say we're not going to go for that. We're not going to vote for that. The Democrats are openly showing contempt for us, and we have to let them know we're not going to support anything you're doing if you're going to show this kind of contempt. Somebody said I look like Malcolm X. Yes, indeed. I got a problem with this lint right here, though. Hold on. I hate when I got lint on me. All right. But I'm here. I am here, lady. Who's texting me? Who is this? Hold on. Well, people are sending me Cash App paper. Shout out to everybody hitting the Cash App. The Cash App is KingFlex818. Shout out to everybody hitting that Cash App, KingFlex818, ladies and gentlemen. KingFlex818. All right. But listen, we got to understand that these groups coming over here, they're not going to be on some thank you so much for helping us get here. They're not going to show any appreciation to us. All right? That's the reality. They're going to come over here to specifically be competitive with us. And again, when they come over, they get all types of benefits that we don't get. Not only that, and there's other secondary benefits that they get. One benefit that they get is the benefit of clean credit. That's one thing that we really overlook about them. When we talk about when they come over and they get all of these business loans and they get these businesses that we can't get, they're not coming over here with a lot of money. We got to understand when they get here, they also get a clean line of credit. So you got these people who might be 30, 40 years old. They hop over the border. You're going to get a brand new Social Security card. And with a brand new Social Security card and a Social Security number, when you get that, that means your credit score ain't janky. So all the stuff you did back home, all of the debt and whatever child support, whatever criminal convictions you had back home, that gets wiped away. Whereas we don't. Everything we do, it follows us. The college loans, the light bill that wasn't paid 8 years ago, whatever. So yeah, that follows us, and that hinders us when we try to go get a business loan or whatever. We got to get it out the mud. We got to hustle and grind. Everything, criminal record, everything we got, it haunts us for the rest of our lives. They come over, that's erased. So if we got some Chesters over there, you don't know that. You don't know what this person did over there. All of that stuff is erased. So that's a benefit. Boy, that's a huge leap. You understand? And then people will turn around and tell us, well, I did it, nigga. You niggas are lazy. No. That's one thing we really overlook. That new line of credit they get that we can't get. See, that's major. If you just imagine us, if we tomorrow, all of our debt and everything was erased and we got a brand new line of credit, do you know how prosperous we would be as foundational Black Americans if all of our student loan debt was erased, child support was erased, any criminal convictions you had, deserved or undeserved, if that were erased, man, the prosperity would be immense. You understand? We don't get that. We have to prosper in spite of all that. We have to work harder. We have to work much harder. So yeah, that's why a lot of them are able to come over and get businesses so quickly. They got liquor stores here, liquor stores there, because their credit is clean. They come over and get clean credit. Yeah? They get a clean line of credit. So all of the debt they left back. Yeah? And that's specifically designed to undermine us, family. Yeah, man, that's why you see foreigners running all of these businesses in your neighborhood. Not that they worked harder. We got to get off that nonsense that they work harder. Yeah? So here's the thing. Yeah, they get funding too. But we better understand that this is not a minority coalition. They are coming over to be competitive with us, competitive against us. There is no coalition. That's just the long and short of it. There is no coalition. See, we got to stop this pie in the sky stuff. And I'm not trying to denigrate anybody, because you can still be cordial on a personal level. You can, if you got friends who are from different ethnic and racial backgrounds, that's fine. But we better understand when it comes to them operating as a group. The operative word is group. Because, see, we have a buddy who might be Hispanic or a homegirl who might be Asian, and they're real cool people individually. But understand, when they move as a group, when they run around as a group, when they operate as a group, they're competitive to us as a group. They're competitive as a group. Do not be fooled by the individual relationships you have with people. Do not be fooled by that. And right now, the foundational Black American movement is taking hold heavy because now we're realizing that. And you have other people in the dominant society, people like Cameron and all that, speaking about, hey, man, you know what? I would rather look at myself as a Black American instead of an African American because, truth be told, we don't have the same cultural connection with Africa. And notice people are desperate with trying to force us to identify as an African. Now, racially, we're African people, racially. Ethnically, we are a different group. Ethnically, we're foundational Black Americans. I acknowledge my African racial inherent DNA and the connection I have with other African descended people globally. We have a connection as far as intrinsic race and biology. So I acknowledge that. No problem with that. When I travel to Africa or any other place where there are Black people, I see a commonality with that. But we're also a people who have a very unique ethnic background, and that's us being foundational Black Americans. That goes just beyond the skin tone. All right, we better understand ethnicity, because when we're talking about our ethnic background as foundational Black Americans, now we're talking about culture. Now, because we have a different culture. We have a different culture. We have different styles, different belief systems, a different lineage that's unique from other people. All right? We do have ethnic differences that are unique to us, just like other people have ethnic differences that are unique to them. Jamaican people who are right there in the Caribbean, even though they're descendant from African people too, even though they're descended from African people, they have a unique ethnic culture. Now, we got somebody waiting. Y'all took her comment down. There's a girl in the comment section named Indian Red who said, Tyreek, no, we don't. All right, let me get on y'all niggas for a minute. Let me talk to y'all for 1 minute. All y'all Negroes who are now trying to claim these Indian tribes. Okay, that's not going to work. Okay, let me stop y'all Negroes with that claiming Creek and all of that shit. All right, y'all can stop that. Okay, because now there's Negroes now. We is the Creek Indians. Okay, hold on, because we see that, and then sometimes people try to make it seem like I'm on that. No. Y'all better stop with that trying to claim them red tribes. No, those red tribes have been remixed. That's not going to work. No, where y'all at? Come on, y'all Negroes. Her name Indian Red. No Indian Red and other Negroes like that. All right, let me talk to y'all who are trying to claim, the dumbass, lame Callaway crowd. There's a reason why dumbasses like that are not taken seriously. No, y'all can't claim them red tribes. That doesn't work. That's not going to work for you. Claiming them red Indian tribes, that's not going to work. Even though there were some Aboriginal tribes and some of the Choctaw and some of those people who were reclassified as Negro, yes. There were a lot of Native Americans who were reclassified as Negro. This is absolutely true, especially out here in California. there were a lot of those Aboriginal tribes really out here heavy. The Mojave, these were like black tribes. The Ohlone tribe, these tribes look like African tribes. They got reclassified as Negro, and then the white supremacists infiltrated them tribes already. They've been infiltrated by the dominant society now. So what, you gonna reclaim them tribes now? Boy, that's an uphill battle. Where are the feather-wearing Negroes now? Because are y'all gonna try to reclaim them tribes now? Boy, that's an uphill battle if y'all think you're gonna do that. Those tribes have already been infiltrated by $5 European Indians. They've already been infiltrated. All right? They've already kicked the black folks out of those tribes a century and a half ago. They done already kicked them out those tribes. All right? You feel me? Now, if you want to go that route or claim some type of allegiance to those tribes, the best thing to do is go for the Treaty of 1866, where those tribes are supposed to give the same resources and benefits to the freedmen that were associated with them. And that's another thing. A lot of the black natives, they either reclassified them as Negro or reclassified them as freedmen. Just said, okay, they were freed they were slaves that we had. Yeah. So that's going to be an uphill battle if you want to try that. That's kind of a waste of time. You know, that's kind of a waste of time because the Red Indians, they've already been absorbed into either black society or white society. They've already been absorbed. That's why when you see these tribes now, it look like a whole bunch of Justin Timberlakes. When you look at the tribal chiefs of some of those tribes, those federally recognized tribes, they look like the Bee Gees. Yeah? They've been infiltrated already. So you can play that game and fight that uphill battle with that. And trying to claim that you want to claim some kind of allegiance with the Creeks, who basically got a bunch of suspected white supremacists running things over there now. You understand? They've been flipped. They didn't turn white, dude. We are a specific ethnic group. We are foundational Black Americans. We are a very unique ethnic group. You dig? And that's why self-classification is important. Trying to align yourselves with a group that's already been infiltrated, how's that going to work for you? For real. I'm all about doing things that's practical. Trying to realign yourselves with a group or a tribe that's been completely infiltrated right now. They done infiltrated them things left and right. Yeah? So us identifying as the ethnic group we are an ethnic group and we're self-identified. We'll get more strength there because we're going to be more codified there. We're going to be more codified there because us acknowledging our foundational Black American heritage, we do acknowledge the Aboriginal, the African, and the foundational. Because I don't have a problem with Africa. I don't have a problem with African DNA. You got some of these dudes trying to claim these red tribes talking about we ain't got no African DNA. I don't know what you're talking about because we're mixed in with African people. We are mixed in. I don't know where y'all going with that. I don't know what that bullshit is about. And then you got people who try to attribute that nonsense to me. I've never said that I don't have African DNA. Yeah, I do. But I'm still a foundational Black American. You think? We got to talk real. We got to talk real here. Yeah? And again, I talked about this before. Yeah, there were absolutely Black Aboriginal tribes here. 100%. There were 100% Black Aboriginal tribes here. 100%. And many of those tribes got busted up. The ginger skin tribes, the Jenga skin, I talked about them the other day. That was a black tribe of black Aboriginal people who had their own reservation. They were like, the white supremacists got very nervous about them being able to have guns. And they said, hey, y'all ain't no tribe no more. You're free blacks and you're Negroes now. So the white supremacists did a whole bunch of stuff like that. But we are foundational Black Americans. We are foundational Black Americans. Yeah? Yeah, I don't let nobody put no words in my mouth like that Indian red. If you want to walk around talking about you Indian red, knock yourself out, dear. I don't know how far that's going to get you. I don't know what tribe is going to. You see that the tribe that you're trying to align yourself with, they have to accept that, because now you have to understand that tribe has been infiltrated now. So you're going to reclaim the Creeks. Who are you going to reclaim it with? You got to get enough people to say, hey, we're going to reclaim the blackness of the Creeks. And by the way, Creek, that's not even a real tribe. That's the name that the white supremacists gave them. They came over here and saw a group of people living by the creek and said, okay, you guys are Creek Indians. We got to understand that too. A lot of these tribal names, that was something that the Europeans came and just kind of named these people. They kind of created those tribes as well. They saw a group of people here, a group of people there, and just gave them their own little label. You understand? Just like with the Navajo Indians. That's not their real name. The Navajo, they're called the Dene. They told me their real name is the Dene. The Navajo, that was the Spanish came over and called them that because that was, the word Navajo comes from a bastardization of the word horse thief in some language, something like that. It's a mix of words that meant horse thief. So they came over and called the Dene people Navajo. That's not their original name. Even Seminole. Seminole, that was a combination of black Aboriginal people and the Creek Indians. Seminole was something that they called them, the Spanish called them, meant runaway. Comes from Cimarron. It was an English bastardization of the word Cimarron, which means runaway. All right. So when we look at these tribes, we got to understand. So these words were attributed to these tribes by other people. You see? Right. Sioux means snake. Right. So we got to understand where these names came from. So you're trying to claim a tribe, and those names aren't even the original names of the tribes. And many of those tribes have been remixed, a combination of this person and that group and this group. You understand? But it's been remixed so much, you trying to claim those tribes, and what are you trying to get out of them? Because if you want to claim Cherokee now, what are you going to get out of that? Because the Cherokees, boy, they got a whole bunch of alt-right people running the Cherokees right now. So are you going to get a check out of them? How's that going to work? Yeah. So you better do things that's practical. Yeah. Right. Up the Shinnecock Indians up there in New York. Flavor is part of that. Flavor Flav was part of one of those black Aboriginal tribes up there. And Old Dirty Bastard. Yeah. Yeah. But somebody said, but you're claiming Africa. I'm not claiming Africa as my ethnic identity. It's a racial classification. I have racial DNA that is African. And when I speak of African, I'm talking about from a racial sense. All right. I'm talking about from a racial sense. From an ethnic sense, I'm a foundational Black American. Yeah. So we've always been here. Right. Right. But the thing is, going back into what Cameron was saying that, yeah, I don't look at myself as African. I'm a Black American. And you have people like Mark Lamont Hill chiming in on it. Mark Lamont Hill is chiming in on it. Somebody said Africa is a race. Well, yeah, racially African. Yeah, racially African. Yeah, historically, racially African. But ethnically foundational Black American. You see how that works? Yeah, a lot of people are acting dumb. Yeah, people, y'all, you can play dumb. If playing dumb makes you comfortable, well, by all means, be comfortable. Yeah, if you want to sit here and claim to be Cherokee and not get shit, because you ain't getting none from the Cherokees. If you feel good about that, knock yourself out. All right? Go in the Cherokee spaces. Okay, if you're Cherokee, because you got these Negroes here who like, damn that, man, and they don't want to be no foundation Black America. I is Cherokee. You gonna respect my Cherokee-ness. Okay, Cherokee Negro. Go knock yourself out. How come you're in our spaces? How come you're not in the Cherokee chat rooms? If you're Indian Red, ma'am, young lady, if you're Indian Red or whatever tribe you're claiming, why are you not, you're in our spaces right now. You're not in the Cherokee spaces because you know you ain't getting nothing. They're going to block you. The minute they see you, you going to go in there, they're going to see them bundles and they're going to block you. They're not going to even let you in the room. Yeah? If you're a part of this Indian tribe, go be a part of the tribe. Why are you in our spaces then? Go get them benefits then. Why are the people claiming the Cherokees and all of that, why are y'all not going over there getting no Cherokee checks? Why y'all all in our spaces all the time trying to convince us, come on, man, we is Cherokee now. We is Cherokee. I is a Choctaw. All right. I is Creek. All right, Creek. Why are you not in the Creek spaces? All right, the Creeks are different from today. They've been infiltrated. Now go holler at the people that had infiltrated the Creeks. Go get you something out them Creeks. And then let me know what you got. All right? Yeah, you Cherokee but never grovel. Well, yeah. You're groveling to be recognized by them. They're not giving you the time of day. Yeah, if you listen, Negroes, if you are a Negro, or if you look like a Negro, but you're really a Cherokee, okay? Why are you arguing with us? Why do y'all come in our spaces arguing and whining to us? Go get your Cherokee check. Go rent you a horse. Go to Party City, get you some feathers. Go ride your horse to the Cherokee reservation and say, hey, how? I is Chief Running Hennessy. And I is a original member of this tribe, and I comes to see about that bread that is federally supposed to be allocated towards my coffers. Now, whose do I need to speak with about my Cherokee check? You're going to get escorted off the reservation. But hey, don't be mad at us. You and your rental horse, I respect you and your rental horse. If you want to rent a horse and ride to a reservation and claim to be Cherokee, knock yourself out with some Dane Calloway books in your lap. Listen here. Chief Dane Calloway said that I is a member of this tribe and I want to see about this check that is owed to me. Yes, I am Chief Running Hennessy, but if you're going to make out a check, make it out to Lavelle Jenkins. All right, that's Lavelle with an apostrophe because my mama wanted it to sound French. Jenkins. All right. Oh, yeah, knock yourself out. Yeah, don't come here telling us what we need to follow your goofy ass lead. All right? Y'all always stay in our mix telling us that no, we is the Indians here. We is Jerry. Okay, well, nigga, go get yours. Go get it. And stop trying to convince us. Go ahead and get yours. All right? I'm not here to play games with you. I'm a foundational Black American. That works for me because it's accurate. There's a consistency to it. All right? We've had a culture that has been consistent as foundational Black Americans, and we get to self-identify. We get to say what is culturally ours without somebody giving us something, without somebody giving us a name. Yeah? See, we got to understand what the game is out here. Even terms like mulatto. Remember, and I talked about this the other day, the term mulatto initially it didn't mean black and white. Mulatto meant Black and Native American. That's who they meant when they called somebody mulatto. When you look at paperwork, and it has people written down as mulatto, and there's a lot of that in my family from the 17 and early 1800s. I have free Black people or free people in my family who on the census records were classified as mulatto. Understand, if a person at that time, 1700s, 1800s, is free, but they're labeled a mulatto, most likely that meant that they were Black and Native American. Now, if they were on a plantation and they were labeled mulatto, most likely they were Black and white. Why is that? Because on a plantation, the people who would have offspring or the people who would have interracial relationships, it wasn't Black men. Black men were not having interracial relationships on the plantation. It was white men and Black women. And the children, they're going to have the status of the woman. So if a child is born on a plantation and is mulatto, 9 times out of 10, that means the father's white. But the opposite is going to happen if we're talking about free people. If there's a free Black person or a free person labeled as a mulatto, that meant that there were Black people mixing freely with the Native Americans. A Black person really wasn't getting down with a white person, even Black women. Black women who were free weren't really trying to be concubines with the white supremacists like that back then. You lived in free Black neighborhoods where you were very close knit about how you got down. You think? But going back into what I was saying about Cameron, you say, what's the difference between Native and foundational? Well, a foundational Black American is a person who descended from slaves, descended from freedmen. All right? So if you say a Native American, hell, that could be a red Native or a $5 Indian Native, so it's different. All right? So when we say foundational Black American, we're specifically talking about a Black person who descended from freedmen. All right? Now, we got a lot of people in here. We got almost 6,000 people in here. Now, let me play this clip of Mark Lamont Hill talking about Cameron. He's addressing Cameron. Talking about identifying with being Black American instead of African American. Now listen to Mark Lamont Hill's response, and this is very typical a lot of people who have Democratic leanings. But listen to this. Hold on one second. Let me play this.
But when it's other shit, it needs to be categorized. So I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself an African American.
Right. Fair use, by the way. Fair use. Commentary, fair use.
And then shout out to all my niggas in Africa. Much love. But y'all don't consider us real Africans.
Right.
Now, normally I mind my own business on this kind of stuff, sort of. But I felt the need to respond directly to Cam because I think this issue is that important. So Cam, my brother, here is my response to you. First of all, as you know, and I said this to you publicly and privately, I appreciate you. I love you. I love the work you're doing. You're one of my favorite rappers. And now to watch you and Mace on that show doing the work you're doing is incredibly important. It's empowering and it is uplifting. But with that platform, of course, comes a big responsibility because people look to you for insight. They look to you for advice. They shape their worldview based on what you say. So when you made that statement, it's going to have other people echoing it. And I want to make
Right. Well, he's echoing what's already out there in the streets right now.
sure that we break down what's right about what you said and what's wrong about what you said. For me, saying you black is cool. I often say I'm black as opposed to African American because I don't want to exclude my brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, my brothers and sisters from the continent of Africa. In the United States, when you say you black, it encompasses all of that because the police don't care if you came in on a boat last year or 400 years.
Yeah, but the thing is, us identifying who we are is not going to be contingent upon how the police view us because we view the police in the dominant society differently than a lot of immigrant groups. So that's the thing. We view them differently than other groups view them.
Years ago, when you don't get the job or you don't get the house or you don't get the credit or you don't get whatever it is because of your race, people don't care whether you're African from the continent, whether you're African from the Caribbean, whether you're African from...
Okay, deprivation from the dominant society doesn't change our lineage though, okay? We still have a specific lineage as foundational Black Americans. So just because they deprive us of certain things, that doesn't change our lineage. Just because they deprive African tribes of certain things, they still acknowledge their lineage. So what? We still have a specific lineage.
From the United States. So for me, black in that way is a good framework to include all of us. I'm with that part of it. But we can't let go of Africa, my brother. And I'll tell you why. First of all,
I got to hear this. We can't let go of Africa? Look, man, Africa let go of us. Oh, no. We got to get off this. No. We don't have to culturally claim Africa. Culturally, Africa let us go a long time ago. All right? We don't have to culturally claim Africa. I claim Africa as far as genetics. Yeah, my genetics go back there, but culturally, no, we're a different group. Hold on.
The idea that Africans don't fuck with us is, I think, not true. It's exaggerated and inflated. Africa is a continent, and every country is different. Every region is different. The idea of even calling Africa a single place is something that really Europeans did. It happens in a way that ignores the fact that there's different tribes and different cultures and different civilizations, sometimes that aren't even connected by a country. So it's complicated. So I would never...
Oh, it's complicated for them. We ain't over there. So we don't even have to concern ourselves with any of that. They don't concern themselves with us, what we got going on ethnically. So that has nothing to do with us. So we shouldn't even be in that mix like that.
Say all of Africa does this or all of Africa does that. But in general, what I would say is there's a long history of Africans on the continent connecting with Black folk here in the United States. When we were marching for civil rights, there were people in Accra, Ghana singing "We Shall Overcome."
Okay, okay, whatever. That doesn't change our ethnic group. All right, they were singing for us. Okay.
They were hearing our songs, they were hearing our music, they were hearing and witnessing our struggle. And as they fought for independence in countries like Ghana, they watched what we did and they felt a connection.
Right, because we were over there kicking off a lot of the independence movements over there. It was foundational Black Americans kicking it off. So yeah, they were watching us because we were helping them.
In Sierra Leone, they feel a connection. In Ivory Coast, they feel a connection. In Cote d'Ivoire, they feel a connection. In South Africa, they feel a connection.
Okay, we keep hearing about how they feel, but nothing tangible. Because we don't get anything tangible from nobody over there. All right? We don't get anything. See, they get stuff. They come here and get stuff. Like now, you got people immigrating over here and they're getting stuff from us that we fought for. They're getting tangibles. Notice they can never point to anything tangible we're getting. We're not getting anything. We just get the feeling. They feel for us. Oh, stop.
When we were marching to end apartheid and to get Nelson Mandela out of prison, they certainly banged with Black Americans who were...
Yeah, because we were the ones in the forefront of that. We were the ones in the forefront of getting rid of apartheid in South Africa. It was our celebrities and us on the grassroots fighting to get them the freedom to get apartheid off their backs.
We're struggling with and for them. Are there some folk who don't? Are there some who ain't even black? Look at North Africa, a whole bunch of Arabs. Are there people who come here and think they better than the average nigga on the street? Absolutely. And some of them got to get a nigga wake-up call when the police stop them and don't care what country they came from or how non-African American they are. So we understand all of that. But at the end of the day, we are a united people. And the extent to which we are disconnected is the extent to which white supremacy has wedged us apart.
No. Okay. That's enough of that. Okay. Because here's the thing. We're not connected. That means white supremacy took us apart. Let me say this, dude. These dudes over, man, when they come over here, they already have too many, but enough. They already have enough vitriol. We got some cool ones. The problem is you got a bunch of them who ain't cool. And at this point, we don't have time to pick and choose and all of this stuff to see who's cool or not. We're just acknowledging our unique ethnic difference. None of that, he said, changed the fact that we are a specific ethnic group. We're the only group of people who are not supposed to acknowledge our unique ethnic group. No, us as foundational Black Americans, we are a unique ethnic group, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it is. And they look at themselves as different. Y'all can sit and say, y'all African, we disconnected. No. If we go to Africa, even if we move there, we as foundational Black Americans are treated like foreigners. That's the reality. We're treated like foreigners, which we are foreigners. Yeah? We're treated like foreigners. And a lot of these folks, unfortunately, there's a lot of vitriol towards us. They get over here talking about Akata, stay away from the Akata, and don't do this and don't do that with those people. We got to understand something. They come over here and try to ethnicity shame us, telling us we don't have a culture and y'all don't have this. And I've always said that's a projection. The problem was, family, we're up here talking about this kumbaya, every Black person is a brother and all of that. And we've had, for the last decade, some of these tethers coming over, specifically doing things to not help us, but to undermine us. That's why we had to step back and say, wait a minute. The problem we're having is that you got a lot of people coming around who we're elevating, thinking that we have some kind of racial camaraderie, but these people have a low-key contempt for us because they don't share the same ethnicity. So, family, we started to see this heavily a decade ago. That's why we started asking questions. See, nobody wants to ask why we're delineating so heavily right now. There's a reason why we're delineating. And we started to see things during the early pre-Black Lives Matter movement. When we start seeing a lot of us get slaughtered wholesale by the Zimmermans and the other white supremacists and white supremacist adjacent people. When we start hitting the streets, we start going to these protests, these rallies, these turn-ups. A little over a decade ago, we started to see some real funny, off-code behavior by people, and we couldn't put our finger on it. When we had to hit the streets, and when I was traveling around the country, going to different rallies, protests, turn-ups, going to Ferguson, going to Baltimore, going to Atlanta, going to all of these things, we started to see funny-ass shit happening in these cities. when it was time to turn up against the anti-black racists and everybody get on code and us helping folks in these communities, we start seeing these weirdos pop up out of nowhere. I remember in Ferguson during the Mike Brown situation, when we were out there in Ferguson putting money on the streets because there were riots, stores were shut down. So we were going out there with money saying, hey, brothers and sisters, if the store is shut down, we got money to bring in food, to bring in supplies, to bring in the basic necessities. We put money on the streets. We started to see these weird ass people pop up. Hey, don't be getting no money from him. He be practicing misogyny. And we was like, who is this person? We're up here trying to feed people in the middle of a crisis, and we got these weirdos talking that dumb shit. We got fools trying to argue with us, trying to help the community. And we're like, who are these people? We go to cities where there are protests and these weird Negroes out there twerking and up there talking about, yeah, we need to stop all of this black hatred. Also, we need to support immigrants. And we're looking around like, huh? Who is this? So we started to see this stuff happening, this weird stuff happening in all of these cities. And we're like, whose man is this? So I would go to these cities like, man, who's this dude, man, running around here with booty shorts twerking in front of the police, man? Who are these people, dude? And they're like, I don't know. I thought they came with you. No, they didn't come with me. So everybody started to kind of ask questions. And then some of the rioters, some of the black folks who are really rioters, they started getting killed. Our good brother Darren Seals, shout out to Darren Seals out there in St. Louis. The late Darren Seals, they murdered our brother, man. Real good, solid dude. But he was calling out a lot of these weird infiltrators that were coming in with the nonsense when we were trying to get justice, and we kept seeing these people pop up out here. And we started to see the commonalities with these people. We started to know and notice there was a pattern with them. Number one, the one pattern, nobody knew them. Number two, they would always seem to shift the energy. Number three, they would always have some kind of connection to Ebony magazine. That was another thing. They were all these people that were connected with Ebony, and they would write articles for Ebony. And when I say, okay, that's too random. These people are being sent from somewhere. That's really too random and too coincidental. They're being sent from somewhere. So we started to see the commonality, and another commonality, they were always on some weird sexual thing. They out there trying to hook up on with some studs, it was some moist dudes. It was always something weird sexual vibe going on with them. All right. And also nobody from the local area knew who they were. And I learned that from my brother Darren Seal, because these people would pop up in St. Louis and Ferguson like they running stuff. And my brother Darren would be like, hey, these people ain't from here. He said, hey, these are activists. Darren was like, no, I'm from here. We don't know these people. We don't know them. They're not from here. Darren was out there smacking these people up. They were calling them out. And shout out to my St. Louis and Ferguson people. They started saying, hey, these aren't our people. We don't know where they're from, guys. I don't know who they are. They keep talking about they're the leaders of this and the leaders of that. We don't know any of them. We don't know where they came from. They just kind of popped up, guys. So, hey, we don't know them. So then I'm like, okay, how come don't nobody know? The same thing in Baltimore. Nobody knew these people. And in black society, we're going to know somebody. Somebody's going to know somebody in our city. If you ask some questions, your mama, your grandma, your cousin, somebody's going to know these people. Nobody knew them. So then I'm like, okay, let me start investigating who these people are. Then we start looking in their backgrounds. We start seeing their names, and they had these weird names. We started to notice these were a lot of foreigners. We start looking at their social media. We would see these Jamaican flags, Haitian flags, Nigerian flags, Ghanaian flags. So, okay. So that's when we start putting two and two together. Like, these Negroes are foreigners. No wonder they're with that immigration thing so heavy. And they're actively trying to undermine us over here. They're arguing with us. We're trying to get justice. We're trying to feed people. And these Negroes are sitting here arguing with us? Who does that? So we started to see how these people work against us and how they were these same people who were the so-called leaders of Black Lives Matter and all of that. They would get in the media and start talking crazy. They would get in front of the camera and then the media would say, hey, these guys right here, these are the black leaders. And then they'll start writing articles. Yeah, black men are the white supremacists of black society. I'm like, what? What? Remember when they were doing that type of stuff? They would get in the media and start talking crazy. And then they get in the media and start talking about, well, there's some hot zaddies out here. We got some zaddy allies, and it got real bedwinchy. Everything was all about undermining us. And then we said enough is enough, man. We have to start calling these people out. And the commonality was these people were not from our lineage. So that's why we started to push back. We said, hey, none of these people are representatives of us. Y'all remember when the Root, Essence had all of them zaddy loving stories because Ebony and the Root and all, they're flooded with immigrants. These are black publications who are flooded with immigrants. And then around the same time, we started to see all of these black gossip sites pop up, Gossip, Media Takeout, Shade Room, all of these people pop up showing the worst images of black people. And remember, this was around the same time we had Hidden Colors popping. And Hidden Colors was popping off. None of these publications would support it. In fact, a lot of these publications, World Star, they would be against Hidden Colors. They actually were against it. So anytime we saw the patterns here, anytime we try to do something that would uplift us, the same cast of characters would be out here trying to undermine us. You dig? And they were the ones, remember, the Root and Ebony and Essence, they were the ones calling it Hotep. These are Hoteps. We're trying to uplift people and they're running around calling us Hoteps for trying to uplift people. You dig? So we saw a pattern of them actively trying to undermine us, and it was a whole bunch of people. The commonality that we saw was that they were foreigners. That was the commonality. So then we all put our caps on like, hey, wait a minute. They are the problem. Because let me tell you something. Black society, the white supremacists are actually lightweight. We could handle them. Historically, family, the warrior class in black society, we could handle the white supremacists. We can handle them. The problem we've had was black collaborators who we think are with us, but they undermine us in order to get butter biscuits from the dominant society. That's been our problem. And us as foundational black Americans, we've always been the warrior class of black people globally. The black aboriginals who were here and the black aboriginals who were in Africa, or the black people who were in Africa. Remember, family, when they sold the black people in Africa to the Europeans, they were getting rid of the warrior class. They had to get the warrior class out of Africa. That's where part of our bloodline comes from. You see, black people in Africa could have gotten the white supremacists out of Africa if everybody was just on code. That was the problem. Everybody wasn't on code. The warrior class, who we come from, we were fighting them. But the coon class over there infiltrated us, captured some of us. And they needed chains and military apparatuses in order to contain us and get us out of there. And they left the collaborator class there. That's why it was easy for them to colonize the collaborator class. When the Europeans said, okay, we got them fighting niggas up out of here. Now, all of you weak collaborating Negroes, we're going to colonize your whole nation now. And we're a minority. That's why they were able to colonize them niggas over there. Let's keep it a buck tonight. That's why they were able to colonize them with less numbers. Because the warrior class was gone. So they went over there with Bibles and sticks and said, okay, you guys are about to speak French now. You're going to speak English now. You're going to speak Portuguese. They colonized them because the warriors were gone. Where am I lying? We were the warrior class. They sent the warrior class here in the Caribbean. That's why the Haitian Revolution popped off like it did. They sent those Angolan warriors to Haiti and the Caribbean. That's why they got their independence. Remember? You were sending the warriors to the Caribbean and some of the warriors here and mixed in with some of the warriors that were Aboriginal here. That's why they had the maroon colonies set up over here where they would fight back and not be infiltrated. And even the black Aboriginal tribes over here, you had the Yamasee Wars. Those were some black Aboriginal people who were whooping ass. The white supremacists got some of the red native tribes to infiltrate the Yamasees. That's how a lot of the Yamasees got enslaved. It wasn't the white supremacists, it was the coon red natives that infiltrated them. Also, there was a treaty with some of those red natives to infiltrate some of the black Aboriginal tribes. If you saw some of the black Aboriginals, you turned them in. So people that we thought we had some kind of camaraderie with, these were the ones that were taking us down, our so-called allies who we thought were allies. We thought they were going to join us to fight the white supremacists. These Negroes were turning against us. The red tribes were turning against us. You dig? That was the problem. That's why the Great Dismal Swamp Maroons were so thorough, because they didn't allow infiltrators in. That's why they don't talk about it. They let over the riders, the warrior class. So they were very particular about who they let in those swamps. That's why there's only 2 places on the planet Earth that were never infiltrated by the white supremacists in the last 500 years. Only 2 places of black people. That's North Sentinel Island and the Great Dismal Swamp of North Carolina and Virginia. Those are the only 2 places that the white supremacists never infiltrated. Never infiltrated it. That's why they don't like talking about it. They really don't like to talk about that damn swamp openly. The brothers and sisters in the Great Dismal Swamp here in the United States never took an L, and that's never talked about. They study it privately. They set up Blackwater over there in the swamp so they can study that. so they can study. They send Navy SEALs to the swamp so they can study how to survive like the Foundation of Black American Maroons survived in there. They study our patterns now, our survival skills, but they don't talk about it openly. Yeah? Somebody said Ethiopia. Ethiopia, they got colonized economically and infiltrated economically, but the reason why, let's go to Ethiopia, why they didn't get taken over physically, that was because we stepped in. Remember? That was because foundational Black Americans were stepping in to help protect Ethiopia. It was the foundational Black American who went over there to teach them how to fly and do reconnaissance from the air. The foundational Black American brother who went over there, it was foundational Black Americans lining up to go over there to help Ethiopia. It was the Black press who was stomping for Ethiopia, brother. So yeah, there's a reason why they didn't get hit up like other parts of Africa, because we were making sure they didn't get that treatment. We said, hey, we want to make sure that Ethiopia is protected. So our warrior spirit was on there. Our brother John Robinson went over there and helped create the first airline over there. We taught them how to fly planes. John Robinson out of Chicago, a foundational Black American, taught them how to fly planes over there. We were helping Ethiopia. You see? We were that warrior class. So that's why they always have to have, this ties back to the buffer groups infiltrating us. The white supremacists, we can get at their ass. We can stop them from doing what they do. They need these buffer classes. That's why them flooding the zone with all of these illegals and these migrants, that's why that's so important. They understand the importance of the damn buffer classes against us. We have to fight through these damn buffer classes so much, we'll be too tired but by the time we get to them. They understand how to use buffer classes, man. Man. Going to the pirates, many of the pirates were us. We were on them pirate ships because those pirate ships were slave ships. We talked about that before. Real heavy. Yeah? But yeah, don't let people sit here and talk about what we don't have. We don't have this history. We don't have this history. Don't let nobody run that game, because we have a deep-rooted history as an ethnic group. Our ethnic history is more rooted than anybody's in Africa, to be honest. Ethiopia, they kind of have a continuity to their culture, but so many other people, they've been remixed so much and run around and recolonized over there in Africa. They don't have the deep-rooted history that we have. Yeah, please stop letting folks sit up with this thing, we don't know who we are, and don't ever let nobody say that. Because, and I had a debate with a tether in Twitter Spaces the other day, talking about what we don't know our culture and all of that. No, you don't know your culture over there, because most of those nations over there are new, and they are nations that were recently colonized a few times over. So a lot of their ancient history has been erased. A lot of them they've been moved around and remixed all over the place. So they don't have that much of an ancient history. They don't have too much of a current history, family. A lot of them get mad when I talk about how a lot of them to this day don't even have birth certificates. A lot of them get upset when I say that. But I put up a clip on my social media of my Twitter of them admitting about them not having birth certificates. Let me show y'all this. This is from their own mouths, all right? This is what I've been telling y'all, and this is them admitting this in their own words about their lack of birth certificates and them not knowing when they were born, all right? This is them confirming everything I've been saying.
Happy birthday to all my refugees and immigrants. It's January 1st. You know, it's our special day. It's everyone's birthday. I just want to take this opportunity and wish you and your family, because I know your whole family has the same birthday, January 1st. Of course, Happy New Year's. It's a special day. Go get a cake for your whole family.
What if I told you today, January 1st, marks a day where a lot of immigrant parents actually have their birthday? You'd probably think I'm crazy, right? But it turns out this is actually true. Just wanted to say happy birthday to all the immigrant parents that were born on January 1st. If you know, you know. We're celebrating with you. But how did this come to be? You see, when immigrant parents decided to move to Western countries to give a better life for their future children, they were asked this one question by the government: what is your birthday? And the thing is, immigrant parents were born in a time where people never kept accurate track of these things because they weren't important to them. Now, obviously, January 1st, we will...
The time is now. When they were born in a time. They don't know now. The time is now.
Always celebrate their birthday, but we know it's obviously wrong. You know, it's not accurate at all. We'll be months off, days off, who knows? And the thing is, we will never know when their actual birthday is. The closest we'll know is either the year that they were born in or the season. You know, sometimes they'll say, oh, I was born in the summer or the winter. And then that's when they just end the conversation.
So I'm gonna explain this in the simplest way I can using like a fake name. So let's say mi tía Sarai was born December 1st in San Juan, Costa Rica, but she actually was born in a very rural part.
Okay, so they're doing a lot of explaining. So bottom line, hold on, let me see. What is this? Okay, it is doing a lot of explaining. All right, but bottom line, like I said, a lot of people over there just don't know their birthdays. So yeah, ain't nobody gonna tell me about my culture, and you don't even know not only your own birthday, the birthdays or the lineage of certain people in your family. So yeah, you can't tell us what we don't know. You can't tell us about our culture and what we don't know about our culture. I've been told y'all this. They don't know their birthday. That's why y'all see these dudes who come over here, they be in school, they be in the 5th grade, and they have a receding hairline and a goatee. Yeah? So yeah, don't let nobody tell you about what you don't know about your culture. We as foundational Black Americans, man, we are meticulous about keeping records. That's a part of our tradition because we were put in a position where we had to have freedom papers and documents. Us having the right documents meant our freedom or our enslavement. So if we were free or if we were owed something or we needed to have our documents on point. So that comes from our family, even to this day. Foundational Black American grandparents are some of the most meticulous record keepers you know. You go to grandma's house or great grandma's house, they gonna have your birth certificate and a Bible, your dental records. Our parents and grandparents keep everything. That's one thing our people do. Our families are gonna keep some records. You go to your mama house now, she's gonna have your 1st grade report card, your immunity shots from when you were 2, some ink prints of your feet, your footprint ink, your baby fingerprints. They're going to have all your stuff. Everything in Bibles, military records. We keep some damn documents. Yeah, so when they start talking about, making IDs for voting, that's going to hurt Black people. No, it ain't. No, that's not. We ain't got no problem with getting no ID. We'll show you some ID. Oh yeah, we got locks of braids, a tooth, your first tooth that you lost. Man, please, we got all that stuff. We keep some damn identification. Man, please. We gonna keep us some damn identification. We know who's who in the family. You got a toenail clipping, a rusty umbilical cord dropping. You got everything in a Bible, dude. Man, please. My mom got my bed, no cap. My mom got some of my bed sheets from when I was in the 1st grade at her house. I had some Roadrunner Coyote bed sheets, and my mom still has those. Yeah? My mom still has them. Man. But real talk though, we know our history, we know what's going on with us. But again, this ties back into them trying to erase and replace us, and that's a problem. That is a problem. How many folks we got in here? Well, we almost got 7,000 people in here. We are in here heavy. But, it's an election season right now. They're trying to flood the zone with people to come in and vote to undermine us. And now what you're seeing now, because it's election season, they want to do the gender divide. They're trying to do the whole black girl magic. But now it's kind of hard because you see the vitriol they have for us. And we saw with the color purple what was going on with that. They're still complaining about the low pay with the color purple. Oprah's like, I don't know why they keep trying to tie me into it, whoop-de-whoop. They're trying to hold their nose and say, okay, look, we want to pretend we care about black women, which we can't stand y'all either, but we still need to have a gender divide in order to get these votes. Our thing is, family, don't let these people promote any kind of gender divide. Bottom line, we're not going to let them use movies or any other thing to promote a gender divide with black men and black women. We are in this together. We're not going to let them sit here and act like they're going to give you special treatment and they're giving you the plantation treatment. All right, I want sisters to see what's going on with that whole color purple thing and how those sisters were treated on that set. That movie flopped. And now Taraji and them people, they've been running around in the media crying for the last month about how bad they were treated. That's horrible. And that shows the disrespect that they have for black women too. You dig? They have the same level of disrespect. So let's not go for the okie doke. We're in here in this thing together. And when they come around with some kind of gender divide, understand that that is to undermine us as a group. So we got to stay on code. All right? But anyway, let me get up out of here, guys. We had a good conversation today. Shout out to everybody for tuning in. Family, go to rootworkstyle.com to get the Rootwork deodorant. Rootworkstyle.com. All right. Also, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com to get this phenomenal book, Hidden Heroes from A to Z. Phenomenal children's book. Get that at hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, y'all, it's been real. Y'all have a great night. Papia Kuta and Lullavu.
Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Let's get Mr. Water Name.
Hey, what's going on, family?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm all right. I just got a question about what the last speaker said regarding, the tut language.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, I'm 30, even
Okay, I like to say enemies, ops of FBA ADOS, free people. They are so predictable. They use the same script talking points. They all use the same talking points. And that's when you know it's BS. All of them been called an African booty scratcher. All of them don't somehow understand the definition of a tether when they study Tariq Nasheed like he's a science experiment. It just like their arguments are so predictable. Okay, so now they are mad at Tariq Nasheed for intelligently getting FBA trademark because we know it's FBA ADOS versus everybody. So we know that people are trying to take over what we have, and that's trending. They did it with hip hop, just different things we got going on. They'll try to get ahead of it, trademark it, copyright it, and then make money, and we become like the workers of it. All right. So here's a case in point. Look how predictable they are.
Now, I want to ask a question before I read this. I want to ask Unbiased a question. Unbiased, you there?
Yeah.
All right. Can you reconcile these two statements? Foundational Black Americans is strictly a lineage. It's not an organization. It's not a group, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. See, they know all of our talking points. They know the definitions. But when it comes to tether, they all go blank-minded. They all go, absent-minded.
It is strictly a lineage, right? So that's statement number one. And then statement number two is, I own the trademark to Foundational Black Americans. Are those two statements reconcilable?
No. Yes. Okay, so Pan-Africanist said no. I said yes. Okay, now, now that's my channel. Somebody is mad at the fact that they didn't trademark or copyright our stuff, right? So now, that's my channel. Look at this. A whole different Black immigrant immigrant. They call into Tariq's show and make the same argument. Now, these guys don't know each other at all. This is what I mean. They have goofy talking points amongst them. That's why, they're not sincere. They're not really trying to get to know us or find out what we're doing. They just got a hatred for us, and it's always trying to undermine. So he tried to undermine FBA being trademarked by Tariq Nasheed. Now listen, another immigrant on Tariq Nasheed's program coincidentally makes the same argument. You can't make this stuff up.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up, you own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I'd have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know. I know you're remedial and you don't know better.
Bad
But,
faith
sir,
arguments.
using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks for the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
And the main one on the internet, if you go into African American and see who trademarked it, it's going to be like a beverage company. We look that guy up. It's a white guy. A white guy trademarked the words African American. So that Jamaican guy, they want us to be vulnerable. They want us to be unprotected, out there just for the taking. So he didn't want Tariq or any one of us to protect our property, our intellectual properties. He wanted us to just leave it out there so white people or whoever else can come by, tag along, and copyright it, trademark it, license it, and then we can't use it on products and stuff like that. It's just a bad faith argument.
Well, if you have a
Okay, so here's another example. So he just dropped this video, I believe, today.
So these sisters, who are real educators, there's a number of sisters and some brothers mixed in too, but these are real educators at real universities. Many of them teach African studies and African American history, stuff like that. So they created a hashtag called Hillman Talk, and they give real classes on TikTok. They give certain information from the curriculums that they teach in these universities on TikTok. So a lot of people are really feeling that. So it was kind of a thing. A lot of folks were tuning into the hashtag, and the hashtag grew, so it became a thing. Now there's some controversy because there's a white woman who tried to trademark the name Hillman Talk.
You heard that? But that Jamaican guy had a problem with Tariq Nasheed doing it, but he has no problem with white folks coming behind us, trademarking our names, trying to sell it to us back for a high fee or just own and control it. Now, this white, what's up? Why do they? So Jamaicans want us to focus on white supremacy, Africans, Caribbean, focus on white supremacy so we can continue to pickpocket you. And you're so focused on white supremacy, we just pickpocket you until you just go broke.
White woman tried to grab that. So a lot of people are feeling a certain way about it. But family, this is why Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very
Okay, so you see that those dumbass questions. Oh, he got a trademark, he got a patent. And those dumb questions turn to a teaching moment.
very important. You know, people always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA.
Right.
Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what the dude was doing, the Jamaican dude. I'm telling you, listen, man, if you can find some type of alliance with some of them, it's probably really far in between. Okay. They just, I don't know what's up. I look at them as Caribbean white supremacists. I don't look at them as any different than white supremacists. Both of them just got it out for us. They want us to be unprotected. They want to just, make sure we just broke spiritually, intellectually, financially. They just want us to be broke and broken down. Don't protect yourself. They're actually teasing Tariq Nasheed for trademarking FBA. They're teasing him. That's an intelligent thing to do, and they're acting like it's a bad thing.
Saying people do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, Black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. Right. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what Black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it.
Yep.
Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because when you trademark something, that gives a lot of Black entrepreneurs and creatives and educators legal protection against unauthorized use.
Right.
If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk,
right.
You need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people
they would do that.
Little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different.
They would trademark FBA and then make FBA like toilet tissue for dogs. He said, some stuff you pick up dog poop with, and they'll call it FBA. Like that's what they would do, and that's why we got to protect ourselves. We're not gonna listen to these folks out here that's against us, that want us unprotected. So somebody can come behind us, trademark it, and then undermine us. It's not gonna work, right? And they be trying to guilt trip us. He asked a question like it was a gotcha question. How do you reconcile Tariq Nasheed having a patent for FBA but saying FBA is a lineage? That was like I actually flipped on him. If I'd have kept playing, I actually felt like, yeah, well, that was a stupid point you just made.
We have little groups here and there because it's supposed to be secret. You're supposed to be you teach it to people. You're not supposed to teach it to everybody. So um I'm trying to see what's the best way to let you know how to find um ah, trying to there's we got page, but you got to know the language to even get in the page. So we're gonna have some ways. I'm gonna figure out how to kind of direct folks to certain places, because then we got to screen your ass. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to make sure you good. That's kind of the thing. We don't want to start teaching people this stuff just to anybody. We need to know who you are. Yeah, you say you from here, you from there, but before we can direct you to the right places to learn it, we gotta know that you good for real, for real. But yeah, there's a lot of us in here who know it, but you're supposed to be covert with it, because that was the intent of the language. The language was created so that we could communicate in a covert way, and that was one of the major rules of Tut language. You never, 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 never supposed to teach it to outsiders, because you didn't want, your life would be in danger, because you weren't supposed to know how to read, and they were using Tut to teach Black folks how to read. They were teaching each other how to read using the language. So the white people heard them talking this language. They're like, oh, that's just Negro gibberish. But yeah, they were actually communicating with each other and being very covert about it. So let's get now, Jeff, I keep trying to let you on, but something is happening here. Jeff, you want to hop on? I don't know what's going on with your phone, Jeff. Let's get Melanie in here. Let's get Miss Melanie in here. What's up, Melanie?
I can't hear you. I probably have to drop down and come
Okay,
back.
you can't hear me? Oh, okay. Let's see what's going on with Mel. Y'all raising it. Y'all can hear me, right? Because sometimes the connection gets a little janky. But you guys can hear me, right? Everything is good? All right. Let me get Penelope in the building. Let's get Penelope in the building. All right. Penelope, you good? Penelope, unmute your mic. Okay. Let's get Barry Long. All right. Barry Long in the building. Barry Long or Penelope? Okay. People are not getting on here. I don't know what's going on. We've got Barry Long.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm giving Penelope a chance because let her speak.
There you go. What's going on? What's on your mind, man?
Look, man. Every time we talk, and we've talked a few times, we kind of go back to the same old thing. But I was distracted. I didn't expect you to call me right now. Okay. So you boot me for a minute, or pick a subject and I'll go with it. Yeah, you caught me off guard.
Goddamn. Like, I was right in the middle of taking a puff at his pipe. Okay. All right. No, he was in the middle of token meth, so I don't want to disturb his meth binge. Penelope, are you good, ma'am? You want to unmute your microphone, Miss Penelope? All right. Miss Penelope. Okay, let's get this sister here. She I think this sister speaks the Tut language. The Miss Boss Lady. Let's get her in here.
Hey, Tyreek.
How are you, dear?
Good. You like my profile picture?
Yes, I do. Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to come in and tell you, did you know that the Latino community are now calling themselves FLA,
Yeah.
Foundational Latin American? What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah. I just talked about that a few minutes ago, how they were trying to, cosplay and latch on. And I said that term don't even make sense because you're over here, so you're not foundational here. And if you're foundational to Latin America, you would still be there. So it's a contradictory term. So, yeah. Did you hear they had a clubhouse space or something, right? Miss Boss Lady, where you at? Oh, was she here? Oh, she bounced. Okay. She bounced. Okay, let's try Melanie again. Miss Melanie, hop on. Hop on, Miss Melanie.
Hey, Tyreek, could you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Yeah, I don't know why the call just dropped. Probably the page tripping. But I just wanted to add on to what you were saying about keeping our stuff secret and basically having our um clause our tangibles or whatever for us. I think a part of that hate crime bill, we should also add in identity fraud for those who trying to take our identity or cosplay as us.
Yeah.
We should have like very harsh consequences for them, either like permanent deportation or some type of jailing, like they get like a long sentencing for identity fraud, because that's a very serious thing, because that's basically what they're doing, trying to take our identity to get our benefits and our tangibles. So I think it should be very strict laws and policies on them trying to steal our identity and our land there.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Let's get Jay Shine. Jay Shine. What's up, Jay? Hop on in, brother. Jay Shine from the Drunk Radio Presenter.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, Jay?
Yeah, it's morning in the UK. I want to say morning to everyone.
Shout out to the UK over there. Good morning. What time is it over there? Like 9 in the morning?
8:30.
8:30. Okay. Shout out to you guys. What's going on with
As you know, same old, Tariq, basically, like, I'm not gonna lie to yourself, yeah. As you know, I've got my own radio show, isn't it? Yeah. So again, I just want to know any FBA artists or people that's got positivity, send it to me and I'll play it on the show, isn't it?
There you go. Cool.
So as you said, we built that international building, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I love the brothers and sisters in the UK.
Yeah, I had my project as well, so just so you know.
There you go.
Yeah, also as well, the females, man. Where's Yoshi?
Where's Yoshi? Yoshi is usually down here somewhere.
Yoshi, Nikki, Drea, International. Hey, Angela, anyone wants to come to the UK? I'm available. No.
There you go.
Sorry.
Now, Sean, where's your family from again? From
Guyana.
Guyana. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So we got a problem with Jim Jones.
Yeah. Yes. Right. That's right. Well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So Jay is out here he's trying to get flued out. So, ladies, y'all watch out. I think he's trying to get y'all to marry him so he can come over here and get him a green card. He's trying to get flued out. Barrister, you ready? Yeah. I think that's all you're making, right? Barrister, ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
What's up, brother?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I have a question for you. Dr. Claude Anderson once said back in 1995 that foundational Black Americans will be a permanent underclass in about 20 years. I think that is true. Do you agree with him that foundational Black Americans are a current permanent underclass today?
No, we're not a permanent underclass because we're fighting against it, right? So he said if we don't do anything about it, we will become a permanent underclass. And he was the one telling us, and Foundation of Black Americans, you guys are Native Black Americans. We have a unique lineage. We have to recognize and embrace our unique lineage because we're not foreigners, we're not immigrants, we're not African, continental Africans. So he was preaching that narrative. And he said, if we don't recognize that and do something about it and get policy specifically for us, we're going to be a permanent underclass. Luckily, now we've taken heed because I've been pushing his message. We're fighting against that and we're pushing back against that. So, yeah, we're not going to be a permanent underclass because now we are embracing our lineage and we're going to make sure instinctively that the lineage is going to be taken care of. So, yeah, we're going to be good. That's why everybody else is kicking and screaming.
I totally disagree. Black people, specifically foundational Black Americans, are a permanent underclass in 2024. You guys are at the bottom of everything, the bottom of every single socioeconomic category that you can think of.
As opposed to who?
Any group here in America. Basically, you're far behind Asians, you're far behind white people, you're far behind um, even Latino people. Latino Americans, Asian Americans, Black people are flat out at the bottom.
No, we're
Think
not.
of yes, you are. Every single category.
How are we at the bottom and Latinos are getting flew the hell up out of here right now?
Latino Americans actually voted for Trump, and they are actually more against immigration compared to, even white people. You could ask any Latino American out here; they definitely support the deportation of many Hispanics, illegal Hispanics in this country. So
Flew the hell up out of here. You can't get no lower than that. Yeah, we ain't that. No. You can't get lower than getting kicked the hell out. You can't get no lower than that. So we're not at the bottom. We're good as foundational Black Americans, Barrister. And where's your family from, Barrister? Where's your lineage from?
My lineage?
Yeah, where's your lineage from?
I'm from America.
Where's your family from?
Where's my family? Where are they originally from?
You know what I'm asking you, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah. My lineage goes back to Nigeria.
Yeah, and you got the nerve to talk about somebody being on the bottom.
This isn't about Nigeria. This is about the foundational Black Americans that in this country that they are definitely a permanent underclass in America.
We're not. A permanent underclass is your homeland, sir. That's the permanent underclass. That's why you had to flee.
I was actually born here. Regardless,
baby, anchor baby. That's why your parents had to flee and anchor you here under our 14th Amendment. Let me get my brother Kanye in here to talk to you. Hold on, brother Kanye, hop on.
What's going on, Tariq? How you doing?
I'm good, brother. Just we're permanent underclasses, according to Barrister, the Nigerian brother. So, what say you, brother Kanye?
I say Barrister is an idiot, just like most of the people who quote that stat. So that stat in itself, it goes by per household.
Right.
And as you know, these niggas live 17 to a house. So when you see the stat that, oh, this income made $195,000, well, you got 17 people all driving for Uber in the same household. Whereas we don't typically live like that because we're not barbaric. Meaning no disrespect to y'all, you guys still live primitive, communal. You guys huddle up together when it's warm to save on heat, and you have all this income as a group. Whereas we tend to live two to a house or one to a house. That's kind of how we are, unless you have a family with children. And also, this whole permanent underclass thing, that was a warning Dr. Claude Anderson made to his people because he knew we had the ability to be better than what was projected for us. Not was, but projected for us. As a matter of fact, Dr. Claude Anderson wrote the first bills, the first thing on affirmative action, but he wrote it for blacks. And then the Democrats took it and they put minority in there. Then they changed the definition of what a minority was. So Dr. Claude Anderson was in no way insulting his people. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he's probably happy about this repeal of the 14th Amendment because, as they said, shout out to the Trump them, it was for the descendants of slaves, not pregnant Mexicans or Africans. So you might want to check your status because it might be gone here in a little bit. Disgruntled ass anchor baby. But that's all I want to say. Oh yeah, one real quick before I get out here to read. So today, I'm not sure if you know who Sonny Johnson is. I'm pretty sure you do. She was talking about the delineation movement, how important it was for this very reason today. You got people like this guy come over here and leached off all the benefits we fought for, and now that it's being taken away, he's a little salty and disgruntled because he started off by saying us. So they're already starting to try to cosplay us.
Oh yeah.
Whole time he not even from here. So just want to say to the family, be careful. And whenever y'all see this shit, keep checking it because it's making mainstream impact. So appreciate that, Tariq. Have a nice day.
Much respect. Yeah. When Barrister was talking about blacks are a permanent underclass. I'm like, yeah, you ain't from here. Yeah, you're not from here. Saying that we're not no permanent underclass.
Well, why don't you guys have families though? The vast majority of foundational Black
Hello,
American
brother
children were
Tariq. How
not
you
raised
doing?
by a uh
How you doing, brother Tariq?
Robbie, go ahead, Robbie.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what I find interesting is people uh overlook the key word foundational. You know, if you remove the foundation of a house, if you remove the foundation of a deck of cards, everything's going to fall apart. And it's interesting, people are just getting uncomfortable, one, because they know we've delineated, but two, see, now white daddy doesn't have us on the racial hot seat. White daddy is cleaning house because he knows we're the foundation, but then you got all these other people who are trying to cosplay as white or thought that they could have their license to practice white supremacy. So the only thing is this guy is on the bottom because he is a bottom. He's laying on his stomach. He needs to get his stomach pumped. You know what I'm saying? Because apparently he doesn't know whether he needs to choose between eggnog or a goosey soup, and he's trying to judge us. And what I find interesting is how you're going to flee the homeland where your ancestors' bones are buried. And I'm not talking about your ancient ancestors. I couldn't imagine fleeing a homeland where my grandparents are laid to rest, great grandparents laid to rest. You uproot yourself, you go somewhere else, and like you spend your whole entire life being an imposter. But the only thing that makes it worse is when somebody has to be a player hating, pocket watching F boy. And then, and instead of running down white supremacists and instead of trying to be an ally, people come here and they play these games. But now that you've alienated yourself from us, good luck seeing if the white supremacists have any use for you, because they don't. They don't even need some of these immigrants anymore to cosplay anymore and be cheerleaders. But he's still trying to jump up and down and think he's getting attention. And I really don't even think that he was born here, Tariq. I think we should call ICE on him, which is why he didn't want to show his face. And I land my plane.
There you go, my man. Barrister, go ahead, brother.
well, you talk about a number of things about immigrants and other people and how we, our group is at the bottom, or Nigerians at the bottom. I mean, foundational Black Americans, you don't know the meaning of family. The vast majority of your children were raised without fathers.
That's a lie.
And that is not a lie. The
Lie.
vast
The CBC or the CDC, whatever, they did a report saying that Black fathers, foundational Black American fathers, are the most active in the lives of their children. So yeah, they do grow up with fathers. They grow up with their parents.
active.
They grow up with their family. Sir, you don't want to talk about all the paternity fraud in your homeland? Really?
But at least our women get married. The vast majority of
Sir, they get married as finesses. They come over here and get married as a form of finessing. Y'all marry and then be putting stuff in people's names, and then you done put a car in somebody's name. Yeah, y'all use marriages as finesses. And the paternity fraud. You guys are the number one country for paternity fraud, sir. What are you talking about? You really want to go to family?
Yes, we can go there though. And literacy rates though. Foundational Black Americans have the lowest literacy rates in this country. Basically, I mean, in eighth, like basically the vast majority of eighth graders, foundational Black American eighth graders, cannot read, are just reading at a fourth grade level. So, I mean, you don't value education, you don't value family, you're at the bottom of everything. Your culture needs to change. It's
Sir,
just a terrible culture.
sir, you are not in your homeland for a reason, sir. If your culture was so great, why did they anchor you over here?
If I was if I was born there, I definitely would have made a huge difference in Nigeria, but I was not born there. I
Yeah,
was born here. I am an American.
no, you were an anchor baby who had to come here because you failed in your homeland and you're projecting your failure. You're projecting a whole bunch of gibberish onto us. Sir, we have hundreds of HBCUs. Sir, the education game, we done ran circles around people, sir. You can stop all that. Your homeland, people can barely read and people are crapping on the streets and don't have running water and electricity. You're projecting your failure, barrister, onto us. Why are you doing that?
I'm not projecting anything, Tariq. I just want to have. I think you're just being just disingenuous right here. You don't want to address the real issues that Black people face in this country.
Foundational Black Americans are great compared to your family. As long as we're not living like the failed homeland that you fled from, we're good. You understand?
Nigerians are actually one of the most educated immigrant groups in this country
Then,
compared to foundational Black Americans.
then why are you in your homeland not able to build paved roads and running toilets? Why are people crapping in the streets in your homeland? Huh? If you got all that education, why is it an epidemic where they have to have signs to tell people not to crap in the streets, sir, in your homeland? Explain it to me.
I'm not familiar with what's going on in Nigeria completely because I was born here in America. I
You just said that Nigerians were so educated. You just said that, okay? If you're
Nigerian Americans are the most educated.
Have to come over here to get your weight up. Why do you have to come around foundational Black Americans to get your intellect up?
Nigerian Americans.
That's what I'm saying. You got to come around us. You got to come to America to get it up. So America magically makes your intellect go up. Is that what you're saying?
No, we have family, we have culture, we have morals and principles compared to African American culture.
We don't have orphans running around in foundational Black American society, sir. We don't have just kids running around abandoned willy-nilly in our society. We don't have children that are put in brothels like y'all do over there. Y'all have designated places where y'all let white tourists come over there and have their way with children. We don't do no shit like that over here. You really want to talk about civilization and a culture? That's your culture, sir.
Well, we don't have over 90% of people incarcerated. The vast majority of people in prison in America are foundational Black Americans.
90% incarcerated. There's only a small group of a small number of Black people are in jail.
No, the vast majority of people in jail in America are foundational Black Americans. Why is that, Tariq?
Yeah, because we get criminalized more. But most of us are not criminals. It's only less than 1% of the total population of Black people in jail. So that's not nothing. We get targeted by the police. Why are most of the scammers from your lineage? Huh?
Actually, they're Indian. The vast majority of Nigerians are not scanners.
No, really, sir? Why, sir? Your country is on all types of hot list for scams. If you get emails from your country,
Not anymore. The 419 scan is that was ages ago. The vast majority of scammers today are Russian and Indian scammers. That's who they are.
sir, you don't stop. Y'all have medical scams. Y'all still run them medical scams when you talk about doctors and all that. Y'all run medical scams left and right with them fake degrees. Y'all do all types of scams. They bust you guys all the time over here pulling scams. That dude Hush Puppy was up here flexing on the ground pulling scams from your homeland. Y'all got all types of new intricate scams that you guys pull. Stop it, sir. You don't want to talk about culture. Let me let my brother McCall up in here. Hold on, barrister. Just hold your zebra. Not hold your horses. Hold your zebra.
Okay.
Okay, let me get my brother McCall in here. Brother
Go
McCall.
ahead, Mikhail.
Brother Mikhail, hop on, sir. I'm so good, Brother Mikhail. How are you?
Living the dream and winning.
Yes,
and
sir.
listening to this banter between you and this first generation hunter gatherer. Mr. Barrister.
Hey, how are you?
I'm excellent. How about yourself, sir?
I'm feeling well tonight.
Good. I see you have animosity and disdain for my great, powerful, mighty, beautiful, history-making lineage. Why is that, sir?
I
What do
wouldn't
we do?
call it. I wouldn't call it disdain. I'm just disappointment because I felt like it wasn't like this decades ago, but today the culture. I mean, everything. Today's Black people. I mean, I also follow Dr. Umar Johnson, and he said it. I totally agree with him that today's if Dr. Martin Luther King today was alive today, he
Okay.
wouldn't be able to persuade or accomplish half of the things that he accomplished back in the 60s compared to how it is today. The culture, everything about Black.
Let me ask you a question, sir. How many millionaires do you have in your family, immediate family?
A millionaires?
Hmm?
Well, we make over six figures.
No, I
But
said, how many millionaires do you have in your family, sir? Huh? Okay.
no,
Okay.
none.
Second question. What's Nigeria's GDP, sir?
I'm not. I'm not sure. What is their GDP?
Third question. How much does the government of Nigeria spend annually in terms of research, development, and innovation?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Let me just be clear, Mr. Barrister, sir. We are Americans, pure Americans. We are disruptive, game changing. The world sees us as the Pied Piper. America, you are not. Get that through your head. I want you to really understand and listen to what I'm saying. We are foundational for a reason. You understand? I could send my top 1,000 foundationals to Africa and we will rebuild that continent in 20 years. Matter of fact, if we decided we wanted to build a state from the ground up, we will outcompete every government, every nation on that continent. Let's just be clear of that. All right? Be respectful. Thank you, Brother Tariq, for the opportunity to speak. Love you, family.
Thank you, brother. Go ahead, Barrister.
Well, he really didn't point out that why is the culture Black people just foundational Black Americans? Why are they so degenerate? Why are they so dysfunctional today compared to how they were 30, 40, 50 years ago? Like everything, there's you guys don't build anything, guys don't develop anything. It seems like you care more about white people.
Sir, that's a projection. There's several multi-million-dollar companies owned by foundational Black Americans all across the board, from energy, from entertainment, from technology. So we own companies all over this place. We have prosperous areas that are predominated by foundational Black Americans. Can you name the prosperous area full of Nigerians or Nigerian immigrants in America? Name
You do real Tariq, you do realize that there's only like 5 billionaires, Black billionaires in this world, and 4 of them, the vast majority of them live in Nigeria. Actually, the richest Black man in the world is a Nigerian. There are prosperous Nigerians out there. We do value education, and we don't,
How many billionaires in Nigeria?
they're like 4 or 5 billionaires.
And y'all still over there shitting in the streets with no running water and no constant electricity?
That's your lie. That's you. That's now you are projecting. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the case for a lot of black people, young black people here, young black kids, foundational black kids who are living in poverty. They're
Sir,
the ones that are.
sir, none of us live like that. Nowhere in this country.
Yes, they do. They are impoverished.
No, none of us are living in shanty towns, shitting on the streets, sir. None. Without
In
a none.
Mississippi, I can assure you, I can find towns, small towns, and country homes in Mississippi, in
Sir,
Alabama, down in South that a lot of young black, foundational black Americans, they have no education, highly illiterate, and they live in so-called shanty towns, and
no, they.
they're yes, they do.
What shanty towns in Mississippi?
It's the poorest country. It's the poorest state for a reason, and the vast majority. I mean, if you look at the
Oh,
population in Mississippi, the
where
vast majority of people who live in Mississippi.
where are the shanty towns in Mississippi? There are no shanty towns down there. What are you talking about? You're projecting and making stuff up. What name the city then?
I can't be near Jackson, Mississippi. I'm pretty sure that there's some small town
You just
in
made,
Mississippi out there where it's just completely impoverished. There's no water. I believe in Jackson, Mississippi, they had water issue where they basically, I believe the white supremacists might have been.
okay. You're
Uh,
okay. You're doing what tethers do. It's called lying.
I'm not lying.
You're lying. You're just making stuff up. And also,
There was that water issue that was going.
way you're talking about billionaires. You lied about the billionaires, sir. There's 9 foundational Black American billionaires. There's 9 of them. Robert Smith, David Stewart, Michael Jordan, Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z, Alexander Karp, Tiger Woods, LeBron James, Tyler Perry. All right. So you lied about that.
And who's the richest? Who's the richest black man in the world? He's a Nigerian.
Sir,
Aliko Dangote.
if he's the richest black man in the world, why is that country so deeply in poverty if he's the richest black man in the world?
Again, I'm not familiar with what's occurring in my country. I'm not from Nigeria. I'm from here in America. You're the one that's projecting.
You're not.
I'm just talking. I'm just talking about.
You're not from here, sir. You're not from here. You're a tether. You're not from.
I have an American. All I have is an American passport. I don't have anything else. I'm an American citizen.
Yeah, you were anchored here, sir. You understand that? You are an immigrant.
And my parents worked hard. They had a master's degree. My dad has a master's degree. My mom has a bachelor's degree. They work hard compared to most foundational Black Americans here in this country, where you're pretty much very lazy. I mean, it's just what has happened. The culture has just been decimated over the past 40, 50 years. I mean, the Black people back in the 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, they are, they would be just so disappointed with how Black people have become today. It's
Well,
just a disgrace.
you mean like how the world is disappointed with how you're back in your homeland? You talking about lazy and people can't even build paved roads and you living in shanty towns and you're saying that we're lazy? You had to be anchored over here with us, but we're lazy? Really?
Black Nigerian Americans don't have low literacy rates. I mean,
Over there, most of the people don't even go to school over there because there ain't no schools, sir.
I'm not talking about Nigerian people
That's
in
what I'm talking.
Africa. I'm talking about Nigerian Americans here in America. We don't have low literacy rates.
Right. Yeah, I'm talking about the culture and the totality of it. Yeah, don't tell me what you get when you come over here that we kick the door open for. Yeah, you notice everything that's positive with your lineage, it's something that foundational Black Americans had to open the door for. You notice that? Think about what you're saying. Name something that you got going on that's positive that we didn't have to kick the door open for. You understand? We were the one. You know what? Public education. That was something that started with the freedmen schools, sir. This public education itself was something that it's a foundational Black American thing. You being able to come over here and drive your Uber, we kind of made that possible too, sir. So you got to really recognize what you're saying is that you wouldn't be shit if you were not around foundational Black Americans.
I actually would rather not be around foundational Black Americans today.
Anchored over here, sir. You got anchored here for a reason. The 14th Amendment, as Mr. Trump said, that was for us. The 14th Amendment was a grassroots Black movement. We fought to implement the 14th Amendment. The President of the United States acknowledged that the 14th Amendment was for us. And you were able to be anchored here because of something we fought for. But yet you say you don't want to be around us, then take your ass back to your shanty towns.
I can't. I can't go back to Nigeria. They won't allow me in. I'm from here. I'm from America. All I have is an American passport. So I don't know why you continue to deflect. And
not deflecting on anything. I'm answering everything you're saying, sir.
You're ignoring the issues that are plaguing the Black.
We're fine. The thing about foundational Black American society, the great thing is that there's a spectrum. We got the hoods, we got the middle class, we got the wealthy, we got the elite, we got the well-to-do. So there's a spectrum. You want to come over here and talk about some hood talk. That's not the
That's only 1%. You're talking about a minority, an extreme minority like you. There aren't that many Black people in your position, foundational Black Americans. The vast majority of Black people are living, they're shit. They're on the bottom. They're a permanent underclass. They're on welfare. They're everything that you.
That's a damn lie.
You are a 1%er, Tariq.
Most foundational Black Americans are not on no damn welfare. That's lying tether talk.
Most foundational Black Americans are not making over 100K a year. Black women, for example, they make the least compared to any demographic. I think the average Black American woman makes like 32K a year. For Black American men, their annual income is like 40K a year. So Black people in this country are not popping. They're at the bottom. As Dr. Claude Anderson said, it came to fruition. Foundational Black Americans are a permanent underclass, and right now it's irreversible.
Didn't say we're a permanent underclass. He said if we don't get it together, we will be. But we're not a permanent underclass. Your lineage is a permanent underclass, sir. You understand?
Well, we're gonna continue going in circles, but I just want to understand.
Your people are under you. You come from a permanent underclass where everything is about escaping and fleeing, and you're trying to project that onto us, and it's not going to work. We're not wallowing in abject poverty, sir. We're just not. And
Well, the data and stats would definitely not corroborate what you're just saying right now. It's the Black people are definitely at the bottom of pretty much every single category, negative category.
We're not in abject poverty. You don't see us walking around raggedy and dirty. We're not living like your lineage, sir. You're trying to your lineage. There's no spectrum. It's like that one rich dude in your homeland and everybody else is broke and trying to get the hell out of there. See, you're projecting your homeland. That's why you're not there. That's why you have to cosplay as us, sir.
I never cosplay as being African American.
Yeah. You over here. You are.
No, I don't. No, I don't. And I don't submit to white people, unlike most white. It seems like most African Americans love white people. They
Oh,
adore white people so much.
oh, no, that's a major projection. Y'all were the ones wallowing on the ground when the Queen of England died. That was you guys running around crying, getting grass all in your peppercorn hair and getting the goosey soup all on the ground, crying because the Queen died. That was you guys. That was you.
Well, I'm not familiar with what's going on in Nigeria. All I know is that, I read print.
The fact that you have to erase your homeland from your memory further shows what your culture is about. You see, every time you bring up your homeland, where your family is from, your mama, grandparents, you have to erase it from your damn memory. It's so bad. I don't. I embrace my beautiful ancestry. They are survivors. They stood on business and built the greatest country and built a place that I could be comfortable where I don't have to flee. So I love, honor, praise, and respect my beautiful foundational Black American ancestors. I'm not ashamed of them like you are. You don't even like talking about your homeland or your lineage. That shows how janky you think your lineage is, sir. So you can never point a finger at us, sir. You're too ashamed of your own lineage to even talk about it. So damn if we get any kind of criticism or advice from somebody who's ashamed of how janky and failed his homeland and lineage is, sir. You understand that?
I understand your perspective. I do agree with you. I definitely respect the ancestors from the past, Black people from the past. But today, I'm not sure what happened. I heard numerous, various different theories.
Happen, you tethers happen. You understand? You tethers happened. That's what we got a problem with. We got a bunch of you guys, people like you, not some of the good immigrants, because there's some good folks, but the tether class like you that failed, shamed, projecting class, coming among us, undermining our progress, doing little janky shit, sabotaging. You is what happened, sir. Tethers like you. That's been the problem. You pointed back in the 1960s when foundational Black Americans had things popping. Yes, we did. What happened after the 1960s? Immigration. We thought thinking that we're going to have people like us coming over riding. We got self-hating tethers like yourself who hated themselves, hated their homelands, and were jealous of us. And you wanted to come over and bring that jealous hatred and vitriol over here. And that's been a cancer to us. And that's why we've been delineating. And since we've been delineating, there's been a healing spirit on foundational Black Americans. The healing is getting better and we're getting more progress. And we realize what the problem was. It was tethers. So now we're getting it together, sir. So we're doing better, right?
Oh, I disagree, but I'll land my plane there. It was nice talking to you, Tariq.
Oh, he got the hell out of here when I hit that. Oh, that hit a nerve. Oh, he got the hell out of here. That hit a nerve. He know I'm telling the truth. Yeah, you want to know what the goddamn problem is? You. Like that brother called earlier, and shout out to him. He's a non-FBA cat, but he was telling the truth. He was like, hey, man, there's a lot of these African guys who be doing everything they can to undermine y'all, man. Which, this is what we're talking about. You want to talk about degenerate behavior? Where's the let's look at it. Where's the degeneracy coming from? Let's look at it. Let's unpack that. Where's the drugs coming from? The drugs flooding our areas. That came from outsiders, right? The twerking in the streets. That came from the Caribbeans down in Miami. Uncle Lizard, Gap Tooth Luke and those guys bringing that down and introducing all of that because they were shaking them little funky asses in the street in the Caribbean. That was, that's their culture. And they started to infuse our culture with that. They would bring that stuff over here. Yeah? If we're going to be real. And up in New York, a lot of that crime It's not us doing that. It's the non-FBA people doing all that shit up there in these major cities like New York. And then we point that out. We say, we start looking at the last names of these people. Like, hey, wait a minute. Oh, wait a damn minute. Who are these folks? So let's be real here. Yeah, you're not going to come from a failed homeland where you too ashamed to even talk about it. Every time you talk about his homeland, no, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about Nigerian and Americans. So that means you couldn't get anything popping until you came over here. All right. Well, we got somebody. You got some. What letters are these? It's something. I don't know how to pronounce this language. Is that what kind of language is that? Whoever your name is.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Where you from?
I am originally from Ethiopia.
There you go. And where are you living now?
US.
You in Minnesota?
Yes.
Or DC?
No, I am not. I am in the South.
Okay. All right. So what's in your mind, man?
No, I truly, really agree with you. Most of what you said. My dear brother, my Nigerian American brother, is I don't see why is it he try put down the foundation Black American. I think it's because of them we are here as a Black. So I strongly support and what you said is correct. Really, truly, I mean it. But he doesn't have any solution. He just come here and put it down. Is doesn't make any sense. What one thing is what I agree is as a Black, as a whole Black. We need find a solution. If you look at all the groups, we the Black people is really the bottom. So definitely for sure that is I can agree. But as the foundation Black people is because of their fault with the white people, and because of I am here. So which is I'm always proud of the foundation Black people.
Right.
For sure.
Thank you so
much.
From New York Times bestselling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices
everybody pop on in the room. Let me know what's on your mind. We're in here. Shout out to D. I see you, D. I see you, Ty. DJC. How y'all doing? Hope everybody's having a good holiday so far, holiday week. Hope you're spending time with your family and all that good stuff for Thanksgiving tomorrow. But nevertheless, let's just chop it up a little bit. I'll take some calls in a minute. Just want to see what's going on. What's up, D-Tub? And I see you. Don't forget Aretasese, the new holiday coming up December 24th. Foundational Black American holiday we're going to be celebrating December 24th. We got some beautiful cards that we're going to start sharing. I got some cards I want to show you guys. I'll probably show it on my broadcast this week on YouTube. Y'all need to follow me on YouTube at Tariq Elite. But a few things we're going to touch on. So Kanye, Ye is back in the news. Ye is back in the news, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, where we at? Excuse me. So Kanye is back in the news, and he's out here running with Nick Fuentes. The other day, Nick was running with Milo. So Ye was rolling with Milo. I can't pronounce Milo's last name. I don't give a damn enough to remember how to pronounce his last name. Milo Snuffleupagus, or whatever his last name is, the alt-right LGBT suspected white supremacist. So he was hanging with that guy, and now Ye was running around with suspected white supremacist Nick Fuentes, who's hardcore with white supremacy. So is this the chess move? I'm waiting on that chess move that I kept hearing people talk about. This Machiavellian chess move that Kanye was doing. When is the chess move happening, guys? All I see is checkers. All I see are checker moves. Checker moves, and you just jump. That's when you just jump on anything. You just jump on any opportunity. I'm not seeing anything strategic or chess-like. So what's with the chess moves? All the chess move people are real quiet. All the chess move people are very quiet. Why is Kanye still rocking with these alt-right types? What in the world is that about? And that's why, again, it was so hard to kind of defend Kanye because, again, I don't know what Kanye's angle is, and nobody really knows what his angle is, but he's real buddied up with these alt-right types, and you can't really defend that. You can't defend the likes of a Nick Fuentes. That guy says all types of crazy stuff about black society. Nick said he told some lie on me when he was on No Jumper. He was on No Jumper. You guys can YouTube that. He was on No Jumper recently, and he said some kind of weird lie about me. I forgot what it was, but it was some kind of weird ass lie. And they wanted me to debate Nick Fuentes, and I said, look, I'm not going to debate Nick Fuentes because he's a time-wasting troll. Because once you start beating him up with facts, he's just going to start tapping out by trolling. He's one of those kind. That's what they do. They tap out by trolling. So it's just a pointless thing. They use trolling as their way to tap out, you see. But I'm waiting to hear the chess move from these cats. So we got to start calling all of this stuff out. Let's stop having wishful thinking about people's actions and intentions. Sometimes they're just doing stuff that's kind of coonish. Sometimes it's just cooning. Sometimes we try to rationalize cooning. Sometimes it's just cooning. So we have to understand what things really are and accept them for what they are, ladies and gentlemen. Also, earlier, I just reminded myself of something. I retweeted a story from, I think, the New York Post, one of those publications of a brother. He got killed. Somebody shot him over some Balenciaga shoes. And we posted the suspects. It was a couple of damn tethers. I think one of the tethers was has a Liberian background, and the other tether has a non-FBA background. And some people in the comments got mad. Oh damn! Why are you pointing that out? You damn right I'm pointing that out. Yes, I am pointing that out. No. Y'all not going to dump your Negroes on us no more. You're absolutely right. I'm going to point it out. Because when you do something positive, you're sure to point that out and distance yourself from us. You want to take your win and go to the other side of the room? That's fine. Take your L with you. When you take an L, take that L over there on the other side of the room with you. Don't dump your L's on us. I told y'all, I'm for real. I don't want no L's from no other damn group. Don't dump your riffraff ass niggas on us, killing folks over shoes. And then, well, here's some FBA niggas who killed too. We got to take that L. All right, we got enough L's we got to take. I ain't taking yours. We take ours, you take yours. How about that? When some goofy FBA niggas do something stupid, all right, we eat that. When tethers do some stupid shit, you eat that. We got to eat everybody's trash. I'm good. No, let's separate the trash. I don't want to eat your trash. And the dude who shot up that Walmart out there in where is that, Virginia? The guy who shot up the Walmart yesterday. Where the questions are out about this dude's background. His last name is Bing, Andre Bing. And this dude, that hairline is giving foreigner. See, they'll just label him as black. And he shot, some of his co-workers at Walmart. Half of them were black. And we don't really go do random shootings on other black folks like that. Just random, and we don't know them. We don't do shit like that. That's some shit that tethers do. FBAs don't really do that. You dig? And plus the dude hairline, his hairline is looking real non-FBA-ish. That's the reality of it. And his last name is Bing. His vibe is off. And he targeted other random black people for no reason at all. So we're trying to see what this guy's background is. And when they hide people's backgrounds like that, when they scrub the internet of these people's backgrounds, you know that's kind of funny style. That's some funny business right there. Again, I don't want to absorb anybody's riffraffs. If there's some riffraffs out here, we don't want to have them absorb themselves in the FBA culture. We ain't trying to have that. What's up, Secret Sister? We got a lot of folks in here. Let me get some calls from the family in here. We got a lot of people in here. I'm still getting over a cold. I was kind of, when I got back from Dallas a couple of days ago, I was very sick, but I'm getting much better now. I didn't stay sick for long because I started hitting that elderberry, my herbs, and my sour sop. So I've been knocking that shit out. What's up, AP?
Hi, Tariq. Just enjoying listening.
My man.
Making some good points tonight. And sorry you came to Dallas and didn't feel well going out of it.
Yeah. I love Dallas, though, man. The people in Dallas are phenomenal. Beautiful, beautiful place. Where are you from, AP?
I live in DFW. I'm a little closer to Fort Worth than Dallas.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Yeah, the beautiful people in Dallas, man. And Dallas is a beautiful city, very underrated, very slept on. You know, and that's one of the reasons why. Thank you for the call. That's one of the reasons why we're having the event out there in Dallas. I've always gotten a lot of love from Dallas. A lot of professional black people out there. You can go to Dallas and go to a bar or a restaurant, and there's just a bunch of professional black people in there chilling, man. And I love that vibe. So real good progressive black folks out there. And when we have the event this May, we want everybody to come down. We're getting all of that organized now. We're going to lock down the venue probably within the next week. So we're locking the venue down, and we're having committee meetings, and we're organizing the different types of events we're going to have. The different types of workshops we're going to have. Our biggest concern now, we're trying to holler at the city about allowing us to have food truck vendors there or across the street. So that's the only issue that we're having now. We're dealing with the city as far as having food truck vendors there, because that's very, very, very important. We got to have food truck vendors there. So we're getting it together. It's coming through. What's up, Sir Mage? I see you, player. I'll get you on in a second, brother. Let me get some more folks in here. Let's get Miss D in here. What's up, Miss D? Also, before I get Miss D on, let me say this. My brothers and sisters, some of you guys write? Because we're doing some stuff for the museum. We're swamped with a lot of stuff we're trying to do. We need some people to assist us with writing biographies, just short biographies. If you are knowledgeable about some of our master teachers and certain things within the conscious community and certain things within the empowerment community, and you are a good writer, we would love to have you assist us with writing some biographies about certain people within the movement, and some serious people who want to help out for real, because we're swamped. We got so many people doing so many things, and we need more assistance. And I have a lot of people who are not in California who say, hey man, what can I do? That's something that you guys can assist us with. Email me, info@tariqelite.com. If you can assist us with that, that would be greatly appreciated. info@tariqelite.com. For example, we want to do a piece in the museum about Dr. Amos Wilson. So we, need somebody to write a little bio about his work, and we need people who are familiar with people like that. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're familiar with the Amos Wilsons and other master teachers and other things like that, and you can write some brief stuff about it. That would help us out a lot because we're featuring so many things in the museum, and we're getting all of that together now. Because, like I said, we're going to try to have a soft opening in February. So we're cramming right now. We're doing so many things. There's a lot of little logistical stuff that we're doing. We're trying to um, we're remodeling stuff. We're getting all the pictures and documents together, and um, a lot of the security stuff there. We're adding security doors. Just a lot of little knickknacks we're doing. There's just so many things that go into stuff like that. But I digress. Let me get Miss D. Hop on.
Hi, Tariq.
Hey, dear. How are you?
First time speaking with you from Houston,
There you
Texas.
go. How you doing, beloved?
I'm doing okay. I was wondering, I heard you say that for the museum you're gonna do a soft opening.
Yeah.
Were you gonna get the people that donated as the VIP, or how were you gonna do it, or have you decided?
Well, probably for the main opening, we'll get all of them in because, again, the soft opening is now we're not going to fully open. We're just going to kind of open it to promote it to a certain degree. So we're still working all of that out. But you're in Houston. Um, again, we're working all of that out because a lot of the people who donated for the big grand opening, that's when we want to have everybody come on through as far as that. So we'll keep everybody posted on it. Again, the opening in February, there's going to be a private screening for the new film. So that's going to be limited capacity because we can't have all the stuff in the museum if we're going to have this screening. You know, it's a whole bunch of things that's going on, but we're working it out. And we'll keep you posted. We'll let you know what's going on. But thank you, beloved.
Okay.
All right, let's get our brother Sir Major in the building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good brother Tariq. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. What's going on with you, fam?
I'm doing all right. Couple things real quick. On Friday, I've got the father of Shaquella Robinson coming onto the show. We're going to be doing a space, and so I would love to invite everyone out for that.
Good.
To hear this brother speak is going to be really inspirational. So there's that. And then also, I want to get your thoughts on the viral video of the internet troll / government informant, Mr. Charleston White. Did you see that video where he was provoking someone to fight or to pull out a gun, and he pulled out a strap?
Yeah.
And he was the only one with a gun. Did you see that?
I saw that. Yeah, that's interesting. Let me touch on that. But thank you so much, brother. Let me touch on that. Yeah, that was interesting. There's a video of Charleston White. I think he's in Chicago somewhere doing an interview, and they got into an altercation with the interviewee. The interviewee wanted him to stop disrespecting certain people who got killed, and Charleston started jumping bad at the dude, and then Charleston pulled a gun out. And so that was interesting. He pulled a gun out. Um, that right there, I don't know about that one because what happens now is that Charleston, he's established himself as a legitimate threat, right? Some people can look, they didn't say nothing about all these black ass Dominicans. Okay, how y'all get so damn black? You keep talking about all these white Spaniards, and y'all sitting around here, everybody has a goddamn afro. Y'all not gonna touch on that? I'm waiting. She just kept going on with the Spanish, and Bishop San Juan did this, and Christopher Columbus, and Fernando de Soto, and she just talking about all this Spanish shit, talking about all these white Spaniards. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with your black ass? Y'all not gonna tell me about the blackness? How all these black people are here. And there's nothing in there about how y'all so damn black. Nothing. Not one thing. It was all about white Spaniards in the museum. In a country with a bunch of dark-skinned people with afros. That's what's in the Dominican Republic. And this is the thing. The dark-skinned people with afros who don't identify with anything black. They don't identify as black at all, for the most part. It's a very interesting dynamic. So we better understand, just because people are melanated don't mean that they have the same mindset as us. That's been a trick bag. We got to stop falling for. We better stop falling for that. Just because somebody is dark, we think, oh, hey, that's our brother. No, every brother our color ain't a brother. Let's get Chaco Mongo in here. Chaco Mongo. What's up, Chaco Mongo? What's going on with you?
I think that is important because you know, and they get mad at us over reparations. Take it out with them. Don't take it out with us. Take it out with them. Like what have we done to you? You're as black. They're as black as Ace of Spades, and
Yeah.
they want to be white so badly. And I was talking to this dark skin or maybe fair skin Dominican woman, and she didn't notice the racism until she got to the United States from the Dominican Republic. And she there's this Dominican white man married to a black woman from the Dominican. And she's like, "Oh, whites are better." And she literally had to educate that white man to the point that even his black wife was saying, "Yeah, that's true." He was shook to the core over it. I mean,
Wow.
what is wrong with them? I mean, they're gonna get their wake up call. They're gonna be the new plantation Negroes at some point.
Yes, it's real heavy, man. Thank you. East Sider. Let me get East Sider in here. East Sider, what's up, bro?
It's funny that you mentioned that, man. And I'm looking at how how they talk about on this nationality and black mean dead and all that. I'm pretty sure that every nationality got their own language for for their black population. So
Yeah,
I landed there.
there you go. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let's get Darius Jackson in here. Darius Jackson. What's up, brother? Darius Jackson.
What's up, Tariq, man?
What's up, man? How you
Man,
doing,
I'm
fam?
doing good, man. Hey, I've been a long time listening since Matt lessons. Hey, man, I just want to
Yes,
say, man, I
sir.
appreciate everything you're doing. Man, keep doing what you're doing. Don't let these white supremacists stop you. That's all I want to say. I want to land my plane right there. Another question I want to ask you. Why do you think some people who are like Native Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, why do you think they kind of like want white acceptance on that type of level, like far as like how we moving right now?
Right. Well, a lot of them want white acceptance because, the white society, they incentivize black people to go against their own interest or the interest of the group. I'll say that. In fact, truth be told, we're the only group whose people, when I say group, black people, we're the only people who have folks incentivized to go against the group. Like when Charles Barkley hopped on TV the other day, just for no reason whatsoever, dumping on black society as a whole, literally for nothing. And another thing, we have to blame the white people at CNN for putting him up there. All right? We don't shadow box. The blame is also on CNN for putting him on TV to say that foul stuff he said. Just out the blue. He hopped on TV. Oh, yeah, by the way, black people are just terrible when it comes to gay peoples. Black people treat gay people the worst. They just terrible. Black people, ain't nothing wrong with gay peoples. What? What the hell? Random as hell. Like, what the hell did that come from? We're sitting here minding our black business, and they put this big butter biscuit eating Sambo on television just to dump on all of us. We ain't doing nothing to no gay people. What are you talking about? But again, didn't one of those networks give that fool like $100 million recently? Didn't he sign a contract? Because I don't follow a lot of those sports shows. But didn't one of those sports channels give that man a $100,000 contract? So yeah, if you give a coon $100 million, they get coon Tourette's. They just start You don't even have to tell them to start dumping on other Negroes. They just know instinctively. Where they at? I'll do it. Oh, blacks are horrible. They terrible. Blacks are just terrible. The minute you get the check, everybody terrible. We ain't shit. Wow. But again, CNN, they put him on television. They knew he was going to be cooning like that. That's why they put him on there. So, and that's a liberal network, quote unquote. So we have to understand that game that they play. All right, let me get my brother McCall in here. Let me get my good brother McCall in here. What's up, brother McCall? Hop on, brother. If the reception is good, brother McCall. Where you at, brother? All right. I was trying to get you in, brother
Great.
McCall. Wait, there he is. There he is.
How art thou?
There you go, my good brother. How are you, sir?
Over here on the continent, living the dream and winning FBI style, of course.
Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Just wanted to add to this illustrious conversation and thank you for calling your dear brother up. Kanye West.
Yes,
well, not strategic at all. He's simply looking for love in all the wrong places. That's his strategy, period.
Yeah.
Secondly, black people, we were called colored not because of the color of our skin, but because the whites colored our minds. And I land with that. Love you there, brother. Keep that jab in their face and take good care of
Yes,
yourself.
indeed. Thank you so much, good brother. All right, let's get P. Shelton in here. Let's get P. Shelton in here. P. Shelton. What's up, P?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
I'm good, P. What's going on,
Hey, I
brother?
have a question. Do we actually care about the possible deportation of the people that killed that girl in Mexico? Do we care about that, or speak on that if you can?
The deportation of them?
I know they're supposed to get arrested or something like that. I know the FBI is supposed to be looking for them or something like that now.
But deported? I don't get the
Oh, not
deported part
deported. I
because
mean, I
they.
think they're gonna get extradited. As far as the
Oh well,
prosecution of it.
that's very interesting, and thank you, P. You know what, Sir Major, when you talk to our sister's dad, find out who has the jurisdiction over that because that's a real tricky case. Does Mexico have jurisdiction because the murder had happened in Mexico? Or, I see the FBI, they're talking about getting involved because these are U.S. citizens. You dig? So let me get Sir Major on real quick. I want to know how the jurisdiction of that works. It's a real tricky thing. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, brother. So we actually already have that answer already covered. So uh, it's a catch-22. So Mexico is going to actually proceed with the case. Mexico,
Okay.
the FBI is going to extradite. The Department of Justice is going to extradite them over. Mexico already has an arrest warrant issued. They're going to Interpol is going to be getting involved. They're going to be locating these individuals. The individual, they won't release who's all on the arrest warrant. That name. So right now they're only looking for one person. They won't say which
Okay.
person that they're looking for. But again, more details are coming up on Friday.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so be sure to tune into that. That's going to be interesting. Shout out to Sir Major. That's going to be very interesting to see. That's interesting. Elijah, hop on, brother.
Yo, Tariq, what's up?
What's good? What's happening with you, fam?
Nothing much. I've been listening for about 5 years. I'm only 19, but I really love the work you do for us as foundational Black Americans.
I appreciate that. No doubt.
But I wanted to speak on Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
It just seems like every time he opens his mouth is something stupid coming out of it. Like this man called Kyrie an idiot, but then he gets on CNN and talks about black people are the biggest threat to gays when it was a white shooter.
Right.
Like it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, they pay their Sambos real well. They pay their Sambos well. They shut up that gay club out there, and the white man, they're questioning his sexuality. There was some stuff where they said he claimed to be non-binary, and then they interviewed, I think, his dad, and his dad was talking real reckless. So they don't put that homophobia label on them, because the dad, I think they interviewed the guy's dad, and the dad was like, "Oh yeah, thank God my son wasn't gay and whoop de whoop, and yeah, we don't do that gay stuff over here." And they're not throwing the homophobia label on this guy. They only reserve that nonsense for us. Yeah. Let's get the realists out. The realists out. Let's get the realists. Hop on the realist. What's on your mind? The realist, what's up, man?
Hey, what's good, Tariq?
I'm good, brother. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I'm a football fan, right? And during the whole Colin Kaepernick situation where everyone was kneeling for justice, I'm not sure if you know him, but the Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, he said if anyone on his team kneels, he will kick them off the football field. I mean, off the football team, right? So just recently, photos resurfaced of him being one of the bullies at Little Rock. I think it's
Right.
University or high school in 1957. And I mean, now he just got exposed for being in support of segregation. So I'm just wondering if Shaq, Charles Barkley, Shannon Sharp, Skip Bayless, I was just wondering if they're going to talk about that. And I'll land on that.
There you go. Thank you, brother. And yeah. So yeah, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, they got a picture of him during the Jim Crow era being a damn Jim Crow white supremacist, which is not shocking. And I don't want to hear about all that's ancient history, because yeah, the shit they said about Bill Cosby was ancient history, and they still sat up there and put him in jail over some bogus nonsense. It's only ancient history when it comes to them. Y'all better understand. Remember, all those pictures from the 1950s and 60s of these white supremacists throwing rocks at black folks and throwing bottles at them and sicking dogs on them. These white supremacists are still alive. Do y'all understand that? They try to make it seem like that stuff is ancient history. These white supremacists are still alive right now. You understand, the woman who got Emmett Till killed? She's still alive. Her ass is still tinkering around. These old school white supremacists from the 1950s and 60s who were doing their anti-black racism wide open, they're still walking around here. They're your judges. These are your doctors. These are the elders in the white supremacist community. These are people in high positions. These are your politicians. These are your Joe Bidens. You understand? These people didn't go nowhere. They're still running around here doing their thing. All right. All right, let's get some other folks in here. Got some trolls in here. Hold on, let's see who we got in here. Media Saboteur. What's up, man? Hop on. Media Saboteur. What's going on?
Hey, Tariq. Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. Now, what's your name, buddy?
Media. Media is my name, for all intents and purposes. Why not?
Okay, there you go. Now, where are you from?
New York City.
There you go. So what's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, so I was just wondering, and you may notice I troll you every now and then. I just it's all in good fun. It's fun times.
Yeah. Oh,
Freaking, what's your take on this? Do you, or I should say, answer this question, please. Was the black divorce rate in the black community in general, were they better off during what would be known as peak white supremacy era or modern day, so-called not white supremacy era? The black family.
Where does wait? Let's
The
stop
black.
there
Hold on.
because
The
where?
black family though. The
Let's
black family. That's
hold on. Wait, hold on because we have to unpack what you're saying, sir. Where does white supremacy not exist right now?
Well, I'm using white supremacy for just for the intents and purposes of you using the term white supremacy. You use it a lot. I don't blame you
I
for
do.
using it. I'm not going to say you're wrong for using it. I don't know. Maybe a lot of white people do think that we're superior on some kind of
Look,
subconscious
okay,
level.
let's
I don't
slow
know.
down. Let's slow down.
Go ahead.
Let's slow down because you said back in the day with peak white supremacy as compared to now in modern times, as if we are not in peak white supremacy now.
So
We are in.
when black people were actually getting lynched and being hung from trees, for example, that time, that era, circa 19.
So now we're being lynched and shot by race soldiers. Nothing has
No, I
changed.
think
They
you know what I mean. No, we're not going to go that nuanced into things. It's just simple, common sense, broad stroke terms. No one's getting hung from trees today. No one's getting their bodies burned, their corpses burned from trees.
because they've updated the lynchings.
But
They've updated the lynchings.
like I said, you're
So
going
now,
into new age speak. You're going into new age Tariq Nasheed kind of
no.
parlance here. But I'm
What's
talking
a
about
lynching?
circa
What's a
1920s,
slow,
30s, 40s, 50s.
slow down? Slow down. What's a lynching? A lynching is just an extrajudicial killing. It's not about rope. People equate lynching with just rope. That was one way to lynch a person. That was common back in the day because they had to make a big show out of it because you didn't have the mass media as if we had it now. You would have to do it in public and then put it on postcards and send it around. Now you have television. Now you can just murder a black person without going through the courts, and then it's spread on mass media. It's the same thing. We have lynchings now. We have to establish that. So it's not just hyperbole, I'm saying. We have lynchings now, and it's done on a regular basis. Right? Media?
All right, so let's go. Let's zero in on 2 time frames. All right.
Got it.
The first time frame, 30s, 40s, 50s. The second time frame, 90s, 2000s, 2010s.
Uh-huh.
All right. At which one of those time periods were black families in better shape as far as the parents staying together, as far as the education being focused on for the kids, as far as kids not being born out of wedlock? Which 2 time frames? Which of the 2?
Well,
more ideal.
It's kind of like what prisons are better to be in, San Quentin or Folsom? That's literally what you're asking me. And neither one is good. Some prisons have better food than others, but that doesn't make it a good thing. So you're asking me to compare prisons, and that's not a fair comparison because all prisons are bad. Saying that we did better under peak white supremacy as opposed to mid-level white supremacy, that's not saying anything because we're still under the system of white supremacy. We're still being subjugated. We're still being harmed. So by your calculation, which is very accurate, when we were together as a family, we were getting brutalized. And when we have been broken up as families, we're still being brutalized. So the problem isn't the family structure, it's the brutalization of systematic white supremacy. So why, sir, are you not trying to dismantle that?
I'm just pointing out 2 disparities here. One in the event of 20% divorce rate among black families back
Prison
in the 30s,
condition
40s, 50s, and then one that equates to something
that
closer
you're
to
just
80%
pointing out
today.
prison. You're pointing out prison conditions. You're just pointing out a prison that has more comfortable beds. Why are you not attacking the prison system of white supremacy with us to dismantle it so that we can have an equitable society?
I guess I just reject the prison analogy. I just don't understand it. Maybe
No,
I'm not
you
as witty as
clearly
you. I'll
understand it,
accept that.
sir. You clearly understand it. White supremacy is a prison system. That's all it is. It's a prison system, and they've made the whole entire planet a racial prison system, and we're subjugated under that prison system. The white supremacists, they've mastered creating societal prison systems. They did that with the Holodomor back in the day. where they turned the Ukraine into a prison system and started subjugating and starving the people. You understand? They've done that with the globe. They've turned it into a racial prison system. So actual prison is just greater confinement, as Neely Fuller says. But you do acknowledge the existence of systematic white supremacy today, right?
I don't know. That's a funny question, actually. That's funny you asked that, because I don't entirely disagree with the left's kind of categorization, their labeling of this thing called unconscious bias. I actually don't disagree with that. I think that fundamentally everyone is racist, and I think that fundamentally everyone has their ethnic group's interest at heart when they act on in many different domains of life.
Okay, I didn't ask
But
about unconscious bias. I asked about white supremacy. That's a very specific term.
well, I don't know if I accept that everyone's a white. You just use it too much, though, is my issue. So I don't know if I can just accept the use
But
of the word white supremacy.
your community taught me that. That's a word that your community came up with. Sir, your community has Confederate statues with white supremacists who self-identified as white supremacists all over this country, sir. I didn't do that. They're the ones imprinting in my brain that they are white supremacists. When I go to Atlanta, there's a big statue of Henry Grady, who was a white supremacist in his own words. They have buildings all over Atlanta named after this man. You guys ingrained the term white supremacy in my brain and into society. So I'm just repeating what you said. So how is that wrong, sir, or how is that incorrect?
I guess I just don't identify with whites. Look, I'm a '90s kid. I was taught. I had racism beaten out of my brain by old white, nearly octogenarian elementary school teachers back in the day. I literally got my ass kicked the first time in fourth grade for saying nigger in an all black classroom. It was quite the experience.
Now, why did you say nigger in an all black classroom?
I think I was just trying to fit in, to be honest. And funny enough, I did wind up eventually kind of fitting in a little bit. It was like I needed my ass kicked first.
How are you going to fit in by saying nigger? Fit in with who? The white supremacists?
No, the black kids. I just told you I was in a class full of black kids back then.
Black kids
I just don't identify. I don't identify.
Black kids don't go around saying nigger. They don't say that.
Like I said that. Of course,
right.
I drew out the R. I shouldn't have drawn out the R. But
right.
Anyway, I'm not gonna.
So so it's safe to suspect that you are a white supremacist, right?
That's your. I don't agree with that. I don't know.
It's
I feel
safe
like I had a. No, I don't agree with that. But I'll tell you this, Tariq. You and Kanye, when you become king of the blacks, I'm putting in my application for general manager of the blacks.
Got it. And I will put you as king of the supervisor of mayonnaise. Okay, you'll be the supervisor. You will be
don't say things like that. That hurts.
You will be the mayonnaise supervisor and the ambassador to unseasoned meat. All right. Thank you so much. Let me get some more people in here. All right. So suspected white supremacist doing his thing. Who is this person? You got a troll account with me and my good brother Jay Leno. And shout out to Jay Leno. Jay Leno was just released from the hospital because he had some accident in his car and he had some burns on his face. And they just released Jay Leno from the hospital. And get well soon to Jay Leno. Jay Leno is actually a solid dude. I like Jay Leno. And I did some stuff on Jay Leno's on the Tonight Show back in the day. Jay Leno, very, very solid guy. What's up, whoever this person is with the troll account with my picture on there? Turn your microphone on. Tariq's burner. Turn your microphone on.
Tariq, what's going on, man?
What's going on, man? Now, where you from, brother?
Man, I'm from Seattle, Washington.
There you go. So what's on your mind? So what? Why the account of me? Am I on your mind like that? What's going on with that? You got an account with me on there.
No, I just want to talk to you. I just want to chop it up about an issue, I had at work.
You work? I sound like you're working now. Are you driving Uber? You're picking up customers now.
No. I was just smoking a backwood.
There you go.
I try to pick one
All
up.
right. There you go. All right. I hear an accent. Where you from? For real, for real. Where you from?
I'm a Yoruba.
Okay. That's not a Yoruba accent, but
No, but
so
I mean,
what's
I've been here. I was born here though. That's the thing.
I know you were born here. You're an anchor baby. Where did your family anchor you from?
From Atlanta, Georgia.
No, 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 no. Atlanta,
No,
Uganda.
my parents are. I said I was Yoruba. Are you slow?
No, no, no.
I
You're
said,
not
well,
saying anything. You're what? Oh, so you're
no,
Nigerian.
yeah, I'm Nigerian. I'm from Seattle, but like
Then
originally
why
we
you?
came from Atlanta, Georgia. That's
Then
where
why don't?
that's where my family settled, but we came to Seattle,
So,
Washington.
so why was it so difficult to say that, sir?
I mean, because you just kept interrupting me. That's why.
Because it's taking you forever. I mean, you're trying to deliver your Postmates orders and you're trying to talk on the phone, and you can't do both. You got to slow down on Bluetooth. So now, what's on your mind?
No, no,
What's what the whole thing?
no. I just want to ask you a question. Like, why is there like so many like FBA women in I'm in Seattle, Washington, right? Like, why is a lot of FBA women just like seem obsessed with white people? Like, it seems like the FBA people are like fighting to date white people. Like they're arguing oh, like you like the white man, you like the white woman. It's like a competition basically. Like, what's up with this like competition between FBA people?
Sir, your homeland has a big giant statue of a white Jesus in a country full of hundreds of millions of black people, and you're asking me about FBA obsession with white people?
But like you see it on Twitter. Like, do you not?
Most of the bedwenching we see is coming from women from your community, sir. That's where the bedwenching is coming from, and the bed bucket too, because the dudes be running up after snow bunnies too. So what are you talking
No,
about?
no, 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 no. I see the niggas talking about like I need a snow bunny. These black women. Say, you ever see the page Black Men Plus White Women? I can DM you the page.
Dude, the dude who got stabbed up by that white woman down there in Florida, that was one of your brethren. Did you see how he was acting on social media about white women?
Okay, that like we all have coons in our community. That's true. But it seems like
Sir,
yeah, it's like there's like
sir,
competition.
sir, do you see that big swole dancing nigga all on TikTok dancing around white women? Are you really trying to go there, sir?
Okay, but Tariq, I figure out like what your hatred is with Nigerians, and it's just because we're
I
black.
don't have no. I don't hate no Nigerians. Don't
Just West
project.
African in general. Like you know what I'm saying? We
You're
got
pro-
Giannis Antetokounmpo, the
you're
best player in the
projecting.
NBA.
You're, okay.
What about
So
Francis Ngannou in the UFC, the heavyweight champ? Like, come on, we're just killing it right now. West Africa, like, bro. I give you guys your flowers. Like, it should be all love. We just, what I'm saying, we giving out daps and all that. Like, we're just, sharing accomplishments. But it just seems like you come with hatred,
hatred of what?
hatred of our success, brother.
If you're so successful, why are you in Seattle driving an Uber?
Bro, I'm not driving Uber, man. I'm driving late
Even
night
you
food.
had to laugh,
I'm grabbing late night food. I'm grabbing some carne
e-
asada.
even you had to laugh at yourself,
No,
knowing how
you're
ridiculous.
hilarious, Tariq. No, I gotta give you credit, bro. Like, shout out to
Right,
you though. No, 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 no.
but don't talk about how successful you are, and your ass is over here
No,
among us.
No, I'm giving you your credit though, Tariq. Like, no, I gotta like I've been following
Hey,
you
man,
since like
stop talking about
2016.
somebody. All right, well let's
I'm
speak
happy for
truth to
you. I'm happy for you, brother. I just want to let you know I'm happy. I don't want you to think I'm hating, bro. I'm
no,
happy.
no, stop, calm down, because there's a lot of this passive aggressive energy with a lot of the tethers. You got to stop that.
I'm
We
not
see it.
passive aggressive at all. I'm just
Yes,
saying
you
you
are.
niggas are
You
hating.
got
I'm being direct. I'm
dude
like you niggas are hating. I got love for you guys, but you guys be hating.
hating on what? What do you have to hate on?
Ah man, this jollof rice.
Yes, indeed. We're not hating on the Joloff. Knock yourself out.
Giannis Antetokounmpo,
Yeah, Uncle
Nigerians in tech.
Tekutumpo, whoever. We're not hating on any of that, sir. So what is there to hate on?
Yeah, but let's talk about like the East Africans though. Like, why
No,
do
we're
you feel like
talking
they be
about
hating on?
you. No. We're talking about you, Damiano. What is there to hate on?
I mean, just the fact that we don't have like out of wedlock birth rates. We're not
The
like
hell you
70%.
don't.
We
The
have
hell
like
you
intact families.
The hell no, with all them orphanages that white people go over there and pick kids up like they're shopping for groceries? Really?
But I mean, like they're adopting your kids too. Like no one's adopting
Not
FBA kids.
really.
It's
Not
real
really.
sad.
Not really. No, not really. No, we don't give our kids up for adoption. They have to take our kids. We
They
don't give
take,
our kids up for
but
adoption.
you're not taking them. You're a millionaire. You can take like a whole bunch of them.
Again, we're not giving our children up for adoption. So and stop pocket watching. Boy, y'all tethers love watching our FBA pockets. Boy, y'all are real passive aggressive with that pocket watching jealousy.
Hey man, this is
Y'all
part of my
have
job to
passive. Y'all
undermine
have
you. I don't
now, wait, Ubuntu. Slow down,
gives me
Ubuntu.
motivation
Y'all
to undermine you.
Ubuntu. Slow down, Ubuntu. Um, yeah, that out of wedlock stuff. Get off that. That's massive over there in your culture. Out of wedlock babies, baby mama, paternity fraud. Y'all master that. Please stop telling that lie. All right, y'all got that paternity fraud on lock. Out of wedlock babies, anchor babies all over the place. Come on. We're going to speak truth to power. Hop on, sir. Hop on. Turn your microphone back on, buddy. Chet Welle, turn your microphone
You
on.
lying, sir? You
There
lying,
you
sir?
go. Nobody's lying, buddy. Nobody's lying.
Come on, man.
But brother, we
I
gotta
got love for you, Tariq, but
I
you
got
gotta
love, but
pipe down. You gotta pipe down.
you gotta stop with the jealous. So, look, you got a Finster account with my picture on it. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop that jealousy, man. Yeah, look. You got to
I
have more
mean,
confidence in
I
your
grew up.
culture.
I grew up around FBA, so I pretty much am FBA. I'm part of the culture.
No,
I have the black experience. I am FBA. We're all FBA.
no. You're not.
Nigga,
No,
nigga, look at me, nigga. If the cops pull
no,
me
no,
over,
no,
nigga,
no, no, no,
I
no,
can bring the Yoruba accent on you, nigga. If the
no.
cops pull me over, nigga,
Yeah, it
do
don't
you think
work.
they're gonna tell the difference between me and you, nigga?
Yeah, because our hairlines are way different. They're gonna know the difference. So
We do
no,
not have a big forehead like the Somalians, nigga.
no, you're not FBA. You're not gonna tether your way into FBA culture. You
Oh,
got
we
your
gotta
own
go into
culture.
these
You
fucking.
got you. Ubuntu, calm down. You got your own culture, and that's a good thing. Enjoy it and be proud of your own culture. We're not knocking you. Be proud of your own culture. Go over back home and lift your culture up. Wallow in the success. Create some success for your culture. Build that culture up, and then take pride in your culture. Don't be over here trying to tether among us. That ain't it.
Did you not marry a half Jewish woman?
Um, no. And what's wrong with Jewish
That's why
people?
you're scared of the Jews.
Now, what's wrong with Jewish people?
Okay. Let me. On a serious note, Tariq, though.
What's no? Okay, there you go. Stop trolling. Now you're
No, no,
corny.
yeah, no. I'm not gonna troll, no, bro. I'm.
Okay, because see, and that's another thing with you tethers. You have no comedic wit, and that's why y'all don't really get along with a lot of FBAs because you're mad corny, you're not witty, and then you reduce yourself to trolling, which makes you look lame. All right, because you don't really have no material. All right, so that's why you have to go back and understand what your culture is. Get your culture, learn and love your culture, and then you can come up with some material to deal with foundational Black Americans. All right, but anyway, let me get you out of here because you're boring at this point.
I used
All
to
right,
sell
Ubuntu.
backwoods and
All right,
Hennessy and all them
all right,
together.
Ubuntu. All right, Ubuntu. Go ahead and deliver them orders. All right. The Applebee's buffalo wings are getting cold. All right. All right. Let's get Jason in here. Let's get Jason in here. What's up, man? I'm good, Jason. How
I'm
are
doing
you?
good. Thank you for letting me speak. So I'll be quick. I know you like people to be concise. That white supremacist who came up, I just want to say for the space that he was trying to say that basically white supremacy was good for black people. That's what he was trying to low key say, and all that other stuff about
Yeah.
his elders beat the racism out of him. They clearly didn't because he's still clearly a white supremacist. But that's
Exactly.
it. That's all I got to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, brother. All right. What's up, Marcel? Shout out to brother Marcel. Um, the footage from, and I know I've been promising the footage for the FBA, rally for reparations. I'm gonna have it tomorrow. I saw some of it. It looks very good. The footage is real, real good. Everybody looks good. Marcel was spitting fire. The footage looks great. So hopefully, because my editor is overnighting it, hopefully they deliver it tomorrow. I know tomorrow's a holiday. Hopefully they are able to deliver it tomorrow. We'll see, either tomorrow or Friday, because they had to overnight it because the file is so big, like 2.5 hours, and it's like in 4K. So it's a hella big file. But the footage looks absolutely phenomenal. And I cannot wait for you guys to see the rally for reparations. Brother Greg Marcel Dixon was spitting hot fire. Teslin was spitting hot fire, and everybody looks good. Teslin looks good. Jade was looking phenomenal. Everybody's in 4K high definition. The audience looked great. It's great footage, man. So I can't wait for you guys to see that. So you should be seeing that tomorrow or Friday, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's get a couple of more people in here. Let's get observationist. Observationist, what's up? Hop on. Observationist, hop on, brother. Waiting on you to pop on. And while we're waiting on him, let me see some other folks in here. Oh, let me get the real Terry Harris. Yeah, this is the brother who does the Gerald Levert. He does the Gerald Levert songs. The real Terry Harris. What's
How
up,
you
brother?
doing, Tariq? Man. Hey,
The
man.
Gerald Levert tribute band for
Oh,
Gerald
not the
Levert. My
not the
bad.
tribute band, man. I'm an artist. I got music out. I've had 2 independent #1 records. But I just called to say I think Kanye is not moving as we speak as a group. The movement behind you saying, "Hey, I'm not the leader." Notice how we're building as a group. So him being the new chess move, he's not understanding, as you said, without a base. Like if they come after you, what they're afraid of. Like I remember the tribe was speaking. His fan base is too big, so they know they can't come after you because we're here. Like no. He ain't the leader. Here's the movement. So he's setting
Yeah,
himself up for, like you said, you're out on the island. You're not going to beat a group. So I
yeah.
appreciate it, man.
Now, brother, you performing anywhere soon, brother?
I'm actually off, man. Now just finished up because I just did a new album, and we're doing that. But if you get a chance, man, check it out. I'll be a great opening act because the Gerald Levert tribute show. I do the OJs, I do Gerald Levert, and there's a big fan base. So normally I'm touring, so we're off until the first of the year.
There you go, man. I can't wait to see you in concert.
Uh,
Oh,
well, look,
oh.
man, you can use me as the opening act, man. You got the OJ's music. You got so much music you can do that'll bring OJ's made some great records, man. And, I'd be a great opening act, man. Like, I wouldn't even charge you just to show you, man, that's what I do. I got my shows and I do
Yes,
the Gerald Levert tribute show.
there you go, my
I
dude. I
appreciate it. Thank you,
appreciate
guys. All right.
Terry Harris, the Gerald Levert tribute band. Should we have Terry Harris at the FBA Expo? Coming to the stage. Coming to the stage. Straight out of Valdosta, Georgia. What's your Casanova? All the ladies sing. Me and Romeo ain't never been friends. Everybody on the left. Can't you see how much I really love you, babe? Everybody, y'all want to make some money? Shout out to that brother. The Gerald Levert tribute. I am not, hey man, there's a market for a lot of stuff out there. There's a market for everything. Let's get Miriam in here. Miriam, I like the dress you got on here, dear. Look at Miriam. Miriam out here trying to catch something. Look at Miriam. I see you, Miriam.
Hey there, Tyreek. How are you?
I see Miriam. You trying to catch with your dress, aren't you? You out here trying. I,
No.
But what's on your mind?
I just wanted to bet you back right on the white supremacist that was up here trying to give you a hard time, knowing he need
Oh
to
yeah.
dub back into that mayonnaise and meth over there. And and then you had this jollof rice spreading. I don't know what it is with the pocket watching, and then to think that he has the audacity to think it's okay for him to use nigger. No,
Yeah.
no, no, bro. Go somewhere with that. His Postmates was flying out the window and everything else while he was trying to hot with you. They can't hang
E-
Tariq. Just peace and love to the
Exactly.
family, and I enjoyed the rally. It was so beautiful, and I had the pleasure to meet some of the beautiful, powerful brothers and sisters there. Sister Taslin, Sister Jade, and Brother Alpha Elite, and Dr. Short, and boy, I wanted to meet you, but you was flocked.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, indeed. But yeah, but we got to have you come down to Dallas.
Oh, we're
In
there. We're definitely there, family. Peace and love and all support.
Thank you,
You're
beloved. Thank you
welcome.
so
Bye
much.
bye.
All right. Let's get what's your name? In Devite?
Divete,
Diete?
Divete.
Devete. Now where you from? South Africa? Where you from, brother?
I'm from Zim.
Zimbabwe?
Yes, 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 yes.
There you go. Oh man, what's on your mind?
Yes, I just wanted to spread some love and unity within us, Africans and African Americans, FBAs. Um, I represent my country and I just come with peace and just saying if only one day we could just be, speaking about developing our communities and spreading love across one another's because our struggles are the same. Be it my country, Zimbabwe, we are sanctioned by your country, but we are still surviving. And
Yeah.
yourselves, with this white supremacy happening in your country, but you're still surviving. You're doing, you guys are doing so well that side, and enough respect to you. I think you've been to my country before. I'm not sure,
Yes,
but
I have.
yes. So
Love the people in Zimbabwe. Love
yes, yes,
love them.
yes, yes, yes. So yeah, enough respect to yourself, and yeah, big up, and hope you guys health and wealth and everything. Blessings to you guys, and same to my people and
Much
my country.
There you go. I appreciate you. Yeah, I love Zimbabwe, man. I've been out there and I fell in love with the people. They showed me a lot of love in Zimbabwe. Yeah, some of that dude talking about you be hating on Africans. No, I don't. I got a lot of love for Zimbabwe, man. I've helped so many people over there, and they showed me so much love. I wish they had something where they could do a dual citizenship thing so we can really build something. That would be good, but ain't nobody really biting on that, unfortunately. But it is what it is. I ain't tripping. Paris, let's get Paris on here. Paris.
Hey, good evening. How you doing?
Hey, Paris, how are you?
Good, good. I just wanted to say that I really appreciated the rally. I had a fantastic time when I was there, and I wanted to thank you for putting that all together and getting it going.
I appreciate you. What city you from, dear?
I live in Evansville, Indiana, but I'm from Savannah, Georgia.
There you go. Cool. I appreciate you coming through, and I hope you come to the rally. Well, not the rally, but the expo in Dallas in May. We're looking at Memorial Day weekend. Actually, that's where we're looking to have it. Let's get in. What's your name? Nana. Shit, I can't
Yeah.
pronounce it. Igbo.
Morning. Sorry, I live in Europe. Tariq, I've spoken to you guys before, a couple of months ago when you were hosting one of these Twitter spaces. I'm Nigerian, a Nigerian doctor. I don't know if you remember. Back a couple of
I
months.
can't.
Can you hear?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to say, look, what you guys are doing is really important for the Black community. I don't live in America, but I share the pain. I feel the pain. I'm a Black man. I have Black kids. I have a Black wife. And whatever you guys are going through over there sort of transcends to every other Black person around the world. So keep on doing what you're doing. I see Teslin is here, Marcel is here. I follow all you on the Twitter page. As for Kanye West, I don't really know how to approach Kanye West's problems. On one hand, you don't throw away your kinsman, but on the other hand, all sort of skin folks are not kinfolk, so to say. So I don't know. I'm just watching to see how things develop with Kanye West. But yeah, keep doing what you're doing. We support you all. We love you all. We are one. I've always believed that the plight of Black Americans, if eradicated, will transcend to every other Black person around the world. So keep doing what you're doing. More blessings. Stay true.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Let's get a lock and load. Lock and load.
Hey, what's up? What's up, my brother? Peace and love to you. I'm so proud of you, my brother.
Appreciate that,
You're
brother.
fighting a good fight. You represent us, everybody. When our brother got the ball, we must block for him at all costs. Okay? And I appreciate you. Brother, what's on my mind is that I feel that, especially in the last year or two, there has been a full assault on Black American FBA culture, on FBA history. You know, this I just seen a couple of days ago, Will Smith is doing a movie.
Yeah.
That shit burns me. That shit burns me to my soul. Also, I've been having time and I've been thinking, I'm real big a student on hip hop. And I'm trying to figure out who are these people that call Kool Herc the father? Who designated that to him? Who are these people that did that? Because we need to see who was that. If it's African Bambaataa, he doesn't have the right to name somebody the father of hip hop. It's not even his culture. I want you to look up. There's a YouTube video. It is blacks. It is a Chicago street gang, 1968. They are rapping over a beat and there's graffiti in the background. But that wasn't even something unique for Chicago. That was happening in Detroit. That was happening in Chicago and other places in New York, because rapping and rhyming was a way we did our introduction. And so I don't understand how they keep trying to make and say that our culture, something that has been permeated through Black America, our inner cities, our South for decades, and all of a sudden, everybody attributed to this one dude that all he did was play fucking records.
Yep. Let me land your plane on that, because there's some. I wanted to go back on the Will Smith thing, because you brought up something very interesting, and I don't want to lose that. Did y'all see the trailer? There's a new movie that Will Smith is doing. I think it's called Emancipation. And he's playing, this is based on the life of Whipped Peter, a man named Gordon, aka Whipped Peter, who is from Louisiana, and he was fighting for his freedom. And it's based on a true story. Whipped Peter was a real person. There was a very infamous picture of Whipped Peter that was distributed in the north of his back with all of these whelps in it. That picture, when they talk about slavery, you see that picture a lot. Now, the problem is, in this movie, Will Smith has an accent. And they were like, what's up with this accent? And they wrote that Peter, which isn't true, he came from Haiti and then went to Louisiana. And he's running around the movie with a Haitian accent. Him and his wife has a French Creole accent, which wasn't true. Whipped Peter was not from Haiti. He was from Louisiana. And I don't like how they did that. There was no reason for them to do that other than to take our culture of perseverance and fighting for freedom and our culture of having dignity within the struggle, to take that away from us and give it to a foreign culture. I don't appreciate that. This is why we as foundational Black Americans, we have to gatekeep this type of stuff, because when it comes to us being portrayed in a dignified way, they have to other us, make us something else, take us away from our ancestral homeland and our ancestral culture, which is FBA culture. That man wasn't no damn Haitian. He wasn't running around with a Haitian accent. You dig? If you show a Black person, you have to make them non-FBA in order to show them as dignified. You see, even this is the trick bag that they're doing. If they're going to show one of our FBA heroes, they have to get a non-FBA actor to do it. But if you get an FBA actor to portray a real FBA hero, they have to portray the FBA hero as something non-FBA. So you got all of these little trick bag ass dynamics going into these projects, and that's very deliberate. That's extremely deliberate. So it's very important for us to set the record straight when it comes to history. History is important. History is very important. And not just history, the dominant society, they understand that not only is history important, all of their stories, even if it's not factual, it's important that it's told a certain way. Their fantasies are important to them where they have to be told a certain way. That's why if you have Black people playing fictional characters in white stories, white society, they act a fool about it. Look at how they're acting about the Little Mermaid. We're talking about fictional characters. They have a Black girl playing the mermaid. All of a sudden, hey, don't play with that now. Don't play with our fantasy and our fiction now. They don't play with fiction, let alone real life events that portray them in a positive light. European history. Now, they jank around with Black history all the time. That's why they do movies with white Egyptians and all of that stuff. But as far as European history, they got to keep that lily white. And their European fantasies, they have to keep that white. That's why the movie The Wiz, they were real mad about the movie The Wiz. The Wiz, they hated the movie The Wiz back in 1978 when that movie came out. Because you were trampling and blackening up a white American icon, which was The Wizard of Oz. That's a very important film in white culture. That's one of their iconic films. They're like, hey, you don't touch our stuff and blacken it up. How dare you make a Black soulful version of our iconic films? You dig? They hated that movie. Yeah, so they hate when we touch their culture at all. But everything we do, they're supposed to rummage through it and ravage it and flip it and remix it and rape it and turn it upside down. And we have to say, nah, we're going to gatekeep our culture. We're going to gatekeep it. Let me get one more call in here because I don't want to talk and get hoarse. Octane. Let's get Octane in here.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Octane?
Hey, man, I got a question. Every time you come up with the Dems and then you ask them, you're talking to them about reparations, they always say it's bad messaging, or they'll say we need to do a study. So why don't we just do a documentary and interview people, talk about, land theft and things like that, things that people experience, their financial situations, and kind of try to lay that to rest.
Well, yeah, you know what? When we show the footage of the rally for reparations, when we show that, we pretty much, because we did it almost documentary style. You see a lot of the people on stage, but we interviewed some people in the audience. So we've already done something similar to that. So I can't wait for you guys to see the footage tomorrow of the historic rally for reparations. That's going to be on my YouTube channel, free. You get to watch it for free. That will either be up tomorrow or it will be up this Friday. So you guys, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, subscribe to Tariq Radio. That's the YouTube channel. Subscribe and hit the bell notification so that when I post new videos, you will be notified. It's very, very, very important. Tariq Radio. The full 2 hour